Evening. Ask that you please silence your cell phones and any other electronics and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. This time I'd like to invite Councilman Valdivia to come forward. He will lead us in the invocation. Councilman Valdivia, please stand.
Join me, please, in a word of prayer. Dear Father, we thank you for the many blessings you provide our city, our families, our businesses. We pray your provision and blessing on tonight's meeting. And when all else fails, we look to heaven for divine help. And we ask all these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. And at this time, we'll invite Daniel Babano to come forward. He will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Daniel's a fifth grader at Mount Vernon Elementary School.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may be seated. I'd like to ask the city attorney for a report from closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. Under item A of the agenda, in the matter of Ortiz versus the City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive by vote of 6-0 with Fred Charette absent. In the matter of Joaquin versus City of San Bernardino, Council gave settlement directive by vote of 6-0 with Charette absent. In the matters listed also under item A, Yee versus City, Cush Concepts versus City, Carmel Row versus City, and MJ Dispensary versus City. Council received a status report with no action taken on those matters. Listed under item B, under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one item, the council gave settlement negotiation directive by vote of 6-0 with Charette absent. And the matters under item C, council acting as successor agency had conference with real property negotiators and gave negotiation directives, which will be reported when those agreements become final. And that concludes the closed session report, Mayor.
Thank you. We have one appointment this evening by Councilmember Jim Mulvihill requesting that Edward Wilbert be appointed to the Planning Commission.
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
On item 1, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia and the second by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Well, I want to thank the council for approving my appointment of Edward Wilbert as Planning Commissioner. Since the beginning of my tenure on the council, Ed has been my building commissioner, and because of absence in the Planning Commission, Ed has been able to move up. He's been an excellent building commissioner. His background, he's a general contractor, been working general contracting in how many decades?
All my life.
Well, many. He's primarily been dealing with nonprofit sector, with the religious structures and daycare centers, among other things. And I'm certainly pleased to appoint him as my planning commissioner for the 7th Ward. Yes. Well, if you want to.
I, Edward Wilbert,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
to support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Against all
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
to bear true faith
true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and I will well and faithfully
I will faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter. Oh, okay.
And as part of the ceremony here, you have one of the distinguished city lapel pins. And
Thank you.
say a few words.
I'm honored to be commissioner. It's going to be really exciting to be part of what we have going on in the city, and I'm just starting to learn a lot of the insides. And it's going to be a real honor to be a part of all that. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councilman Mulvihill. Thank you for accepting that commission assignment, Mr. Wilbert. We appreciate your willingness to dedicate and commit your time to the betterment of the city, so thank you very much. I'd like to invite the family of Johnny Epps come forward. I'm going to turn some time over to Chief Burguan, and he will begin the presentation. So stand right there.
Well, good evening, everybody. I want to start this off by recognizing Sergeant Dennis Hauser, who's standing behind me here. Sergeant Hauser is a longtime member of our department, and several years ago he really started to spearhead efforts to compile the history of the San Maria Police Department. And part of that history was discovering that Johnny Epps was the first African-American officer that served with our department. In honor of Black History Month, February, we wanted to honor Officer Epps for what he did and what he did for this city, and we wanted to honor his family. A little bit about Officer Epps. He was the first African-American police officer to serve at the San Maria Police Department. He was born on November 24th of 1925 in Louisiana, and he served in the Army Air Corps during World War II. He became a member of the San Maria Police Department on June 30th of 1947. In 1950, Officer Epps was recalled by the Air Force to serve his country again during the Korean War. However, while traveling to his duty station in Northern California, Officer Epps was tragically killed in a traffic collision on December 3rd of 1950. At the time of his death, Officer Epps had his wife, Mariah, and 2 children, and Mariah was, of course, pregnant with twins at the time. So in honor of Black History Month, we have a plaque that is on display in our museum. on the second floor of the police station. And I think we have a presentation that the mayor has for the family.
Thank you, Chief. We're especially grateful for the service that your husband has provided to the city of San Bernardino, and we'd like to present this certificate to you and your family. In deepest honor, the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino join with the San Bernardino community to honor one of the greatest pioneers of our community. As the first African-American officer, not only were barriers of color and division broken, but a legacy was created. Today, the Mayor and the City Council recognize the family and legacy of Officer Johnny Epps. May we continue to walk in the boldness and fearless of Officer Epps. Thank you very much.
And we have one more speaker. Also joining us up here are a group of community members that make up the African American Advisory Group. And it's a group that comes to the police station on a regular basis and meets with myself and several members of the police department to discuss issues and to make sure that we have an open dialogue. And representing that group tonight that would like to make a few comments is Dr. Margaret Hill.
Thank you so much. It gives us great honor, members of the African American Advisory Group, to not only work with our chief and his staff, but also the mayor and staff. And we're just so proud of this moment and to be a part of this celebration. We were at the museum when the first dedication was done. And it was just such a joy and just to be such a part of history, especially with our first African-American police officer. We owe so much for him for paving the way for us. And when I look at Lieutenant Gates and different ones who come up through the ranks, it was because of your husband and your dad that made this possible. So the members here of the African-American Committee, please raise your hand so people see who you are. And that's not all of us. We're just the ones here this evening. So just want to say thank you. And this is our city, and we are proud of San Bernardino, and we are proud of Officer Epps and his family. Thank you so much for this honor.
I believe we have a representative from Mike Burrell's office come forward, and also from Mark Steinworth.
Good evening. I have a certificate of recognition from Senator Morell's office from Sacramento, and I'll go ahead and read it. It's presented to the family of Officer Johnny Epps, and it reads, "In recognition of the service and sacrifice Johnny Epps made as the first African-American police officer in the city of San Bernardino, his willingness to put his life on the line in order to protect his country during World War II and to protect his family and the citizens of San Bernardino as a police officer stands as a testament of the courage, heroism, and righteousness that all citizens should strive for. His legacy will be a shining example to all of those who aspire to fight for their country across the city of San Bernardino and the Inland Empire." Thank you for having me, and I'm very happy to present the certificate.
We also have a recognition from our Assembly member, Mark Steinworth, their representative here. Not, I'll read this. Thank you. To the Epps family, in recognition of Johnny Epps' service as the first African-American police officer to serve in the San Bernardino Police Department. It is an honor to bestow this tribute to him during Black History Month for his dedicated efforts to keep our neighborhood safe. On behalf of a grateful community, we thank him for representing the best of our brave local officers. Dated February 21st, 2018. Signed by Assemblymember Mark Steinworth. Captain Hill. Hold on. Appreciate the Epps family taking the time to come out and join with us in this recognition. This time I'd like to invite Councilmember Virginia Marquez to come forward to present Citizen of the Month.
Thank you, Mayor. It is with great pleasure that I present the Citizen of the Month for February 2018. Heather Stepney, are you in the house? Come on up. While she makes her way up here, I'd like to spend a few moments reading her bio because I think it's very important that the community knows what this lady has done in our community, and it's just amazing. Option House Incorporated, located in the first ward of the city, has been providing sanctuary for domestic violence victims since 1977. Over the past 34 years, thousands of victims and their children have relied on Option House for safety and counseling, as well as food and clothing, job skills training, court advocacy, and parenting classes while they work to heal from the devastating effects of past violence in their homes. Our Citizen of the Month, Heather Stepney, has been the Executive Director of Option House for over 4 years, bringing with her over 25 years of experience in nonprofit management in the Inland Empire, with an emphasis on fund development and media relations, as well as having the unique experience of being a domestic violence survivor herself. Since becoming the Executive Director of Option House, Heather has implemented a series of new programs to better enhance and serve this population. Such examples include an improved 24-hour hotline, recently partnering with the California Rehabilitation Center, NORCO, twice weekly, and providing violence prevention classes, gaining access to San Bernardino County Juvenile Hall, and providing a curriculum focusing on anti-bullying. Additionally, Heather has also partnered with local middle and continuation high schools focusing on teen violence prevention and incarceration prevention. Ms. Stepney is currently working on a curriculum relating to anti-human trafficking. In her spare time, Heather enjoys coordinating the infamous Option House annual walkathon, which attracts many walkers and donors to this worthy organization. Heather shares one goal for the city of San Bernardino, quote, to be a strong and healthy community, understanding the sense of pride that comes from contributing to that state of well-being, end of quote. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Heather Stepney as a Citizen of the Month for February 2018. Oh, yes, ma'am. And here is also a certificate from State Senator Mike Morrell, as well as State Assembly Member Mark Steinорth. So, Heather, would you like to say a few words, please?
Thank you. I met with Virginia a little while ago, and she said, "Heather, do you live in San Bernardino?" And I said, well, I spend most of my time here, and your home is where your heart is, right? So this is where my heart is. This is where I need to be. I love being in San Bernardino and helping the people that we do help, and hope that we can continue to do so for some time in the future. And I'd like for those people that are with me today, Carla and William Long, to stand up so that you can also see that we have a good group here that are working hard in our community. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Councilmember Marquez. Next, we'll invite Councilmember Mulvihill, podium.
All the council are, excuse me, are proud and honored to recognize our outstanding students, and I especially, being an educator, am especially proud and honored to be recognizing our outstanding students. And our outstanding student this month is Tina Bowie. Would you like to step up here? And these are your parents behind you, and your brothers, and your... Okay. Tina Bowie was born in Vietnam and came to the United States when she was 1 year old. She attended Roosevelt Elementary School, King Middle School, and is now a senior at San Gregorio High School. She will graduate in June 2018 with a 4.9 grade point average. Tina's father, Vin Bowie, is a construction worker, and her mom, Maria Nguyen, is a stay-at-home mom. She has a 3-year-old sister, Lillian, and 2 brothers, Elvis and Tony. Elvis and Tony? Elvis is in the 8th grade, and Tony is in the 9th grade, also attending San Gregorio High School. Tina is proud to be a role model to them and constantly reminds them how important it is to get a good education, and I'll ratify that as well. Tina is president of the Key Club, and I'm pleased to hear that because I'm a member of the San Bernardino Kiwanis Club. But you're from the Highland Club. Yes, okay. But we're, competition is regardless. She's also captain of the tennis team, as well as plays track and field. As a Key Club member, Tina is very active in the Highland Improvement Team and the Highland YMCA. After the last major hurricane, Tina and others made over 100 blankets and sent them to Puerto Rico. Tina also volunteers at Loma Linda Cancer Center and Totally Kids Rehabilitation Hospital. Tina is a young group leader at Our Lady of Hope Church. Tina's favorite subject is math. She plans to major in neuroscience and become an emergency room doctor. She's already been accepted at the University of California, Berkeley. And are you going to go to Berkeley?
I'm not sure yet.
Okay. My daughter went there, so it's quite a school. She's also semifinalist to the Bill and Melinda Gates Scholarship, so good luck there. And as a little bit of guidance, Tina wants all students to take everything one day at a time, and that's good advice. Focus on what you can control because we endure harder situations than most people do. And so, Tina, I want to present you with the certificate of Student of the Month. And I'd like to The representative from Senator Morell's office, are you still here? Why don't you come on up here? How about you? Because I know the senator would want you to. That one?
Yes.
You want to present that?
Well, Tina, congratulations. I don't know how you have a 4.9 grade point average. I thought 4 was the highest, but that's amazing. So keep doing all the things you do in the community. Keep using the discipline and hard work that you already have. Just take it with you when you go to college. Take it with you when you get your job, and you'll do good in this world. So on behalf of Senator Mike Morell, I have a certificate of recognition, and thanks for having me. Congratulations.
And last but not least, Assemblyman Mark Steinhardt could not be here to make a presentation, so you also have a recognition from Assemblyman Mark Steinhardt. So there. Mom and Dad, Elvis and Tony, get the whole family there.
So I get everybody like in here. Take 1, 2.
Thank you. I would like to thank Council Wolfville and Mayor Davis and Dr. Hill and all the faculty at San Gorgonio High School for all the ways that they have contributed to my achievements directly and indirectly, and for helping me throughout this entire journey. Students like me are first-generation immigrants and or will be the first ones to graduate from our low-income families in this under-resourced area. Sometimes it may feel as if we've had to run a marathon even before reaching the stairs to success, while others have been able to ride up the escalator up. But thanks to our principal, teachers, coaches, and families' underlying devotion to our success, my peers and I have been able to get through thus far and are not done growing yet. And I'd like to end this saying thank you to my parents, my grandpa, and my siblings. I wouldn't be able to get anything done without you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mulvihill. Congratulations. Next, we'll invite the Chamber to come forward for announcements.
Good evening, everyone. I am Gabriela Rubio. I'm from the National Orange Show. I am here on behalf of the San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce to announce some of the events that are coming up in the next couple of weeks. So tomorrow, February 22nd, there will be a grand opening for another new restaurant in San Bernardino. Join us at 11 a.m. for the ribbon cutting of Dickey's Barbecue Pit at 1725 West North Park Boulevard. If you have any questions, call 714-457-9366 for more details. Later that evening, join us at the Chamber of Commerce at 546 West 6th Street at 5 p.m. for our monthly Business After Hours Mixer, hosted this month by Visiting Angels, who will be providing fine hors d'oeuvres and excellent networking opportunities. On Wednesday, February 28th at 7:30 p.m. at the Chamber offices, the featured Coffee Klatch speaker will be Susanna Lopez of Exam Professionals, who will be letting us all know about employment screening. Finally, mark your calendars for Disney's international sensation, the smash Broadway hit musical Beauty and the Beast, which takes the stage at the California Theater of the Performing Arts, 562 West 4th Street, San Bernardino, March 16th through the 18th. Call 885-5152 for more details and times. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the Chamber keeping us up to date and informed. Next, we'll open up the public speaking on items on the agenda. First, we have William Ciosi. William Ciosi. Christine Roman.
Hello. I have a question. With the regulations with the dispensaries, I would like to know how the children will benefit from, I guess, legalizing the dispensaries. How is money going to be allocated for children and dependency on the substance? Secondhand smoke through the schools, how is that going to be addressed? Back in the days, there was a DARE program. Money was allocated to assist children. I'm not pro, I'm not con. I just want to know how the children will benefit because the children will be affected by it. I see the city making money. I see the state making money. I see everybody making money. But my question is, how are we going to help these children? How are we going to help these teachers? And how are we going to help law enforcement regulate and keep us safe? And most of all, the children, which will be our future. Our doctors, our lawyers, our attorneys, our counsel. We need to start protecting them, not just look at the big picture where it's a financial gain for everyone. That's it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Scott Olson. Yes, Scott Olson. You've indicated you also want to speak at the public hearing.
I'm putting the slip for 23 and 26 at the public hearing. I wasn't aware that you were having public comments on the public hearing this early. I thought that was...
This isn't the public hearing. This is on items that are on the agenda other than the public hearing.
No, I only want to speak in the public hearing, and then public
Okay.
comments not on the agenda. Thank you.
Frank Montes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the community. I'm here to speak on the unfair playing field that our small businesses have, not only throughout the state of California, but especially here in San Bernardino, on the cannabis ordinance. I'm dumbfounded that most of the properties of the zoning were already leased and sold before anybody in the community knew where it's going to be. The prices of the properties have gone up, so that means the dispensaries or the growers are going to have to sell their products for more money, which opens up the door for the black market again. I've been in this area for many years, and I still don't understand how this group here that represents our community, especially our small businesses, doesn't have a level playing field for our small business or our community around the Inland Empire. The ordinance says that you guys are putting in place for these dispensaries are geared for big corporations. They're not here to help the community or the small businesses. And I would like this group to remember who they represent. They represent this community. They represent the small businesses in this community. And Mayor, I can stop if you need some time, Mayor. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And let me go back. I'm also the chairman of the board for the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, which represents over 850,000 Latino businesses in the state of California. We have been working statewide on a lot of these ordinances, and San Bernardino is not the only one that gives priority to these large corporations. I understand that there's a permit that was already given out. I just don't understand it, how these people get the permits before anybody in the community even knows. I would like this group to consider, when they're giving out these permits, to give priority to our small businesses, because all these corporations do not live in our community. They don't understand our community. I give preference to the people that live in this area and represent this area, because at the end of the day, those are the people that are going to impact and improve the living of everyone in this city. So all of you here ask that question: how is it that no small business has a permit? Nobody in this community that's low income is going to have an opportunity. The ordinances that they're putting in place are going to keep the small businesses away. This is nothing but a game for big corporations, and I can tell you that I am watching, and so are the rest of the state. Thank you.
Shirley Harlan, which item, I'm not sure which one you wanted to speak on.
44, 2018-44.
Which item is that?
It's on the commission.
It's on the commission?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to do the others first.
No, this is the time for you.
Okay.
I'll try to be focused. I prepared a written response supported by the other senior commissioners for your last meeting, and I don't know if you received it or read it, because when you receive things from the public, when we're not here present, they're just given to you. They're not read. Let's see, It is understandable that the city is trying to manage staff effectively, and when adding up their hours, it appears that one department, rather than multiple, would reduce expenses. From our vantage point, the money saved does not add up to the loss of community involvement. And we did at that point indicate that considering a General Citizens Advisory Commission is suggested, and I know you did that for the Arts Commission, and that was one of the paragraphs that I sent in last time. I support the continuation of the seniors, I support the continuation of the senior special input to council and mayor. The senior population is expected to increase with boomers and millennials. It is possible that this city will have more than majority living in the city in the future. At present, we are not prepared for their aging needs. The present structure gives the impression that seniors are not valued. And the reason I'm saying that is it's not in your present, there's not the word senior in your present suggestion for change. My concern is that the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services is the name of the department, and using the same name for the commission eliminates senior emphasis, needs, and concerns. The structure is the same as we have now, except that 8 persons will be reduced, giving their input from the public. Ideas sometimes can align, I will say, with the park's function. For example, promoting intergenerational concerns, which the Senior Commission has always been supportive of. There are many elders raising children in our community, so it would seem that there is a strong relationship with the Parks Commission. But what's missing is the details of the implementation. And Henry has always indicated to me that you got to look at the details to see if it's going to be beneficial. Let's see my input here. I'm doing input from what I sent you and what I'm saying today. I strongly suggest that we brainstorm a different name. In reflecting on this, in the Park Department, I suggest that one staff person could oversee both commissions, bring them together when their projects relate, and allow these unrelated projects to retain their function and attention. I request...
Ms. Harlan, your time.
I know, I just have one short paragraph. Mayor, may I add it, please?
How long do you think that's going to take?
For one sentence? I request a delay in your decision until details of implementation and change of name is brainstormed. One that was quickly suggested was Parks and Seniors Commission, which is pretty obvious but not very creative.
Thank you.
Yeah, who's talking to me? I can't see who.
Mr. Montez and Christine Roman, I called you out of order. I apologize. The public hearing has not started yet, so you'll have that opportunity during that time to come forward. And next we'll hear from Robert Porter.
So Mayor, Council, good people, I love this. This is great stuff. Look at this team, man. They should all get a round of applause. Thank you for showing up. All right, I'd like to say that we're getting into the oil and gas business. Woo! Black gold, Texas tea. And what I really like about this is that we have a little guts, right? We're going for the lease instead of just trying to sell it right off. Receiving it as a gift, unfortunately, because someone passed away, is an interesting addition to the police department's money and into the city. You know, it's all kind of our money a little bit. I hope it will be used wisely, and I like that we're being progressive, right? Thinking, well, this is not sell it. Maybe we can make more money by doing this 6 years and the next 6 years possibly, right? Okay, cool. So why can't we be progressive on other things? Why can't we take that risk? You know, take risks on other things. But before we do this gas and oil drilling things, have we taken into consideration how much? Well, see, when you take oil, you can refine it into gasoline. And gasoline powers cars. And guess what? Cars kill so many people in the United States. I mean, it's tragic. It really is. You should look at the statistics. Terrible. So should we have a committee just to make sure we're doing the right thing here? Because we don't want to fund something that could kill so many people. It just ruins families and lives. I'm sounding a little absurd, aren't I? Well, that's how it sounds when you guys talk that way about cannabis. Thank you very much.
Carmel Rowe. Carmel Rowe. Jim Smith.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and public. It's great to see all these new faces out tonight. They're our future of San Bernardino, and I think that's really commendable. It's a matter of getting involved to make this a better city, and we're taking great process and progress through the city manager's office and the new city charter to move this forward, and I want to congratulate everyone. Specifically, I wanted to congratulate the council for preserving the Historical Preservation Commission. I realize we're going to be merged into the Fine Arts Commission, create a cultural commission, which I think is very logical. And I just wanted to thank everyone for your vote that you had at the last council meeting. Although it wasn't unanimous, I think there's overwhelming support of preserving the history here in San Bernardino. And I look forward for the final decision merging the Fine Arts and the Historical Preservation Commission into one cultural commission that would be a benefit to the city of San Bernardino. So I look forward to March the 7th, when that final decision was made. Just to clarify, all this information in the agenda said that they're going to do away with the Historical Preservation Commission. Well, that's true, but it is going to be alive with a cultural commission. And I want to thank the mayor personally and the council people that supported his idea to keep history as a strong part of the city of San Bernardino. Thank you.
Thank you. Roxanne Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council staff, and members. It is so great to see so many people here tonight. We understand that public input is absolutely important, so it's good. Keep showing up, because when you show up, sometimes you got to show out. And I'm going to tell you right now, you better keep watching the City Council. I'm here to talk about the commissions. I was the former chair of the Parks and Recs Commission. And what I'm seeing right now with the repeal of this commission is they're trying to stifle your voice right now. What do you have to hide? You're going to try to now collapse the senior commission as if there weren't a lot of senior citizens in the city who need a public voice. Our commissions are purposely put there so that you, the public, have a voice. If we only have a voice of the public to vote every 2 or 4 years, that's not enough. That's why we have commissions, so you can come and talk about the issues in our parks. Have you seen Second Lake? Do you think that we need to reduce and collapse the number of commissioners? If anything, we need more time, more input from the public. Don't take away our public voice. I'm against this. I've said that repeatedly. I'm going to say it again publicly. What's going to happen when your commissions that were 3 or 2 separate commissions are collapsed into one, whereas you had over a dozen voices now or only 7 or 8? Should a person who is a Parks and Recs and Community Service Commission now have to be the voice for the senior citizens as well? Your Fine Arts Commission now has to represent the Historical Preservation Commission and all those voices as well? What was the purpose of the commissions? Why were they created? To enlarge the voice of the people. So I think you need to figure out what is the actual problem. Your staff are paid to run the commissions. That's their job. And we as commissioners, we did it as volunteers for free. So I don't want to hear your whining. Staff, do your job. You're paid to do that. Voice, I'm going to tell you, public, keep watching this city council, because I feel they're cloaking themselves right now. And you know what happened when they started hiding. What happened, bankruptcy. You better watch. You better watch. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk has received a number of requests. Are these for public comments on agenda items or items not on the agenda? Thank you. We'll now ask the council for any items they wish to pull from the agenda. Councilor Mulvihill?
I have none, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilmember Nichol?
A few questions on 8, 10, and number 13.
8, 10, and 13?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
None tonight.
Councilmember Barrios?
None, sir.
Councilmember Marquez?
None, Mayor, but I do want to make a comment that is bothering me right now. One of the speakers addressed my city staff as whiners. They are not whiners. They are probably some of the most hardest working people that I have ever met, and I'm very proud to be working with them.
Thank you.
Move the balance.
Move the balance.
We have a motion to move the balance. We have a second.
On the consent calendar, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and the item passes 6-0 with Mr. Charette gone.
Thank you. Item number 8 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, authorizing a revision to the original Home Investment Partnership Program, the HOME Program, the loan agreement with Housing Partners One, to implement the conventional construction, aka wood frame construction, housing component of the infill housing program. Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, a couple questions from constituents. Exactly how many homes are we anticipating will be constructed using these funds?
There would be 3.
3 homes.
Correct.
Okay, 3 total homes. Again, the agenda item packet page 107, third paragraph says the properties to be developed will be primarily properties owned by the city, but might include one or more properties currently owned by third parties, should a larger, more cohesive development be more beneficial. We've got 3 homes being built, 1 or more properties potentially will be acquired using these funds, or will otherwise be used to build these homes. And my understanding is the home funds have been converted from a loan to a grant, correct? So once the funds are spent, they're gone.
That's correct. So just for clarification, actually, we have selected the lots. So that actually part of the agreement or the staff report is really not valid in this instant. Anthony Perez is here from HP1. He's the nonprofit partner to the Housing Authority, and they have already selected the lots, and I believe they're all in the same street as well.
Are they city-owned?
Correct.
They're all city-owned?
Yes.
Okay, very good. That was the only question I have. I will move to approve.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Any further discussion?
On item number 8, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. The next item pulled was item number 10. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino, California, authorizing the city manager or her designee to accept California Board of State and Community Corrections, California Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Program funds to support the implementation of the San Bernardino Violence Intervention Program. Councilmember Nichol?
Yes, and I support this program, and thank you for the application. I think this is going to be tremendously beneficial. The question was posed to me regarding, as pertains to this particular grant program, I understand these funds will be folded into the ceasefire program, the other intervention and other community policing programs that we will be engaging in. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They actually, yes and no. Remember, this program is managed as part of the city manager's office, working very closely with the police department. So the funds will be utilized specifically for the intervention activities related to specific individuals.
Right. And the question was posed to me, will there be, reading through the application, I understand the engagement process. Is there a public input component where members of the public have an opportunity to be engaged in this process as well, and what is that process specifically?
I'll allow David to kind of address this, but I want to make kind of a general comment first. Remember, part of this program is really, we've had the police department and California Partnerships, the agency that we've engaged to assist us. They've run successful programs, different names, but successful programs in other parts of the country. Each program is slightly unique in terms of the data, and so we spent a considerable amount of time looking at the crime data in San Bernardino, specifically our violent crimes, our homicides. And so we spent countless hours interviewing officers that responded, people in the community that were affected, really looking at what were the root causes of that, or at least trying to identify those to the best of our ability. So certainly we will be asking for public input. We've, in fact, started that discussion with the Measure Z group because, one of their goals was to develop intervention and prevention efforts. But ultimately, the effect that we have or the program that we develop for that individual is really very private because it's based on the family's needs, that individual's personal needs. So while we will engage the public broadly in discussions about this program, what its effectiveness is, the services that we provide to that particular individual or family will be very private, and because of it may involve some health issues, may involve some employment issues, criminal backgrounds, or maybe convictions for things. And so again, that will be a very private process that our outreach workers, and the goal is to develop a level of trust so that people trust that we're going to be able to provide services to them that meet their needs. We would violate that trust if we were exposing some of that part of the program to the public.
Yeah, and I think the biggest question was to ensure that we have some sense that we've met the performance goals, that the funds are actually being used in a very productive way in achieving the objectives of the grant. If not for a public process, obviously there might be some other mechanisms for us to gauge performance. I think we all understand that we have some very serious challenges, and we want to make sure that every dollar that we're spending is really going to address the challenges that are confronted by our residents in our neighborhoods.
This agency will also be constantly monitoring what we're using the funds on, so we will have regular reports going to them as well, and they will audit the use of our funds.
Okay. I'll second it.
Excellent report, David. Thank you.
On item 10, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Nichol, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 13, recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, authorizing the Director of Finance to issue a purchase order to Moss Brothers Dodge for the purchase of two 2018 Dodge Ram ProMaster vehicles. Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, well, the question was just brought up. Obviously the request was for a Dodge, and the two quotes were received from Fairview Ford, which I guess they can sell Dodge. I guess they're allowed to sell Dodge. And then, of course, Moss Brothers, and the concern was just raised to me, did we really, what are the guideposts for procurement like this? Obviously, I'm glad we're using a local vendor. I'm glad it's going to local business. But obviously there were some state funds that I understand are part of the overall allocation of funds for this procurement. So just provide some assurance that we're following the guidelines, and that, having only one responsive quote from the only Dodge dealer in town is...
So I can't speak as to why the only Dodge quote we received was from the one in town. That's a finance and the way that they do their bid process. I can tell you the reason we went to Dodge in this particular case is because we asked staff to specifically go out there and look for an alternative to what they were currently driving. And so the staff that was actually going to drive those vehicles looked at the Mercedes product, the Ford product, the Dodge product, everything that was out there on the market, and at the end of the day, they chose this one. They drove it. It had a lower entry point by which they could step into it. They could stand up. It would hold all their equipment. It's far more efficient than what they drive right now, and it simply was their choice.
Okay, I'll move to approve. Thank you.
With a comment.
Any further comment? Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you. I'm just glad, Chief, that we're utilizing other brands in our fleet, and this is a good option. Is there the ambition of the department to possibly switch out to Dodge or other vehicles, or is this just a pilot test?
Well, this is a specialty vehicle that our forensic techs use, and it's loaded up with their equipment. We have been Ford customers for a long time in our patrol fleet, but there has been a shift. For a long time, Ford has dominated the fleet industry when it comes to police vehicles. There has been a shift in recent years. California Air Patrol this year went to the Dodge product. I anticipate that in the next budget year, we will probably look at everything across the board again. There's a lot of factors that goes into this, though. You put officers in a different car, there's potentially a training curve. There's, of course, the maintenance issues, and can the yards adapt what they do to accommodate a different type of vehicle? So there's different dynamics that go into place, but we do intend in the future to potentially look at the Dodge product as well as the Ford for
Very good.
patrol fleet as well.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
No further comments? Please cast your votes.
On item 13, the motion was made by Mr. Nichol, the second by Mr. Valdivia, and the item passes 6-0.
Next is item number 17. This is a staff report related to the charter implementation and changes to the City of San Bernardino's boards, commissions, and citizens advisory committees.
As the ladies are moving their papers around, I would just note that we've now started, for ease of discussion, we've started noting these. This is part 3. It's like a bad mini-series, and there will be other sequels to it. We're hoping that the main players continue, but again, so we can identify this. Remember, we had the work plan, and we're trying to tie this back to the work plan that the council adopted, although we did have to break the work plan up into some additional measurable tasks because of the volume of work that's been required.
Thank you.
Ladies?
Mayor, member of the council, member of the public, thank you for letting us speak this evening. As the city manager had indicated, this is part 3 of probably a 5 or 6 part series that you're going to be considering in terms of changes in evaluating your existing citizen advisory boards and commissions. The items specifically that you're going to be considering this evening include a change in the scope of responsibility assigned to the Animal Control Commission. We do recommend, given that you have a full-service animal shelter, that you have an advisory body that addresses specific animal control issues. Again, as we discussed at our last council meeting, we are recommending anything that is not required as part of the charter or law would be pulled out of your municipal code. So in this case, there is a change to the municipal code where we're removing that commission from the code and establishing it via resolution. So that's one of the items to be considered tonight. You will also be considering a change in your Police and Human Relations Commission, possibly evaluating the consolidation of the Human Relations and Board of Police Commissioners under a Public Safety and Human Relations Commission. Many of the functions of the Human Relations Commission are governed by state and federal law, and in some cases, the scope of responsibility assigned to the Commission intersects with the responsibilities of the Board of Police Commissioners. And this has resulted in your Human Relations Commission has not met in several years, but we do think that there is value to having an advisory body that addresses those particular issues. Thus, we're bringing before you a consolidation of those 2 commissions. As part of that change, we're also recommending that you evaluate a change in the operator permit process and the types of business that would require the owner-operator to go through a full background process and change the appeal process associated with that. So those appeals are initially, the applications are reviewed by the police chief. Appeals under this change would go before the city manager, given the type of issues that are being evaluated in terms of somebody's personnel background. And so that's one of the changes that you'll be considering. The current provisions do require anybody that sells drive-in dairies, single-room occupancy facilities, as well as those selling food vendors. So any type of restaurant has to go through this process right now, which is a very arduous process, very time-consuming for businesses and not business-friendly. Thus, we're recommending that you consolidate that and only require that background process for those that are in the business of hotels and motels at present. So that's one of the changes before you this evening. With respect to the Planning Commission, at our last council meeting, we discussed concerns in particular types of boards and commission actions, the quorum requirements, and so we are bringing back before you a change to the Planning Commission that would require proposed amendments to the municipal code
would be voting requirements for the Planning Commission stipulating that recommendations for approval for the general plan amendment, as well as amendments to the municipal code be made by an affirmative vote of not less than a majority of the Planning Commission. So that's one of the changes that you're considering this evening. We also are bringing back before you a resolution that would establish the Parks, Recreation, and Community Affairs Commission, which is a consolidation of the Parks and Recreation and Senior Affairs Commissions that you currently have. So merging two commissions into a single commission. And then the last item that you're considering this evening is a consolidation of the Board of Building Commissioners and the Handicap Accessibility Appeals Board. At our last meeting, you actually approved that consolidation. We're bringing back this item for a first reading, as we wanted to make sure that all of these advisory bodies are consistent in terms of appointment. And so the ordinance has been updated to include a provision for a 4-year term of office for your board and Accessibility Appeals Board. So those are, in summary, the items that you're evaluating this evening. Would be happy to answer any specific questions that you have. And as it had been mentioned, we will have a Part 4 that will be coming back for you on March 7th.
And maybe, Rebecca, just before you finish your presentation, if you could talk about, there's been a proposed expansion to the Police Commission and the Human Relations Commission to kind of expand their scope of responsibility.
Yes, so the Human Relations Commission the newly established, if you approve it, Public Safety and Human Relations Commission will have a broader scope of responsibility than what specifically either the Human Relations Commission or the Police Commission has. They'll be able to evaluate such issues that pertain to code enforcement concerns, traffic safety type issues could be brought before them, school safety issues. So it does kind of broaden their scope, and I think that it adds value in terms of being able to provide citizen input on all of those various issues and having a specific body designated for that purpose.
Thank you. Any comments? Councilman Nickel?
Well, a couple of questions were posed to me, particularly as pertains to the Building Commission, but I assume that the existing building commissioners what will be the disposition of those commissioners once this occurs? I assume we'll do more or less a reformation of each of these commissions and go through a new appointment process and incorporate the qualifications required under each.
And because it will be suggested, and I really think critical, that you sit down with the people that you've appointed to the various commissions, talk to them, find out what their interests are, what their backgrounds are, and then begin to identify people based on the changes, like, for instance, as Rebecca just mentioned, the Police Commission's scope and area of responsibility has been broadened. So you may want to consider someone for that commission that has some traffic safety experience, maybe experience working in a major traffic safety organization like a Caltrans or an SBCTA, maybe retired from there. So again, it gives you a chance to talk to them and determine what their interests are and how that aligns with the various commissions, and maybe make some changes, move some people around. So it gives them a huge opportunity for you to talk to them and then recommend reappointment.
So if I could add, we've got a couple of different things that will be considered. The Board of Building Commissioners, or the Building and Accessibility Appeals Board, that's going from what is currently the Board of Building Commissioners, which is a 9-member body, to a 5-member body, and it's going to be an at-large appointment. There are very specific requirements for the Handicap Accessibility Appeals Board process, as well as Board of Building Commissioners in terms of qualification requirements. So that is a very specific change. The resolution establishing your Human Relations and or the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission right now reads that you would carry over your police commissioners, would transition and be placed as the appointed members of your newly established commission. If you wanted us to change that so that it was a clean slate and you appoint members to each of these bodies, we could make that adjustment in the specific resolution for your Public Safety and Human Relations Commission, if that's something that you would like to consider. And remember, you always, as the appointing body for these commissions, can designate a new member to serve at any point in time. That is within your authority to do that. So,
yeah, well, I guess it gets back to the bottom line issue that we're dealing with here, which is to improve both the efficiency and effectiveness of the commission structure. And going from 23 to 14, I think, is reasonable. I'll be honest, I couldn't understand what the role of each was of these 23 because there was so much potential overlap in jurisdiction. So I appreciate the work you've done. You've put a lot of time and effort and thought into this, and I do appreciate the comments that we received from the public. And I think the bottom line of this is not to eliminate citizen input, but to ensure that we have optimal mechanisms to get that input so that we can actually act upon some of these recommendations and move the business of our community forward in a way that's really responsive to the needs of the community. But I think to the issue of reappointing, I know we had conversation about the other aspect of this is to ensure we really get good qualified individuals that serve on these commissions that are subject to some criteria in terms of their experience, their expertise, what they bring in terms of the credentials that allow them to serve. So I am a little concerned that if we just carry over without really considering that need to really kind of do a refresh on what we do in our commissions, I'll be honest, I think I'm happy with my commissioners. I think they're good people and qualified, but I'll be honest, I think after all this is said and done, I think I'm going to take a step back and consult with my constituents and say, in each one of these, which do you think is most appropriate? So,
and especially because in some cases we've actually expanded their scope of responsibility. So, we really are encouraging input in areas that we've never sought input in.
Right.
So while we're reducing the sheer number of commissions, in many respects, we're asking for input on subject areas that we've never really asked
right.
for.
And I think that gets to the point of some of the comments I've received from our senior affairs commissioners that, if we're going to really change the structure of this commission, let's make sure we've got some seniors on there. And because, but for us having that input from that community, we run the risk of not having that perspective that we really need as part of this overall consolidation process. So I think maybe we can reach some middle ground on this. I think the voices that I've heard from our senior community, there is a concern but for us ensuring that we do have some senior voices on that commission, they may not have the level of service that they really deserve. So I assume there's a way we might be able to incorporate that either. I don't want to muddy the waters on the work you've done. I think you've done a great job, but I want to make it clear to our seniors that at least this councilman is absolutely committed to ensuring that we've got diversity on that commission to ensure you're represented. So you have my word, and certainly if there's any way we could maybe incorporate some type of language, because I know some of these commissions, the appeals board, obviously there needs to be certain type, or building and handicap appeals, there needs to be certain qualified individuals. I want to make sure that on that Parks and Community Services Commission that we also have the voice of our seniors represented.
We can certainly make the shift so that there's an affirmative action on your part once these are fully, once all the changes have been made, that you have a chance to revisit those.
Okay. I just want to give our assurance to our seniors, we got you. We got you covered. Thank you. I'll move to approve.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Your Honor. A comment and a question, and I agree wholeheartedly with Mayor Pro Tem. The diversity, I think, is really important, but also showing up. That's hugely important because if we appoint individuals to these commissions, it is our expectation that you will volunteer and you will accept it graciously. And that's an item that I find that's frustrating. Some quorums are not even met because people just don't show up at the last minute. And it does require a lot of staff time. But I do have a specific question, Rebecca, regarding the Municipal Code Chapter 2.22, establishing quorum and voting requirements on the Planning Commission. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I just need some clarification on that.
So this was the item that was discussed at our last meeting. The Board of Building Commissioners, this is their adopted bylaws and the provisions that they the Planning Commission that they follow. And so we incorporated that language to ensure that within the municipal code it explicitly said for those matters that would involve any type of recommended change in your municipal code recommendations, that it would require a majority vote of your commission, so not just a majority vote of the quorum present. And so we made that change so that you know that the recommendations coming to you for those significant items coming from the Planning Commission are representative of a majority of the Planning Commission, not just a majority of the quorum.
I see. So this is kind of like the revised version then, to include that specific language.
It is. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Barrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want the public to know that not every council member up here is supporting this, and that I know that consolidation for some of them may be a good fit, because there are a lot of commissions out there that aren't regularly attended or that are kind of maybe outdated, and but there are some commissions out there that are doing their job, that should stay intact and stay their whole entity as a whole, such as the Parks and Recs, the Fine Arts, the Senior Affairs, and the Planning Commission. Those, I don't think we should consolidate with any of them, with anything. They should stay independent. I know the majority of the council is not on board with that, but I just want to make a comment stating that, not everybody feels that all of these commissions should be combined into one, because there is going to be some loss. I'll be ready to undo what we're doing here later. And that is all I got, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes, just to follow up on what Mayor Pro Tem Nichols asked to assure that we have the diversity, the right people appointed to committees, whether it's the Parks and Recreation or it's the Planning Commission and so forth. Keep in mind that we vote. I mean, it's not as though we necessarily have to just vote positively for anybody that's proposed. For example, my planning commissioner tonight, he's a licensed contractor. He's been in business for a long period of time. He can read a plat map and so forth. And so the point is that we vote on all these. And so, when as time goes on and we're appointing people to various commissions, I think it's up to the councilman who's proposing an individual state what the qualifications happen to be. And I don't think that that's imposing on the privacy of the individual. I think it's just, you're not going to accept someone for a job application, sight unseen. And so I think it's really built into the program that we have now, that we in fact vote on each one. Thank you.
City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, we could, if the council would like us to, come up with almost an application form that we request that people fill out. Good. And he has a model. We can use that and then identify some from other cities. But that would then encourage or at least prompt people to think about what are the skills and abilities that they have that make them uniquely qualified for this particular commission. So we can come up with something that kind of helps guide them as they're making their suggestions or their requests to you for appointment.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Barlow, I have a couple of questions, or Ms. Kramer. Attachment number 3, which is an ordinance amending 6.14 administrative citations. I do have questions regarding it. As I understand it, packet page 462 outlines some of the changes that are being proposed. So the administrative citations, can you walk me through what are the major changes there, again, on packet page 462? And also, it doesn't necessarily outline provisions of penalties. It simply does what?
Okay. The ordinance for 6.14 provides for an alternative method of enforcement and an alternative appeal process. Right now, the appeals go to Animal Control Commission. What we are doing for certain of these is to take them to a hearing officer. And then there was a recent change in the government code. It's not terribly significant, but it does provide for an alternative method of seeking appeal. So what we did in this particular one is you'd already adopted the administrative citation program. This is a restatement of some of the code.
So to be clear, on packet page 462,
right,
the amending chapter of 6.14 has strictly and solely to do with animal control citations?
Administrative citations for, yeah, I think it does. Yes, it's all for animal control.
Where does it say animal control?
These sections
are all
related to animal control. Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And then moving on to question on attachment number 8, which is amending Municipal Code 5.82 operator permit. As I understand it, does this have anything to do with food, or is this just alcohol sales, ABC type beverages? And what specifically does this delete from or amend the chapter?
I can touch on that really quickly. At the recommendation of staff, a number of items were deleted, including the single-room occupancy, drive-through dairies, facilities that serve food, and there were ABC on sale, all of which are covered by other regulatory schemes. And so in consultation with staff, police department, and community development, it was felt that this needed to be or could be easily narrowed to motel and hotel, again, in part to encourage a business-friendly environment and to recognize that there's already heavy regulation in place for all those other uses.
Does this somehow address illegal vending on sidewalks or public right-of-way?
It does not.
Is there a municipal code or a chapter that would outline those provisions?
I believe there is.
Yeah, it's in Chapter 5.04.
And this does not somehow take away from the effect of 5.24?
Not at all.
No, sir.
Not at all.
Is this specifically only to hotels and motels?
It is, the proposed amendment would make it only to hotels and motels.
And
the original section only covered hotels, motels, single-room occupancy, drive-through dairies, food service, and alcohol.
What's different from a single-room occupancy versus a hotel motel?
A single-room occupancy
Is that board and care, board type
No, it's intended, it's often a conversion of a motel to a place where it's designed for the occupancy of one or two persons at most, and they don't have a full kitchen.
Okay.
That's mainly what it is.
And so what happens to a hotel or a motel that has a restaurant or is proposing to have a restaurant? Does this somehow adversely affect their operation to provide food, beverage, and catering services for those hotels, motels?
No, they would still have to get the entitlements and follow all of the health rules and so on in order to do that.
All right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilmember Richard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to start by thanking the staff for all the hard work that you guys have done on this. And I also want to talk to the community. You know, in order for San Bernardino to continue to soar in the right direction, it's going to take some change. And we cannot always be resistant to change. And I know it's hard, and you know, I'm just listening to a lot of the comments tonight. Nothing is set in stone. We're going to try, we're going to keep doing this until we get it right. If it doesn't work the first time, there's always avenues that we can do something different. But let's stop being resistant to change, and let's continue to move the city forward. After saying that, you know, I was a strong proponent on continuing on with the Police Commission and the Human Relations Commission, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I do not want the people just to roll into the commissioners to roll in, and I think that we need to start the process over. and vet everybody out realistically and try to get everybody in the right positions.
Yeah, what we've provided for in all of these resolutions is essentially that the current members, with one or two exceptions, of the existing will step into that place until they are replaced through that process. So all you need to do is give direction to staff to advertise for vacancies and reappointments and to solicit those applications.
And part of that was we just didn't want to find a situation where we needed something to be reviewed by a commission and we didn't have a quorum, which is what we face with some of our commissions now. And just since I have the floor, and to go to Councilmember Marquez's comment, we are also conscious of the fact that these commissioners are coming to a public meeting and they're giving up their time. And when we don't have a quorum and we don't know that, in order to be able to tell them, so they're coming and wasting their time, and we're concerned about that. So we're trying to create a system where we always have a quorum when we need one. We can have them conduct the business, make good recommendations to you, and so we provided for that so there'd be some continuity with the proviso that we would bring that back to you and you'd have a chance to make changes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussions? We have a motion to move this forward. We don't need to take action on this.
Introduced for first reading, the ordinance, items 1 through, we'd move recommended items 1 through 6. Yes, sir.
I'll revise my motion to reflect the staff recommendation.
Thank you. We have a second? We have a second. Please cast your votes.
On item 17, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Nickel, the second by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes 5-1 with Mr. Barrios voting no.
Thank you. We do appreciate
I need to also indicate, Mr. Valdivia, it was 4-2 with Mr. Barrios and Mr. Valdivia voting no.
Thank you. I believe the comments related to the desire to make sure that the representation for the entire community is well taken. I think that if you look at across many of our commissions, we have a number of seniors that are probably throughout all of those commissions. So our seniors are playing a very important role, and we appreciate the impact that you've had because you come with a lot of experience. So thank you very much. Next is item 18, charter implementation and personnel system business registration.
So you only thought you were getting away from hearing from us again tonight. So the next item before you again is following in line with our charter implementation process. As part of the adopted budget for this fiscal year, you approved the move of the budgetary dollars for business registration, and the Treasury Department folded into the Finance Department. But the secondary piece of that is actually moving forward with both the municipal code changes and the changes to job classifications that will result from this shift. And that's the item that you have before you for consideration this evening. Just to kind of give you a quick overview, the new charter does not include a provision for the city treasurer. So the current sitting treasurer will continue in his elected office until the end of his term of office. But the personnel that are a part of that department, we are proposing are shifted under the Finance Department in terms of alignment of their functions and scope of responsibility. The secondary piece is the scope of responsibility in your new charter that was adopted does not include the functions of business registration as part of the scope of responsibility for the city clerk. So with those changes, we are proposing to actually shift those two functions under your Finance Department as had been previously discussed. This, again, will require a realignment of job reclassifications, moving the personnel that are currently in unclassified positions within the city clerk's office under the finance department into classified positions. So you will be considering a reclassification of 6 employees and the job classifications in which they fill as part of that process. As I'd mentioned, the operating expenses associated with this transfer were already included in the adopted fiscal year budget, so it will not have any budgetary impact in terms of making this shift this evening. The other item that you'll be considering is the incorporation of a definition of classified and unclassified service. Unclassified service is at-will employment versus classified employment. That was previously defined in the former city charter, so we are proposing that the municipal code be updated to include that definition. So that's the other item that you're considering, in addition to the reclassification of personnel and shifting those under your finance department. And I'd be happy to answer any specific questions that you have relative to this shift and why we're making the changes that are being presented.
Councilman Mulvihill.
Yes, Rebecca. City treasurer's responsibilities are being shifted to the finance department.
Yes, they will be.
What is the city treasurer going to be doing?
The city treasurer will continue in his current function, continuing the same role that he has.
What does that entail? If you know, again, my impression is that he's become a lame duck, and we're sort of waiting for his term of office to come out. I've forgotten what he looks like. What does he still have? I guess he has a desk someplace.
He does have a desk, but most of the treasury functions have been moved. However, he still ultimately is responsible for all our investments and things until that term of office expires.
Okay, I was just kind of, again, with all the responsibility shifting, it just seems that it's, I guess I'm concerned, given I'm not quite sure what kind of a payroll he has.
I don't have it in front of me.
But if again, all his responsibilities are being shifted to finance, and he's a lame duck. It just seems to me a question that we should be asking.
We attempted to deal with the charter provisions, though, that said that the treasury functions would move from the city treasurer's office to the finance department, and then business registration is moving from the city clerk's office to our finance department. So we're dealing with the charter implementation, but the charter also does indicate that those positions will remain in their elected capacity until the expiration of their term.
I see. Is his term of office up this year?
I apologize. I believe it's 2020
Really?
or 2019.
March 2020.
March 2020.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. The question I have is related to the comments made on packet page 507 regarding about 2 paragraphs enumerated in seven subsections there. Why is the, according to the floor motion, is introduced the reading and Human Resources Department to establish a personnel system? Why the need for it, and why spell out those specific variations enumerated in seven ways? Are those bargaining units, or are those, can you explain that?
Yeah, the old charter actually called out in the charter what the classified personnel were and what the unclassified personnel were. There was nothing in the code that addressed that. So what you had was the old charter, and you had job descriptions. What we needed to do, because the old charter is no longer, is to actually establish those classifications via ordinance so that you have a structure that you can build on in terms of how you deal with the labor organizations and so on. So that's what the purpose is.
So, as I read it, number 1, elected officials, that'll be one entire unit dealt with benefits and all sorts of
elected officials will be unclassified as they are now.
And
they cannot be treated as classified employees.
They cannot be treated as classified employees, and these aren't necessarily bargaining units. We just delineated the types of employees that would be listed in that unclassified service. So it's not necessarily, for instance, the city manager is not in a bargaining unit. We're just identifying what are those classes, and we broke them into 7 categories just so you can kind of get a sense. Each category is kind of...
And the need was to clearly define what those unclassified positions were.
Unclassified and classified, that's correct.
Because
Otherwise,
there
you
was-
don't have a personnel system, and the new ordinance required that be set up.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I mean, new charter.
Any further discussion? Not, please cast your votes.
Did we have a motion in a second? I didn't hear a motion in a second.
On item 18, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Ms. Marquez, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you all. See you next
Thank you.
time.
Next, we have item number 19. Do you want to take 19, 2021 altogether? This is a report by Councilman Nickel regarding his attendance at the League of California Cities Transportation, Communication, Public Works Policy Committee meeting, also the Las Vegas EB5 and Global Investment Immigration Convention that he attended, and also the 2018 International Economic Development Council, the Leadership Summit, consisting of items number 19 through items number 21. Councilman Nickel?
Just wanted to give an update on all the members of the dais should have this handout. It's titled The Transportation, Communication, and Public Works Policy Committee Highlights. This gives an overview of our committee meeting of January 18. I was appointed to this policy committee on the League of California Cities. Prior to the committee meeting, there was a general session of all committee members in which we received a state budget and issues briefing. This is really an opportunity for representatives of our California cities to get a good sense of what's in the pipeline in terms of upcoming legislation and items of interest that we should probably start paying attention to at the local level. Just a couple items to bring to the attention of the council and the public. At the bottom of the page, there is currently there's discussions taking place in the legislature on a measure that could possibly apply both prospectively and retroactively joint and several liability on agencies, including cities, who have entered into a JPA agreement for all retirement-related liabilities for any public retirement system, regardless of whether it is CalPERS or a county retirement system. Specifically, what that would mean, that any JPA that the city is part of, for instance, the JPA we have for the airport and other, obviously, SBCTA, the city could be held joint and severally liable for those pension obligations should this legislation move forward. So this is something that we need to consider. Obviously, we've been through a rather agonizing process of trying to reconcile our own pension obligations here in the city, but now to compound that with the potential of perhaps being liable for the pension obligations of these other joint powers authorities that we may be a member of is also a concern that we should be aware of and monitoring. In addition, there was a briefing on the SB1 legislation, that is the additional tax on gas and diesel fuel, as well as electric vehicles and the vehicle registration. There are currently a number of initiatives underway in the state to potentially repeal that legislation. One in particular has gained some significant momentum and gained significant signatures. So our briefing included an understanding of what that might mean and how long it would take to perhaps construct an alternative bill should that be repealed, perhaps as early as June, during the June election. So, again, something for us to watch, and certainly this will have an impact on funding available for our infrastructure projects and public works projects. Additionally, there was an update on the veto of SB 649. We had conversation in the council on this. This was related to the small cell technology and basically the imposition upon cities to require the installation of these small cell transmitters in the city and basically relinquishing local control. Fortunately, the governor did veto that legislation. However, there are conversations underway, and the League will be engaged in the legislature and elsewhere to prepare a revision to that legislation that would ensure more local control and ensure that some of the concerns that were expressed during that process are integrated into any potential new legislation. Also, there is pending legislation, SB 827, which would exist certain housing projects from locally developed and adopted height limitations, densities, parking requirements, and design review standards. Member cities are strongly encouraged to submit an opposition letter to this legislation. Also, just some other issues that are being bounced around. There was a discussion of the importance for cities to engage in discussions about pending or potential organic waste recycling regulations, disaster relief and wildfire response legislation, as well as offshore drilling and clean drinking water legislation that's currently under consideration. As relates to the provisions of Proposition 57, which provides for expanded parole considerations and increased rehabilitation programming for nonviolent offenders, there is a ballot initiative being sponsored by the police chiefs and the Grocers Association seeking to amend that list of violent offenses. And I think that is something that we should also look at, perhaps supporting and showing that we affirm that position. The committee did meet. We had a number of items that we discussed, including strategic goals for this year, which will include continuing to address the public safety concerns of our California cities, ensure the sustainability of our pension and retirement health benefits for our public employees, protect existing transportation funding for our local priorities, and improving housing affordability. We did go into discussion of the SB1 transportation funding. Emphasis was placed on the cities to ensure that we are, in fact, in line with the compliance obligations required under that legislation. Payment of any funds under that legislation are subject to strict compliance with the terms, and so cities were encouraged to call the State Controller's Office with any questions and to ensure that they are meeting their compliance requirements. We had a rather lengthy and engaged discussion on pavement. The University of California, Davis has a pavement research center and city-county pavement improvement center that helps local governments improve the cost-effectiveness, customer satisfaction, and environmental sustainability of pavement operations. Potholes in pavement are a huge concern for our city, and a continuing topic of discussion. And so the League has entered into an agreement to develop some materials that will be distributed to cities to inform us as policymakers and then ensure that best practices are communicated to our public works professionals, so we really have a good sense of what the state of the art is and what some of the best practices are and some of the trade-offs between the permeable pavement and mesh and slurries and all the things that we think we know. At least I thought I knew stuff about, and I know nothing about, come to find out. So, right. And then finally, this telecommunications infrastructure issue. Obviously, there is a concern about ensuring that we have good local control over what is allowed in our city and the nature of these small cell installations. But obviously, there is also a benefit to having this technology. We hear about the 5G technology, which is really creating a ubiquitous system of wireless communications, much of what you see in other parts of the world. I know if you travel in Europe, you can turn on your phone, you can be pretty much anywhere and have access to the internet and everything. That's 5G. And unfortunately, the U.S. has been sort of slow to accept and adopt that. But obviously, having, transmitters the size of refrigerators hanging on light poles is also not something that we would find too appealing. So the League is in consultation with our legislature to come up with some reasonable compromise on this to ensure that the profile of these transmitters is much smaller, that there's a mechanism to ensure that the providers of these telecommunications services are responsible for the disposition of this equipment once it's obsolete, that the cities don't inherit that cost and responsibility. So I think we're working now together with the legislature now on this issue to come up with some reasonable compromises. And so we will continue to get updates on the progress of formulating that legislation, and hopefully it's something that we can get behind once it's presented. And then finally, there was update on the governor's budget. There was quite a bit of detail, obviously, on SB 1, but the presentation also noted that legislation has been introduced that would ban the creation of combustion vehicles in the state of California after 2040. So obviously a gas tax, may not be the best way for us to fund the needs of our infrastructure, certainly well into the future. And so we need to start thinking as cities in terms of how do we address the demands on our infrastructure and have a mechanism to ensure that we have a revenue source to maintain that infrastructure. A number of items were presented for future consideration. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about autonomous vehicles. We saw one of the first demonstrations of a large freight truck that actually traveled across the country without a driver at the wheel. First time ever, and we anticipate we're going to see more of this, and what that means for cities in terms of the technology that's required and what that means for us in terms of infrastructure requirements going forward. Obviously, we'll get more input and updates on this relationship with UC Berkeley and their Pavement Improvement Center, an update on future public transit funding, and then obviously the small cell infrastructure. We're going to keep a close eye on that. The next meeting will be held on April 12th at the Sheraton Fairplex Hotel here in Pomona, and so I will be attending that meeting as well. And certainly any questions related to any of these items, or certainly anything that should be brought to the attention of the committee. We have some very good people working for us in Sacramento, and so this is really an opportunity now for us to be at the table and to ensure that our voices are heard in terms of the challenges we're confronting locally. Then quickly on the two summits or the two conferences attended EB5 Investors Conference. You should have this handout on in your packet of documents. This was a conference I attended after, obviously there's been a lot of discussion in the media about the immigration reform discussion taking place in Washington, and what that, obviously there are ramifications for cities, and certainly there is a dimension to that discussion that could potentially benefit cities like San Bernardino. The EB5 program is a visa program offered through the federal government. which basically allows high net worth individuals to invest in the United States and obtain a green card. And by investing, currently the limits are $500,000 per individual, and you have to create, my understanding, about 10 jobs. 10 jobs have to be created out of that investment. There's been sort of a rather controversial history to these programs in terms of their ability to comply with the original intent of the federal legislation. There is a reauthorization that will be taking place likely next year. And discussions in the context of both what's happening in terms of immigration reform, potentially increasing the cap on those types of visas that are issued. Currently, there's about 10,000 of those visas issued annually. That cap could potentially be increased to 20 to 30,000. And then also the amount of minimum investment potentially raised from $500,000 to perhaps upwards of $1 million per investor. Also tightening the restrictions on the program that would ensure that those dollars are in fact directed to distressed communities, of which San Bernardino would more than likely qualify, and rural communities, which was the original intent of that program. All that translates into the potential of perhaps an additional source of capital for cities like ours. In addition, there are professionals in this industry that specialize in putting together these funds that include public infrastructure financing. And so there's an opportunity not only to attract interest in big development projects in our city through this type of funding source, but also potentially to leverage those funds for everything from hospitals to roads to schools and other types of public infrastructure. So all in all, very interesting conversation, something for us to watch, yet another potential opportunity for our city down the road as we start thinking about diversifying our sources of capital and really looking broadly at what opportunities are available to us. So certainly some very interesting information, something that I'll certainly provide updates if and when information is provided. Finally, the International Economic Development Council Leadership Summit. This is an annual event that takes place in different cities around the country. This year it took place in Las Vegas. Happened to be the same weekend as the EB5 conference, so I thought, why not attend this one too? This is an opportunity to really network with economic development professionals from across the country. And I had the pleasure of being joined by our new Economic Development Director, Ms. Kathy Brand, and we had really, I think, a very fascinating conference, really learning about different things that are happening across the country. Very interesting conversation on what, in this case, the state of Nevada and other cities or other states across the country are confronting as pertains to cannabis. Very interesting conversation with some of the individuals that were responsible for the initiative in Nevada and really getting into the economics of the industry and understanding how this actually works and what the numbers mean in terms of how it can benefit, and certainly some of the items of concern that cities and states are confronting on this issue. So you should have this handout. I'll give you a briefing on some of the different types of sessions that we had. But all in all, a very good conference. Learned a lot. Really appreciated having our city staff there and being able to share this opportunity to learn and grow. So that's my presentation. Any questions, be happy to answer them, but that's what I got.
Thank you, Councilman, for that report. Earlier, when you talked about the potential liabilities for JPAs that might be required for pension, how would they make that apportionment?
Obviously, the details are still being discussed in the legislature. I think the bottom line of the recommendation, we didn't have a lot of detail other than this is currently being considered in the legislature. And it is something that we're going to need to monitor. I know that we've had conversations about how we engage in Sacramento and at the federal level. I think this is certainly something we want to watch, and certainly engage our representatives in Sacramento, both in the Senate and the Assembly, to perhaps provide us with some feedback in terms of what is currently under discussion, and ensure that if there's an opportunity for input.
Has the league taken a position?
Obviously, this is something of great concern to cities. Clearly, this would not be beneficial to most cities. So there's an opposition position at this point in time to the idea, and it's something that we need to watch.
And some of the things that they've talked about in the past, this issue has been raised previously because, there are a whole host of JPAs that cities belong to. It's not just the airport, but there are COGS, there's the SBCTA, a whole host of groups, construction authorities, and there's been this lingering concern that those are also public employees and they have made obligations to them in terms of their pensions, and when they're not able to meet those obligations, is it just the liabilities or the assets of that agency that are able to be used to provide those pension benefits, or is it the assets of the member agencies? And so in the past, they've talked about apportionment based on population. So, for instance, with SBCTA, we would probably pay the most money because we're the largest city. So population has been one that's used. In some cases, they've talked about just separating if there's 15 member agencies, dividing it by 15 member agencies. So again, I think the whole host of ways they've talked about creating some strata. So, if you're between 5 and 10,000, you pay this percentage. If you're a population of 10 to 30,000, you pay one percentage, and then someone else pays, something different. So again, they've looked at different ways to do this, but as pension becomes untenable and people aren't investing the money that they need, a promise today, when we make a promise to do anything, pension obligation to our employees or a promise to our community, we need to make sure that we are investing the resources to be able to do that into the future. And I think people are realizing there are all sorts of public pensions that are out there that are not just traditionally in your cities or at the state or county employees. There are all these other groups that really have far less scrutiny than some of the others. Water districts, huge one. But there are all these other quasi-public agencies that have public employees that also have pension obligations. It's not just the cities and the counties and the state employees that have public pensions.
Well, and many of those are not just CalPERS or...
No, they're other, yeah. They're LaSera or SB Sarah. So again, they're all, there's several different agencies. In the LA County area, there's one for the LA cities agencies. So again, there are a whole host of public pension programs. CalPERS just happens to be the largest, and CalSTRS.
Thank you, Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to commend Councilman Nichol for your good work at the committee assignment that you've been selected on. So good job, Henry. I think going forward, the April 12th meeting, we probably need to maybe either have some type of session with the city manager so we can align priorities so that when Henry's there, we have a forceful effect on platform priorities so we can enact it. Now, I don't know, Henry, is that released 2 to 3 weeks, the agenda and what the April 12th meeting? How can council members, either within the provisions of the Brown Act, because I don't know, Gary, how can we opine and take our particular piece and say, hey, Henry, this is how we want it?
Well, I'm happy to work with the city manager, and I think in our conversations, what I will do is ensure that as I receive information, we get that to you, and then obviously it's at your discretion.
You disseminate it?
Yeah, and then I'll disseminate it. The other thing, we are working on a legislative platform, and that will be before you, before this comes up again, so that'll give you a chance to talk about what are our major priorities so that he has that. And it's, several of you, which is terrific, are now starting to become engaged in these regional groups. And so that's going to be an important document as we have Councilmember Mulvihill at SCAG that has very similar discussions to some of these that Councilmember Nickel participated in. So that is important for us to know what the city's position is.
And I might need a letter of support on the Economic Housing Division for the league. I'm being considered for appointment, so that might help us leverage federal and state dollars for the economic and housing component. And Ms. Brand might be able to help us craft that letter of support so I can get on that committee. But I have approached the league president to try to get on that committee. It's an important committee for us, especially with the disadvantaged opportunities.
And it's, I mean, the staff is engaging more than we ever have before in regional. As the council is aware, I was appointed to the sales tax committee. There are a group of city managers. There's about 13 of us throughout the state of California that are...
Is that by BOE?
Dealing with BOV and the way sales taxes, because there are discussions about changing the sales tax formulas. That would have a huge impact on San Bernardino. So I think the more we are involved as staff and the more we're involved as council, it increases our awareness and it increases our voice as a state.
Sure.
Yeah. So we certainly will write letters to get people appointed.
Councilman Mulvihill?
Yes, the topic that I was going to say was brought up on the Southern California Association of Governments Regional Council and on a number of committees, a legislative review committee, and also and I think as Mayor Pro Tem Nickel is if we do have more communications with regard to agendas that we get, SCAG meets every month, and there's money coming from the Cap and Trade program, the Sustainable Communities Strategy Council comes through SCAG, and so it's important that obviously the council understands what's happening and that the staff understands what's going on before, it's sort of one of these things. You got to get in tomorrow. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Let's get through 22. Yeah. All right, next is item number 22. This is to approve the selection of a delegate and alternate to 2018 Southern California Association of Governments Regional Conference General Assembly to be held May 2nd through May 4th, 2018 in Indian Wells. I believe, did you attend that last year? Yeah. You did? Yeah. Councilman Valdivia.
I'd like to nominate Jim, if that'd be...
I'll second that nomination.
You're on it. You're aware. Appreciate your leadership.
And if we might, here's your city manager always worrying about everything. It's silly, Andrea. Can you appoint an alternate just in case? Just in case. Someone else who...
Okay, Benito. Okay, great.
Okay, so Benito, did you graciously accept that appointment? Yes. Okay.
So we have a motion to appoint Jim Mulvihill as the delegate, and the alternate would be Councilman Barrios.
Yes.
Please cast your vote.
Thank you. Oh, I'm not sure. I think maybe Virginia. Okay.
So who seconded that?
I did.
Okay. Yeah, I want to make sure this is done right, so there's no... On item 22, the motion to name Jim Mulvihill as the delegate and Benito Barrios as the alternate to the SCAG General Assembly was made by Mr. Valdivia. It was seconded by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. It's been requested that we take a break at this time before we go into the public hearing, so we'll take a 10-minute break. Please plan to resume here at 5 to 8. Resume our meeting. A couple of housekeeping items. We ask the. Thank you. We have a couple of housekeeping items to take care of before we move into the next part of the agenda. Ask the audience to.
Can the police?
Thank you. At an earlier meeting, there was a discussion regarding the trash rate increase that needs to be heard. It was not posted for this meeting. We wanted to first identify if there's anyone here that came to speak on the trash rate increases. All right, seeing none, we'll move on. We also have a request to move an item out of order. Item number 24, excuse me. With the permission of the council, I'd like to move to item 24, this public hearing, and take this out of order. We have any, all right, thank you. So item number 24 is a recommendation to conduct a public hearing and direct the city clerk to administratively remove any properties from the business registration lien list, Exhibit A, which have been paid prior to the hearing, and adopt a resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino imposing liens on certain parcels of real property located within the city of San Bernardino for uncollected business registration fees. City manager?
Mayor, members of the council, this is a regular occurrence where we place liens for unpaid bills. In this case, it's business registration payments that have not been received. We're here to kind of walk through the process, the notice process. If the council has any questions, again, this is a standard item where we lien properties for non-payment.
Thank you. We have one public speaker who'd like to take it this time, Raymond Wheeler. You'll come to the podium and be sworn in, please. Mr. Wheeler, if you would turn the mic on, it's the button right in front of you. Thank you.
Okay. Whoa. How's everyone doing this evening? One of the properties that's in question is that I reside in it, and I inherited it from my parents. It was a brother, my dad and my uncle, they were brothers, and they purchased the property together. So it's on one parcel. And I reside in one of them. Family members own the other side, which is my uncle's grandkids. And I just want to have proof that I reside in that residence.
So, Mr. Mayor, what I would suggest is these are people who are required under our city code to have a business license. If he resides in the residence, then wouldn't be required necessarily to have a business registration permit. So why don't staff, we'll go ahead and remember in this resolution it gives me the authority for anyone who's paid as of the time that this is transferred to the county for posting on the as a lien on their property taxes. It gives me the right to remove those for where we've identified a situation where that property was inadvertently included. So I would just suggest that you take whatever action. We'd recommend approval of this tonight, and then staff will work with him to identify.
Very good. So moved with that caveat.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Wheeler.
All right.
All right. We have a staff report that you wanted to make at this time? No. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we have a motion?
One second.
We'd like to make our staff report now. No. Just kidding.
I apologize. The public hearing is open at this time, and I failed to announce that.
Mr. Mayor, on item 24, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Barrios, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is item number 23. This public hearing is now open. This is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino granting Appeal 17-01 of the Planning Commission's denial thereby approving conditional use permit 17-14 and minor exception 17-6 for the construction and operation of a social service housing facility containing approximately 24,645 square feet of building area and 29 residential units for low-income military veterans, and allow a 5% reduction in the parking stall depth from 19 feet to 18 feet, along with the construction of required on-site and off-site improvements on a parcel containing approximately 0.69 acres located at 488 West 17th Street. All of those wishing to speak on this issue, would you please stand and be sworn in? This is item number 23 on the agenda. Thank you. Yes, City Attorney?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like for Councilman Barrios, this is a continued public hearing from the January 17th meeting, and I'd like for Councilman Barrios to indicate for the record that he has viewed the recording of the previous half of this meeting for purposes of his being able to vote for whatever the decision is going to be.
Thank you.
Yes, I have seen it. I was absent for the initial meeting, therefore I had to watch it online and watch the video, and I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. First speaker is Amelia Lopez. Were you sworn in?
I was against it.
No, were you sworn in?
Oh, no. Yes, I do. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Amelia Lopez. I live in the 2nd Ward. I live at 2888 Serrano Road in San Bernardino. I am also a planning commissioner. I serve the city in that capacity. But today I'm here really representing myself. During the break, some information came about regarding this that may change my comments. But I didn't think that the report or the appeal proposal by the applicant was really accurate as to what went down at the Planning Commission. Some people might suggest that this is anti-vet or not for vets, but it's not really that, because my father was a World War II vet, my brother was a Vietnam vet, I have nephews who are veterans from the Afghanistan War. And on the Planning Commission, 3 commissioners identified themselves as veterans. The real question that was before them was one of fairness. What is fair to the vendor? What is fair to the neighborhood? And what is fair to the city overall as we try to bring new businesses, new development along East Street, which is one of the main thoroughfares. We all remember how East Street used to be. That was the real question before us. On the day of the proposal, when the commissioners met, there were 2 proposals before them. One south of Baseline in a commercial area. That was approved unanimously because it did meet the need and so forth. The other one was north of Baseline, closer to a residential area, right across from San Bernardino High School. And what was presented to us at that time and the design and everything, it did not appear to be a good fit. So as I say, this isn't something that, again, services for vets or not for vets or anything. The real question before us, what is fair? What is fair for the vendor? And the commissioners, in their wisdom, thought it was fair to approve the one south because it wasn't a commercial and we would still be offering services. The one north, they didn't feel that it was a good fit. And the real question was, how many of the social service type programs, because the applicant stated it was social services, we understand that they would be working with veterans that were homeless, veterans with substance abuse or behavioral problems and so forth. How fair was it for a neighborhood to have 2 within walking distance? And we felt that it was asking too much. Now, I have almost been 8 years serving as a planning commissioner, and very early in my tenure, we were getting a lot of applicants for substance abuse and rehab and those types of social service programs. At that time, and correct me, Mark, if I'm wrong, at that time, the commissioners didn't know how many we had in the city. And we asked for the community development to make a listing of all the programs that we have in the city. And what we found were a lot of programs that met that criteria of social, whether they were halfway houses, drug rehab, parole, whatever it was, we had a lot. So in my opinion, the city should not feel any shame if they might not consider, because we have been quite generous and we are saturated in many neighborhoods. One thing that the report brought out that the Community Development Department put together was that some streets all along some of the main corridors and running through residential areas, D Street, Arrowhead, 9th Street, had many of those types of residential programs. So the question before us was, how many of these projects should a neighborhood sustain? Personally, I passed by there before coming here, and I parked the car and I see the empty lot and the litter and so forth, because that is a community that is challenged. And they might not often feel that they get a lot of support from the city. There's litter and other things. But East Street and all of those streets, 17, 16, 17, 15, 16, 17, 18, and also all enter into residential areas. I would prefer to see something that was a little bit of a better fix for that community. And as I say, this isn't what some people might suggest, anti-vet or not for vets. It had to do with parity, what was fair for a community being asked to take on those projects. Since during the break, I had an opportunity to talk with Debbie Matley, and she's all excited about it because she doesn't want an empty lot there. But I was more hopeful that we would have some other type of development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, it might be helpful, following the council's discussion at the last meeting where you entertained this, there were several comments about fit with the neighborhood, concerns about the individuals and what the screening process might be. It might actually be helpful if the staff gave a presentation on some of the changes that have occurred since the initial discussion about this, some of the changes that were proposed by the potential developer, and then take the public comments so they have a chance to see what the current proposal is.
Thank you.
If the council
Happy to
wouldn't
make
mind.
that change.
Okay, terrific. So with that, then Oliver and I think Elizabeth will make the presentation. I also think that there are representatives from the Veterans Group here that can address some of the council's questions about the process and things like that. And so we'll start with them, and then they can certainly turn it over to him.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. I'd simply like to reintroduce Elizabeth Mora Rodriguez. She's been working on this project for a little over a year. And actually, it was her first assignment that she was given when she became a planner with us. So she spent some time on it, spent a lot of good effort on it, and she prepared the report. She'll be giving a presentation and answering any questions for you. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. So just a little recap in regards to the background on this project. On September 12th, the Planning Commission voted to deny the application. On October 10th, the Planning Commission decided to adopt the Resolution 2017-05, affirming the vote on the September 12th meeting, denying the application. On October 25th, U.S. Vets submitted an appeal, 17-01. On January 17th, the Mayor and City Council conducted a public hearing on the item and continued the item to the February 7th meeting. Based on the per request of the applicant, the council at that meeting decided to move it to today's hearing for February 21st. The proposed projects, just to do a little recap, is a social service housing facility containing 29 residential units for low-income veterans, contained within a 3-story building that's comprised of 24,645 square feet. One of the concerns that the Planning Commission had was regarding neighborhood compatibility and architectural design and screening of residents. I will provide you a little bit information in terms of the neighborhood compatibility and architectural redesign that the applicant has been working with staff, and then the applicant is here to discuss more information in regards to the screening of the residents. A little recap, this is an aerial view of the project site and the surrounding neighborhood. Here's the proposed site plan for the project. Here's looking onto the neighborhood within where the project site is going to be located. And this is another area of the neighborhood. The revised architectural design is based on a project that currently is underway in the city of Escondido. Based on the information that we provided to the applicant, they provided us this project model and sample in terms of doing the architectural redesign for this project site. And it does meet a lot of the neighborhood arches, stucco, with a couple of the roofing, and it does have a lot of articulation and horizontal articulation as well. So we feel that this model is a good fit for that project site, and it's not as contemporary as the previous project site. And here's a street view of that project site, and this is something that will be similar in terms of the current project site at 48 West 17. With that, I want to introduce Eddie Estrada, who will provide you a lot more information in terms of the screening for the residents, and as well, we have Lori Alward. She's going to provide you more of the U.S. Vets program management.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. Want to talk about the screening process. So we want to be a good neighbor, and we actually, our service delivery model, because of the array of services we have, we will actually be placing veteran households that are self-sufficient. Any homeless individuals, we have other programs for them. But for this particular area and this particular project, it would be veteran households who are self-sufficient. U.S. Vets have developed systems and protocol for acceptance into the project. Referrals will come from 211, the City of San Bernardino, Coordinated Entry System, other service providers, and from U.S. Vets as well. Once they come in, upon the referral, our team will meet with them. We first have to determine income eligibility, veteran status. Once we do that, we help them with the application, the rental application. Once that is done, it gets passed over to our property manager. The property manager does a rental collection, a credit check, background check, including a criminal check. And it would bar any individuals who are registered sexual offenders, arsonists, or violent crimes will be barred from entering this particular program. Once they come into the program, a case manager is assigned to them who develops what they call an individual housing and employment plan for this particular veteran household. And I'll leave you with this and then answer any questions you might have. But there are approximately 10,356 veteran households living in the city of San Bernardino. Approximately 1,300 veteran households are on the brink of homelessness, meaning one paycheck away from being in the streets. We know that as rents increase, it's going to put many of these families into homelessness, and we're going to start seeing a non-traditional homeless veteran families in the streets that have been impacted through rent or economic hardship. So this project aims to be a safety net for those over 1,000 individuals living in the city of San Bernardino. And again, I hope you support the project.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, and I think to reiterate some of what was said, I think you do good work. I think the program you have is a good program, and I appreciate the consideration. I think we had quite a bit of discussion earlier in this meeting about the role of our citizen commissions, that it is an opportunity for our residents to have a voice in the process of decision-making. I couldn't agree more. That is the role of our planning commission. I appreciate the role of staff. I appreciate the role of the development community. But I certainly appreciate the role of our residents who take the time, energy, and effort to volunteer and serve on our planning commission and all of our commissions. Our planning commission made not one but two recommendations that this not proceed as it existed at the time it was proposed. I think some of the changes that you've presented this evening in terms of the architecture are good, and I'm glad to see them. But I think we may have kind of jumped the process a bit. I think this is to be properly reconsidered in the context of the Planning Commission. I think, given the substantial changes that have occurred between the time this was first presented to us and now, I would make a motion that we remand this back to the Planning Commission. I think there has been sufficient information and change of information that would warrant perhaps some reconsideration. But I am not going to second-guess the resident commissioners of our Planning Commission. I am very reticent to second-guess them. They've taken the time. They've studied this issue. They've taken much more time than we have at this council. They have been appointed as experts for this responsibility, and I respect their decision. And so I will respectfully make the motion to remand. I cannot support this evening until I can get some assurance from our Planning Commission members that this is a good project for our community and our city. I will make that motion.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendations came forward at the January 21 meeting. The staff listened, the staff heard the outcry of this council. The appeal came before the council only as prescribed by the appeal process spelled out in the municipal code and the charter. I'm sorry, the municipal code and the Planning Commission protocol. And so the appeal is now before us. The recommendations and the changes have made to this body as the appellate body. So I can't support recommending this back to Planning Commission. It's here now. We have some recommendations before us. We're thankful for the cooperation of development, and I can't support kicking this back to Planning Commission. I say let's hear our public, and let's move forward with the recommendations from staff today now, and let's hear what the public has to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Do we have a second? Thank you. We have a second. Any other discussion? Call for the vote.
Madam Clerk, could we change the motion? My motion is to remand us back to the Planning Commission.
Please push your buttons. You want me to change it?
Yeah, can we clear the votes, Madam
Clear
Clerk?
them.
This is very confusing up here.
Okay, hold on.
I am making a motion to remand this item back to the Planning Commission. I will
Yes.
make that motion now.
It's been moved and seconded by Councilmember Richard.
The motion on item 23 was to remand it back to the Planning Commission. The motion was made by Mr. Nickel. It was seconded by Ms. Richard. The item was voted on as 3-3, so it fails.
And the mayor will exercise his option to agree to send it back to the Planning Commission.
Okay. The item passes.
All right. The public hearing then is closed, or at this time.
Mr. Mayor, we have, if I may, would it be possible to hear the public? I think it's important. They've come out, they've sat through this public hearing. At least let's hear what they have to say, pro or against, but they've spent their time here. Can we at least allow public speaking and allow them to say their piece?
Unfortunately, the hearing has been closed and the vote has been taken. You can have no further
He has
discussion.
not closed the hearing, technically.
By the vote, sending it back to Planning Commission, it closes the hearing.
Well, then I'd like to reconsider the vote so we can allow for public speaking.
You can certainly make that motion.
So I'd like to make a motion that we reconsider the vote and allow for public speaking, and then cast the vote upon conclusion of public speaking. Is there a second?
City Attorney, can you give us a ruling on this?
I know a lot of you have been here since 5 o'clock, and it's unfortunate. We're sidebarring.
Mayor, because it was agendized as a public hearing and the Brown Act requires that we hear the public speakers, we need to hear them.
And actually, I just want, I want to, though, clarify the motion, and the city attorney could pay, I want to make sure that we're all in agreement. Actually, I think your motion really is to allow the public speakers to continue to participate in the public hearing. You don't have to undo the earlier vote. So you're making a motion.
Ms. Greider, what say you?
I'm sorry, are you making a motion to reconsider, or?
Making a motion, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
Well, you just told me that he's closed the hearing, so I vote to reopen it and reconsider it to allow for public speaking. If the pleasure of the city attorney is to say that the hearing's been closed, well, then I can move to reconsider this to allow for
I
public.
believe Mr. Sines stated that public comments have to be taken.
Okay, so let's hear the public. We don't have to
So
vote.
we're not changing the vote.
Great.
All right, so we're not violating the Brown Act by continuing to hear the public speakers at this time.
No, and then what we will do is make sure that the Planning Commission, we will take notes, and we will make sure the Planning Commission has the benefit of those comments, so
right.
people don't have to come again.
Carmel Rowe? I'm sorry, what's your request, Councilmember?
My request is to get our high school students up to, that have been waiting to speak. They still got homework they got to do, and they got school tomorrow morning.
What? I don't know where they're on the agenda.
For this item, they want to speak on this item.
Did you, there's no, well, I don't have a slip. Who? Was it a yellow slip?
I think what the request is, if I could, that
What
let
was it,
the students speak first.
Was it a yellow slip?
Yellow slip.
It was given to me, was it not? I believe so.
Thank you. Yes, I found it.
Mayor, would you like me to let her go
With the
first?
permission of the council, we'll take the students first, if that's agreeable. All right. Kimberly, Ms. Rowe, if you'll allow us to. Please be sworn in.
Yeah, we have. Okay, cool. Good evening, everyone.
Okay, my name's Javier Molina. I'm Mr. Cardinal First Runner-Up.
And I'm Kimberly Leonardo. I'm Miss Cardinal 2018, and we're here today representing the student body of San Bernardino High School.
Okay, so like it was said before by the previous speaker, in San Bernardino there are 10,356 families of veterans, and out of them there's 1,350 veteran households in the brink of homelessness. What this means is that these families are one paycheck away from being homeless. As rents go up, they can't pay these rents, and these families would end up in the streets. This would lead to more homelessness. People are afraid of homelessness here, but if we pass this, we're able to prevent more homelessness. This program provides help for low-income veterans, and it's affordable housing.
Oh, okay. We're here today to speak about this topic that we feel really strongly about. We've met with a lot of the representatives from this organization, so we're well informed. We know what we're talking about. We know, we're kids, but this is something we feel really strongly about. And this is the first time I've stood up for something. I'm really excited, but we just want to say that I am also the ASB mayor at Cardinal City. So I took this to our ASB class. I talked to lots of programs on our campus, and we all just agree that this would be a really good opportunity for us to get more community service. Because at San Bernardino High School, we believe a lot in community service, and we believe about getting our students out there and really seeing what the world is like. So we were really excited when we heard about this, because we just saw it as a big opportunity to really get our students out there, to push our students to go out and do new things. And I've been doing community service for a long time, and I've been doing it a lot, and personally that has helped me a lot. And we can give these students who don't have titles like mine the opportunity to go out and experience what we have. I talked to my ASB, and I came up with an idea of having a Veterans Appreciation Night at a football game. We can have a random Veteran Appreciation Day for Valentine's Day. We can send them, little packets and stuff. So we're really excited about this. We're really supportive about it, and we just think it's such a good idea, because these people have given so much for us, so much for their community, and this is just an opportunity for our community to give back to them and show them that we support them, because that's what San Bernardino is about: supporting one another and helping each other out and helping each other get back on our feet and to get to the top. Sorry.
I would also like to say that this program, it's government funded, meaning that the money is not going to disappear. So it's not going to disappear. It's not going to deteriorate over time. It's going to keep coming back. So that's important. And also, we can't forget this community. This community has given so much for us, the veterans. We can't leave them behind. There are people here, and they need to be heard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the council allowing for that consideration. Carmel Rowe?
So I've been looking at the picture, and I like it a little better than last time's design. But I had a question. Right now, what we're looking at, is that on 17th Street, or is that on E Street? And is that back on E Street, or is that back on the side street?
I can clarify that. This is actually a sample from the current project they have underway in the city of Escondido. So it's not a reflection in terms of the project site at 488 West 17th Street. However, this is something that will be similar in terms of the elevations for 488 West 17th Street.
Well, see, now that concerns me a little bit, and because I was thinking this was, already ready, and you had the plans, and so that's what we were going to be improving, because it depends on how you actually, I like the design, okay, but it depends on how you place that on that lot, whether it might do good for the community or it might do bad for the community. If it depends on the street view, because the East Street is actually really a commercial location. So although, this would be considered commercial because it's more than 4 units, East Street is a corridor, and it's not really for housing. It's really for commercial businesses to go on there. So I like the design. I said last week, if the veterans want to live there, even though somebody got murdered there this last week, then, that's on them. And I did hear the changes that you guys made regarding the income and the stable families, and I like that. But also last time, when I heard about the deed restrictions and the grant deed restrictions, and in the audience I was able to look at the grant deed, it didn't actually say that they couldn't build anything else. It said that if you chose not to do this, or you couldn't do this, you would have to sell it, and you would get 50% of the proceeds, and you'd give up 50% of the proceeds. So I didn't really like the truth not being told. But I read it on the grant deed last time after I was here. But I do know that U.S. Vets reached out to the community. They have been trying, and I appreciate this council sending it back and actually having somebody come with a nice project instead of just a slop-together project, and making them do a little bit of extra work. So, hey, if they do a little extra bit of work and everybody comes to agreement where we're all like, yeah, we feel like they're going to benefit and we're going to benefit them, because, quite honestly, we should benefit them. They should benefit us. We should benefit them. If we're not a benefit, then, hey, maybe this project might be better off placed over there on Waterman Gardens,
instead of right there, since we're already doing that housing model, and we can have low income, medium income, moderate income, and we can spruce it all up. The problem isn't the project. The problem is really the location of where you're trying to place the project. So that's all. I support vets. Both my grandfathers died fighting for our country. I support the health and wealth and safety of vets, but at the same time, if it isn't good for you, I feel like it would be a disservice if I didn't stand up here and at least say, that people are getting shot and killed and murdered in that neighborhood, and that I would think about it before I move my family in there, because I have thought about it. So that's all I have to say, and thank you.
Thank you. Scott Olson.
First of all, I want to say that I very strongly support this project. But with that comes a background to my background as an individual. With my college degree, when I got out of college, I went and worked as a mental health counselor. I know what it's like to work in a nonprofit agency with people who are disadvantaged that need help. I did it professionally there. I went on, and by the way, they were tucked away in a nice little side street in Rubida. Not exactly the safest neighborhood, but you know what? They made it work. I went on there to work at a boys' home. Okay, it was in another residential neighborhood with expensive houses up in Yucaipa. I worked with juvenile delinquents, males, sexually abused, so on and so forth. I know how a program can be run successfully. After that, I went on for 6 years. I worked in another nonprofit as a drug and alcohol counselor, outpatient. I dealt with the heroin addicts. I dealt with the meth and prescription dual diagnosis. I've done it. Okay, unfortunately, at the level of counselor I worked, it didn't pay a whole lot of money. So when I got married, I had to get responsible and get a job that actually paid the bills. I live over on the east side of town, over on Pacific, very close to the Salvation Army. Why I support this agency is for the same reason. You did not see me up here complaining about the Salvation Army. Why? Because everybody knows the reputation of Salvation Army. They run a very structured program. They run a very disciplined program. They are very good at what they do. Why did I support this one when I was so not in support of a 100-bed facility that was shoved into a small neighborhood down in the 3rd Ward? Because quite honestly, when I listened to the way they talked about their program, I was like, okay, this is just kind of a free-for-all for 100 homeless people. That was not my impression when they did their presentation. They talked about who they're connected with. They're working with the federal government and the Veterans Administration. They're working on a military base. They're working with the Veterans Hospital. They're working with county. Okay, this is not your typical little halfway house, 6, 12-bed thing shoved in a residential neighborhood so somebody can make money off a house that they don't want to sell. This is a real professional facility that is meeting the needs of a specific group of people, and it's doing so in a way that works with this one. Mr. Mulvihill, you're my council person. We're not on the same page on a lot of things, this one included. One of the things that this project is, it's on less than 1 acre. It is 30 units. Our SBX bus system, we know the federal requirements, density requirements. We know in the city we're falling very short of what the federal government wants for that $188 million you got for that bus thing. Why are you fighting something that meets it in such a great way? The neighborhood, all these facilities have to choose the land as they get it. They're tucked away in whatever neighborhood they can get to work. That's normal. So the neighborhood thing, I'm looking at if I was a neighbor in this neighborhood, I've got a problem where people are getting murdered and you got an empty, trashy lot, and I can have 24 vets there living in a home. These guys are not your free-for-all homeless. These guys served our country. They were trained by our country. Okay, please, the way you categorize them, the way you categorize this facility and their programs, look at who they work with. Look at what their programs are. I'm surprised you're not supporting this. Henry, what's with the cheap parliamentary maneuvers? Flat out, you pulled off, you knew there were a lot of public speakers here. Don't give me the look, because you know these people wanted to speak. You know the public here speaking is supporting this, and you pull a maneuver to shut them up, and you guys go for it. You know, you got a real big problem in this city with your image. Chase this stuff off, you ain't going to help your image. A. B. You have a lot of us in the public that are tired of the way you treat us when it comes to our feelings. Yeah, you have a planning commission that had an idea. Okay, work with it. But the public, by and large, the people getting up here support this project. You don't have lines of residents complaining about a facility going into their neighborhood. You have a few people bringing up legitimate concerns. The public is openly supportive of this. You don't have a neighborhood outcry. So the Planning Commission, I would say, you know what? They need to realize when you got something good, don't make San Bernardino look bad. Thank you.
Donald Felix.
Thank you for hearing me. I just have a few words. U.S. Vets, they're an outstanding organization. I was homeless up in Revens for 12 years. They sought me out, and they've housed me. I can say right now, they literally saved my life. They seriously did. It's just an outstanding project. It's awesome. It's awesome. That's just what I want to tell you about.
Thank you. Next, Ray Osborne.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am Ray Osborne. I'm the Housing Development Director for Homemade Inland Empire. We're the nonprofit charity, the Valley View chapter of the Southern California Building Industry Association. And I'm also the chairman of the Housing Subcommittee for the San Bernardino County Interagency Council on Homelessness. And I've actually addressed this council before on the critical need for new, affordable, permanent supportive housing, not only in San Bernardino, but throughout the county. So I'm here tonight to lend our strong support to this 29-unit apartment facility for U.S. Vets, and I'm basing it primarily on, I think this is a good financial and economic benefit for the city of San Bernardino in many ways. One, it does provide critically needed permanent supportive housing that we need throughout the county, but in the city. Two, the permit fees and the construction fees that are tied to a new development bring an additional financial benefit to the city. It also creates an opportunity for jobs within the city, and where workforce development can get involved and do some job training. That benefits the city in many ways, and it could even apply to some job training for the veterans that are going to be housed at this particular facility. For many of the individuals and the families who are going to be living at this facility will actually be working within the city of San Bernardino. They'll also be shopping within the city of San Bernardino because that's where they live. And I think this is important to keep in mind. I was here before the council when you considered the Mary's Village project, and I appreciate that you supported that project. The 84 single men who will be in that program there, the veterans among those men will be outstanding candidates when they complete that program to move into the permanent supportive housing that will be provided at both of the facilities that U.S. Vets is suggesting. I mentioned I'm the Housing Subcommittee Chairman for Interagency Council on Homelessness, and we've spent the past 2 years evaluating the need for more permanent supportive, affordable permanent supportive housing throughout the county. And we base that on the point-in-time count. And we've determined there are 8 primary areas throughout the county, including San Bernardino, that need 1,200 permanent supportable housing units throughout the county. Our committee currently is following 8 projects that are in the process of being developed throughout the county, and that amounts to about 400 beds. So of the developments that are already in the pipeline, it only covers about a third of what we need to support the critical problem that we have. So I would ask that you'd all consider this as a great new housing development opportunity and one that will also benefit the city financially and economically. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Matley?
My name is John Matley, and I live at 380 West 17th Street, just a little under 500 feet from this proposed site. Mr. Mayor, members of the Common Council, good evening. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposal by U.S. Vets to build and maintain this 29-unit housing project at 17th and 8th. First, I want to thank those of you who demanded more information before approving this proposal. We know San Bernardino, and this neighborhood in particular, have been victim of shady operators who set up nonprofits and sign social service contracts unsuitable to the area in order to fund their real estate transactions, and then hide behind an affectation of virtue in order to prevent a serious inquiry into their operations. Based on that history, it is right to be skeptical of such proposals and demand hard data before permitting nonprofits to operate in this area. The DMZ Neighborhood Association developed some time ago a method for dispassionately assessing these types of projects. We look at the proposed program and rate its value and its drawbacks to both the city and the neighborhood. We also look at the benefit and drawback of not allowing the service. Finally, we look at the organization and we consider its history, its reputation, its financial stability, and other factors that indicate both their desire and their ability to execute on their vision. There are no guarantees in life, but we think an organization's history and stability are the best measure of whether they are a good partner for our community. Based on our review, it is clear that this is a superb fit for our neighborhood. The value to the neighborhood is clear. A new facility that exceeds the city's crime-free housing standards, that is populated by people who have spent a lifetime demonstrating their desire to be a positive part of the community, backed by a financially stable organization with a distinguished track record who will manage and secure the property better than any other residential property I'm aware of in this city. This is not a building that will be at risk of abandonment in some future economic crisis, nor is it a facility that will attract undesirable elements. These are solid American citizens, many of them families, who have sacrificed much for their fellow citizens and just need a little help. Contrary to some of the myths going around, this is not a homeless shelter. This is not a social service center. The social services offered on site are for the use of the residents of that site only. There will not be a lot of extraneous traffic coming in and out trying to use those services because they're not available to anyone who is not a resident of that site. This is a housing program that is designed to help veterans and their families successfully participate in our community in the very best of ways. We believe it will be a very strong anchor for both the neighborhood and the community. So the question is, what do we give up if we accept this program? A blight. The worst blight in the neighborhood. For the 15 years that I've lived in this city, that empty lot has been an unmaintained dumping ground. It is a homeless encampment and a drug marketplace sitting across the street from a school. It is so badly maintained I cannot even walk my dog on the sidewalk next to it for all the overgrowth, trash, and broken bottles. The terms of the estate tell us that if we do not accept this program, we may have to wait a full decade before we can address this very dangerous nuisance. So the only question to me is, can U.S. Vets deliver on its promise? Last month, I took a field trip to their Riverside facility. What I saw was very impressive. Permanent, decent housing for good people who show pride of ownership. A real community that takes care of its neighborhood and demands nothing from anyone else. Support services to ensure the veteran's success. I have learned that U.S. Vets operates these facilities in many places in Southern California, and that they are highly regarded by many local leaders. They were given the assignment, in fact, as the lead veteran agency at the Patriotic Hall in downtown Los Angeles by the County of Los Angeles. They have over 2 decades of demonstrating veteran housing competence in Long Beach and in Inglewood, and they have built an attractive development at March Air Base, and I would encourage you, go ask for a tour of the thing. You'll be very impressed. U.S. Vets is exactly the organization that they claim to be. By every measure, this is the right organization, bringing the right development to the right neighborhood. It is rare that San Bernardino is offered such a perfect fit for a project. I encourage you to take advantage of this unique opportunity for our city and to do a good turn for a few veterans and their families who could use just a little bit of help. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie Matley.
Hello. Debbie Matley, 380 West 17th Street. It's been a while since I spoke at a council meeting, over 4 years. That should tell you how strongly I feel about this project. I'm here tonight to speak in support of the U.S. Veterans Housing Project at 17th and E Street. I live 1 block away at 17th and D. While some people tonight will speak about how dangerous the area is and their concerns about putting our veterans into harm's way by building this housing project at this location, I can tell you that over the past 14 years, I've held alley and street cleanups in that neighborhood. I have walked door to door handing out neighborhood watch flyers in that neighborhood. I walk my dogs in that neighborhood. I've stood in my front yard for hours every Halloween handing out treats to children that grow up in that neighborhood. I raised my son in that neighborhood. I leave the decision of the suitability of bringing veterans into our neighborhood up to the experts, which would be U.S. Veterans. Why would I welcome a 29-unit housing project into my neighborhood? First, I've looked at the organization that is responsible for this project, and I am impressed by their credentials, but also by their project model. I went and toured the facilities at March Air Force Base and found lovely housing that exceeds most of our current housing stock in San Bernardino. Their plan to have on-site security and management, along with their crime-free housing program, makes me feel that this would be a good fit for this parcel of land that has been historically a dumping ground and a blight to our neighborhood with weeds, trash, illegal dumping. The services offered by U.S. Vets will only be for the veterans that are housed at this project, so it will not cause unnecessary traffic to the area. After reading the project documentation and speaking with the project leaders at U.S. Vets, it is clear that this project is not intended for housing the homeless. This will be housing for U.S. veterans who have served our country and have come home and demonstrated their willingness and desire to participate in our community. This housing will be a safety net for U.S. veterans and their families who are experiencing hard times and need a hand up. Who better to have in our neighborhood? When our neighborhood association met with U.S. Vets and voiced concerns that the newer, more modern architecture would not fit in with our vintage craftsman, colonial, and Italianate architecture, they were more than willing to update their plans to accommodate the existing architecture for our neighborhood. We appreciate their willingness to work with us and look forward to future collaborations with U.S. Vets if you are willing to give our neighborhood the opportunity to welcome these veterans and their families into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ibarra. Sandra Ibarra. Marcus Dillard, Christina Cepeda, and Barb Babcock. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I actually spoke last week, or last time we came out here about my family, and I know Eddie's going to give me, but I was one of those veterans that U.S. Vets helped, and I'm really appreciative for them. But as I sit here, that esprit de corps is rising up in me because I'm listening to people talk about communities and all these obstacles. And when I got to the Marine Corps and went into boot camp, We were from so many different states, and all of us came together, and at the end of boot camp, we were marching at one beat. We were brothers. And if you're telling me that a community is greater than a brotherhood, that concerns me about the outlook of our veterans, because we're more powerful than that. So I apologize, Eddie. I just feel it rising in me, because right now I feel like going to take a community myself. If I got my brothers with me, there's nobody that can tell me I can't take care of my family. There's nobody that's going to tell me I'm not going to protect my kids. I'm not on drugs. I wasn't on homeless, but I fell on hard times. And if you put those families in there that have that type of gumption in them, there's not a soldier I know that won't rally behind another soldier for a good cause.
Christina Cepeda.
I was not sworn in, so. I do. Good evening, everybody. My name is Christina Cepeda. I am the daughter of a Vietnam veteran. My dad served 8 years in Vietnam. He served 1 year. He was force recon, and he unfortunately did come home, and we didn't realize he suffered from PTSD. There was a lot of things that unfortunately back in the 60s and the 70s that wasn't addressed, that currently now I still feel is under-addressed, but is getting much better. Currently right now, I hold 3 contracts with the VA. I hold a contract in Chula Vista, Lancaster, and West Los Angeles, and I previously held a contractor in Yountville, containing mainly veterans. It's an RCFE for independent living and then also for assisted living. I provide CNAs, LVNs, and RNs. The reason why I bring this up is because for me, I was a girl that grew up with a dad that had a really great job. He was a mechanical engineer for Boeing for 27 years. Very intelligent, but unfortunately, like I said, he had some demons that he was battling with his PTSD that was never addressed. So he was Jekyll and Hyde. He was very charismatic, he could talk to everybody, friendly, and then a drop of a dime, then he would revert into fight mode and have flashbacks, and he was having, outbursts. That set a record for us, unfortunately. I ended up going to 13 schools because we moved around so much, because he ended up just, shutting down and had moments of weakness that he didn't want to show us, and so he lashed out in anger. And my parents separated off and on, back and forth. I ended up finding out my senior year that I was pregnant. I made up 100 credits my senior year. I worked to my 8th month of pregnancy. I ended up finding out 2 days before my graduation that I was going to walk with my class of 2000. I had a two-week break. I went into college, got my bachelor's degree. I ended up also getting later my paralegal. I worked at Inland Empire Latino Lawyers Association for 9 months, giving back, doing pro bono work. I have done door-to-door knocking for Congressman Takano for a couple of years, helping doing fundraisers for him, as well as Eloise Reyes Gomez. I have worked in the community, not only in Orange County, Riverside County, San Bernardino County, but also Los Angeles County. And I have had the pleasure with U.S. Vets to also tour multiple facilities, not just the March Air Force Base, but I've seen their properties in Hemet. I've seen their properties in Colton. I've seen their office buildings. I've seen their properties in Riverside. I've seen the Loma Linda property. I visited about 9 of their facilities, and currently we are in talks to possibly do some contracting work for janitorial services, and then possibly for caring for the veterans. And with that, I also will be hiring people that are from this area, so that it will allow me, just a little girl from a small town that, is supposed to have all the odds against her, be able to then continue to grow my business and be able to give back to community, be able to show not only my daughter, who's 18 years old, that no matter what the odds are, no matter what you went through in life, no matter what your dad went through in life, no matter what was surrounding you, you can still fight through and make it. And I'm so thankful for U.S. Vets, because I've actually been able to meet with some of their veterans that live at the property of March Air Force Base, the old one and the new one, and had one-on-one discussions with them, as well as some of the ones that spoke today. And the ability that they have, been able to give these veterans to know that no matter what, you can still push through, and we're there to help you, meaning which is U.S. Vets, is there to help you, is just amazing. And I'm just really hopeful that, with all the conversations and all the speakings and everybody that's come up to speak to you, I know ultimately you have a very big decision, but I hope and pray that you really do consider everything and everybody that spoke today. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Barbara Babcock? Have you been sworn in?
I sure have. Common sense is not so common. Think about it. I am a military wife. I was married for 26 years. Unfortunately, my husband was in the military for a year and a half before we got married. So when I went to go have surgery in San Diego, they go, "Oh, sorry, you don't have an ID card." I said, "What do you mean? I was married for 26 years." Our vets deserve the best of everything. It's an amazing day when Scott Olson and the Matleys and I agree on something. It's a good program. It's a great program. I spend my life working with nonprofits. I moved 14 major times in 26 years, or in 20 years, 18 and a half years. And there is nothing worse than our vets not having a place to lay their head at night. Shame on you for thinking that you got to go back to your dang planning commission. You appointed them. It's your decision. Do the right thing. Please, do the right thing. By the way, Shirley Harlan needs a ride home, so somebody give her one. I do too, but I never worry about getting anywhere. I just worry about how I get to where I'm going. Do the right thing. Vote yes tonight.
Ms. Sandra Ibarra? That concludes public speaking on this item.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I ask Oliver or Elizabeth to come to the podium? I have a question.
I think if we're going to discuss this, then we do need
We've
a
already
motion to reconsider.
We've already closed the hearing.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Want to make
Right,
a motion
thank
to
you.
reconsider.
Second. Do I call it Mr. Muller?
We have a motion to reconsider. In a second.
Second.
The motion to reconsider was made by Mr. Barrios, seconded by Mr. Valdivia, and it fails 3-3.
Next is item 26. Excuse me. Next is item 25.
No.
This is to continue the public hearing for appeal of Pepe's Towing.
Mr. Mayor,
We have City
Yes.
Manager.
we have had a chance to speak to the other party, and he's agreeable by mutual agreement actually to continue this to the March 7th meeting. So,
You need a vote?
no, yes.
We need a...
Yeah.
So moved.
Second. A motion and a second. Please cast your vote. Any other comments?
And just because you're continuing the public hearing, so.
Mr. Mulvihill, would you like to vote on this item?
Oh, I'm sorry, on item number 20.
This is item 25 to continue. On item 25, the motion to continue was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Barrios, and the item passes 6-0.
Thank you. We now move to item 26. This public hearing is now open. Subject is to adopt the Development Code Amendment 18-02 regarding cannabis regulations, commercial activities, smoking in public, and personal cultivation. Recommendations to review and discuss the Planning Commission recommends related to cannabis regulations. Introduced for the first reading, ordinance number 2018-1464, adding Chapter 5.10 of the San Bernardino Municipal Code related to regulation of commercial cannabis activities. Development Code Amendment 18-02A. Item number 2 is to introduce the first reading of ordinance 2018-1465, adding Chapter 8.97 to the San Bernardino Municipal Code, establishing regulations for the smoking of cannabis in public spaces. Again, Development Code Amendment 18-02B. Introduced for first reading ordinance 2018-1466, adding Chapter 8.99 to the San Bernardino Municipal Code, establishing regulations for personal cultivation of cannabis within private residences. Development Code Amendment 18-02C. Mr. Presico?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. As the mayor has just indicated, there are actually 3 separate items before the council this evening. First is a development code amendment regarding commercial cannabis activity. The second is smoking cannabis in public places. And item 3 is personal cultivation. I know a lot of this procedural history we know about. I'm going to go through it quickly because I do think it's important. The Measure O and Proposition 64 both passed in November of 2016. In October of 2017, the mayor and city council appointed a citizens advisory committee to explore the marijuana issues which were not part of Measure O. On December 20th, the City Council received a recommendation from the committee. At that same meeting, the Council also adopted a 45-day moratorium on outdoor personal cultivation, special events, and commercial cannabis activities. January 22nd of this year, the City Council received comments from city staff, the consultant team, regarding draft ordinances, again, for commercial cannabis activity, personal cultivation, and smoking in public. On February 1st, the City Council extended the moratorium, the 45-day moratorium, for up to 10 months and 15 days. But at that meeting, the Council made it clear that they wanted the ordinance brought back as quickly as possible. On February 7th, staff presented a package of ordinances to the Council. The Council reviewed those, received rather extensive public comment, and then directed that the Planning Commission should hold public hearings, which the Planning Commission did on February 13th. On February 9th, we got the final statement of decision, which invalidated Measure O. We are still waiting for the final signed judgment before we can actually move forward. So on February 7th, real quickly, the Council again received draft ordinances on commercial cannabis. There were some very specific changes that the Council wanted to see, so those changes were incorporated in the ordinance prior to the Planning Commission reviewing that. Real quickly, the 3 were to change the ratio, per capita ratio, from 1 license per 10,000 to 1 license per 12,000. The second change was to allow the Council to reduce the permit types by resolution. And then change number 3 was to include libraries as a sensitive use as part of the consideration for granting of permits. Regarding the second ordinance, smoking in public places, there was one minor change made, and that was really an inconsistency. There were 2 different distance references in the ordinance. Those were brought into consistency, and it's a 50-foot separation. And then regarding personal cultivation, the change that the Council wanted was really a clarification on what outdoor meant, and language was added to say that outdoor means in the open air. So on February 13th, the Planning Commission did hold a noticed public hearing on all 3 development code amendments. The council asked that the Planning Commission consider increasing the sensitive use buffer from 300 feet to 600 feet. The Planning Commission did agree to that change. They did have one provision which said that the distance requirement should stop if there is an intervening physical structure that can't be crossed, such as freeway, railroad track, or flood control channel. So that has been incorporated. The recommendations of the Planning Commission are incorporated into the ordinances that the council has before it tonight. The second change that the Planning Commission recommended was to increase the permit term from 12 months to 36 months, with the recognition that there's a fairly significant investment that these operators are making. The Commission felt that if you wanted to get legitimate businesses, then that they needed to know that their investment was protected, so they were recommending a 36-month term. And then the third change was to consider eliminating the work permit. So there's not a work permit that's required, but the property owner, the business owner, I should say, still needs to maintain all of those records, and those records could be inspected as part of the renewal process. A lot of these provisions in the work permit are really just being carried forward from Proposition 64 and SB 94. The second Development Code amendment dealt with smoking in public places. There were no changes that the Planning Commission was recommending. And the third Development Code amendment was with personal cultivation. The issue that the Planning Commission discussed on February 7th was whether or not a permit should be required. The Planning Commission was opposed to requiring a permit for registration for the personal cultivation in residential zones. The Commission felt that there would be an invasion of privacy as well as potentially setting up the households to be targets. However, the City Council did ask us to come back, ask staff to come back with what were some options and what were some potential costs if a permit process were put in place. So we've outlined in the staff report 3 options. The first option would be there would be no permit required. Again, the cultivator, the resident, would need to comply with state law. They would also need to comply with local law. They would need to comply with all of the building code requirements, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, and fire code requirements. And then if complaints were received, code enforcement would be able to enforce the codes appropriately. A short list of pros and cons. The first would be, again, protecting the private property rights. The second would be no additional staff necessarily required. There may be some additional staff, obviously, on the code enforcement side. And the third point would be it's an honor system. Again, the city still has the ability to enforce state and local law where people are breaking the law. There would be no costs required or incurred by the city. One issue that we came up with that might make sense to include would be to make it very clear that personal cultivation is for no more than 6 plants. That's a total of 6 plants, regardless of the number of occupants, regardless of the number of qualified patients on the property. We would suggest that the council might want to make it very clear that if a property owner has more than 6 plants on the property, that is automatically a commercial operation. Therefore, that really stiffens the penalties that the city can impose upon property owners. Option 2 would be an online registration or self-reporting. Residents would go online and they would self-certify that they are in compliance with state and local law. Similar to an annual business permit, closest thing that we could really come up with. Pros and cons would be that the city would have a record where cultivation is occurring. Enforcement would be easier because we would know who does or doesn't have the ability to grow. Again, the con would be the invasion of privacy. The cost estimates, staff really kind of struggled with what the cost estimates would be, largely because we don't know the number of permits that would ultimately, the property owners or residents that would be seeking permits. Our best guess today would be about a $250,000. This would be a startup cost plus an annual recurring cost. There are costs with setting up the IT infrastructure, actually establishing the permit. Code enforcement would have to be able to track them. There's a records management and a records maintenance component. And then once we require the online certification, annual renewal notices would have to go out informing, property owner at 1234 Main Street, you need to renew your permit. So there are a number of administrative functions. Again, the best estimate that we have that would be about $250,000. Option 3 would be the full permit process, where a property owner or a cultivator would complete the application, would be reviewed by staff at the counter. There would be inspections that would be made. The closest analogy that we could come up with would be similar to the residential rental inspection program. The city has about 9,000 properties in that program, and those property owners are paying $61 fee per unit. In order to get the number of permits that we think might be issued, the city has almost 65,500 households, dwelling units, according to the 2013 housing element. So if between 10 and 15% of the people wanted to obtain permits, that would be approximately between 6,500 and 10,000 permits a year. Again, these are our best guesses today. Pros and cons would be maximum protection for residents. Again, the con would be the invasion of privacy and then the limited resources. We did talk with the police chief, the city manager, and I talked today about what this program might look like and what it might cost from a staffing standpoint. We have determined that we would want to send inspectors out in groups of 2 and not individually like we would for a regular building permit or a regular license inspection. So that's automatically doubling the inspection personnel that are needed. There would be a need for a full-time counter tech, need for a full-time customer service representative, and then a city prosecutor for those people who do not comply, as well as general overhead expenses. Again, the cost we have estimated is approximately $1 million a year. And based upon the number of permits, if it's 6,500 permits a year, that's about $110 a permit, up to, that's reversed. The more permits, obviously, the lower the cost. So it's anywhere between about $110 and $170 a year.
But if the number of permits exceeded too much, where we had to add additional staffing, it might change those numbers. So these are really guesstimates based on what we have now.
Yeah, this was really our best guess, and we tried to look at existing programs that we've got. For instance, the residential rental inspection program or the business license program, to try to determine what these costs might be. A couple of other topics, fees and taxes. I think it's important for the public to understand that fees are designed to cover a cost for a service, whether it's a building permit, whether it's a use of a park permit. That's what fees cover. The city cannot generate profits off of fees. The hardest thing for agencies to do is to really determine what all of the costs are associated with that service. Any service could potentially, the city manager could potentially need to get involved in that. So there would be a percentage of the city manager's time involved. So fee studies are very comprehensive, and they're not necessarily a science. I think they're more of an art. So that's the fee component. We will be coming back with fees prior to this ordinance going into effect for the commercial cannabis activity, because those definitely have fees to them. Taxes are very different. Taxes actually generate additional revenue, and that can either be for general government purpose or for specific government purpose, and they have different voter thresholds depending upon how the city council ultimately determines those funds would be allocated. Again, fees for service, we will be coming back with those. Fees for service will not generate additional revenue, except in the case that we currently do. The police department currently does a lot of enforcement against illegal dispensaries and other illegal businesses. Those costs, some of those costs are recovered by the violator, some of those costs are not. So the fee that we will be coming back with will cover all of the enforcement costs that currently aren't captured. So it's a long way of saying there will be some additional general fund revenue that will come out of fees, but it's not going to be a large source. It's really just backfilling what the police department is currently using, and that's not covered. Taxes do require a vote to be held concurrent with a general election. The next general election is in November of this year, and the last day to qualify a measure would be August 10th of this year, if that's what the council wanted to do. Next steps, once the ordinances are adopted or introduced for first reading and then brought back for second reading, the mayor and city council will have to adopt a fee recovery resolution, which we're currently working on. The mayor and council will also adopt a resolution that outlines very clearly the application procedures and the objective criteria that will be used. Some of the feedback that we've heard is the process appears to be too subjective. It is not subjective. There's actually very clear criteria, and the council will lay that out in the resolution that they'll be adopting. The third item would be, once we have the signed judgment from the courts, then staff will notify all of the current license holders in the city of San Bernardino that their licenses are null and void. We will also notify the state. There are 3 businesses in the city of San Bernardino which have a license from the State Bureau of Cannabis Control. We will notify them that their licenses are expired. We will also notify the state so the state can take appropriate action. And then at that time, once the judgment is signed, then the moratorium becomes effective, and at that time, staff will no longer accept applications under Measure O. And if the council has a new permitting structure in place, that new permitting structure and process would be followed.
Mayor, members of the council, just before we move on to questions, I wanted to make just a couple of points. The comments and suggestions that you made the other evening were incorporated, and that's what was sent to the Planning Commission. So any of the changes that you directly voted on and asked us to implement before sending that to the Planning Commission, we did, and then sent that to them. I'm going to have Mark walk through just quickly one last time, because I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that the ordinances that you have before you, we have incorporated the Planning Commission's recommendations. So if you choose not to concur with the recommendations made by the Planning Commission, you'll want to consider having us revise that to reflect the ordinance that you sent to them or something different. But I just want to make sure you're aware those recommendations by the Planning Commission are incorporated in the ordinances that you have before you right now. And then, again, just because there's been some agenda questions, and I know Councilmember Mulvihill may have, I'm hoping was the only one that missed a couple pages in his printed agenda. I'm going to ask Mark just to walk through one more time what specifically the Planning Commission changed or recommended changing.
Certainly. I'll go through those.
And again, you can go through them briefly, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows exactly what was changed.
Yeah. And I can also, if the council would like, the mayor and city council would like, I can direct you to the section and page number. This would be on ordinance 1464, which is the ordinance which deals with commercial cannabis. So I know these are out of page order, but section 510-250, which would be on packet page 743. The Planning Commission did concur that the 600-foot radius was an appropriate radius. They suggested that that distance measurement be stopped if there was a intervening physical structure which could not be crossed, and that actual language is on page 744.
So again, they recommended that you increase the radius to 600, the buffer zone to 600 feet.
That was the first change, and again, as Andrea has pointed out, what you have before you is what was recommended by the Planning Commission. The second change was to increase the term of the permit, and that is section 110, 510-110, which is on page, I should have all this stuff memorized by now, 737 in the City Council packet. And that was just a change from 12 months to 36 months.
And I believe that there's a question, Mr. Mayor, while we're on that item.
Councilor Navarro.
Just to be clear, Mark, I'm looking at, the section 510-250, section 4.
Yes.
So we are saying that if there are freeways, flood-controlled channels, railroads, the Santa Ana River, that is going to add to that distance of 300 feet?
Well, it would break.
Just clarify.
It would break the distance. Unfortunately, I'll have to use my hand, so for those people watching at home, if there's a business that qualifies or a parcel that qualifies, say, on the west side of the 215, and within 600 feet there was a residence on the east side of the 215, you obviously can't walk across 9 lanes of traffic. So the Planning Commission's belief was that that 600-foot buffer would not count, that the distance would stop. You say the business was 200 feet away from the freeway, and then the residence was right up against the freeway on the other side. So if you did a straight line calculation, you would be within 600 feet. But because people aren't walking across the freeway, the commission felt that that distance should stop at the physical barrier.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Movio.
Yes, Mr. Persico. The second bullet there, the significant investment, the initial term of the business permit for 36 months. What's the significant? Well, is that just for the initial?
Well,
3 years?
it would be for the initial and renewals. So the permit term for both initial and renewals under the ordinance is the same.
Our business permits right now are annually.
That is correct.
I don't see why this would be for 3 years.
This was a recommendation of the commission because they don't have a land use entitlement. For instance, typically if you build a new gas station, you have a land use entitlement. You can continue to run that gas station, but every year you come in and you pay a business tax receipt, which is tied to the estimated revenues that you're going to generate. So the property owner, the business owner is protected because they've got the conditional use permit that vests them on the property. In the case of a commercial cannabis permit, all that business owner has is their permit. So they could potentially make a very significant investment in year one, and when it came up,
again, they're not. If they don't get a return, they're not going to make the investment. Obviously, they're making the investment because they're going to get a good return out of this. So I guess my proposal and that it should be 1 year. be annually renewed? Because that's what business permits in San Bernardino are for 1 year.
That is correct.
So the state is an annual permit also. So that would be in alignment with the state by leaving it at 12 months.
Right.
Yes.
If you went to 36 months, you then would have a dual monitoring system to have to make sure that the 3-year is then separately administered versus the 12 months, which is the current process. So it would actually create a complication.
It would make it more difficult, yes, for us to monitor.
So I get the impression that we should probably note it that we're thinking about putting it back down to 1 year.
And I guess what our hope is that there may be some changes. The city attorney's office, I'm sure, is taking copious notes as well as we are. So when you look at introducing these, we can probably introduce them with, as long as their changes are minor, introduce them with the minor changes, as long as they're not substantive.
Correct. I would just ask that at some point, if a motion is made to lay these over, that you direct us to incorporate the changes that have been discussed. That way,
and it might be helpful we do them one by one, so that we make. I just don't want to take a chance we miss something. So it probably would be helpful for us to take these things one.
Councilman Nichol.
That was going to be my recommendation, that this be presented as a motion, and then we can go up and down on each one of these recommendations, and then by the end of it, we'll have a clear path forward on this.
Councilman Valdez.
Mr. Persico, I find some point of clarification on your statement that this isn't necessarily a land use agreement, but in my understanding and assessment of the process, this whole condition, the process for application mimics conditional use permits, does it not?
I'm not sure that it does. Under the conditional use permit process, there are a different set of findings that are made. There is a relationship between a commercial cannabis permit and the general plan. Any permit that the city issues has to be consistent with the general plan. It needs to be consistent with the development code, which is Title 19. But these provisions are specifically not in Title 19. They're in Title 5, which is the business license and regulatory section. So the property owner, the business owner, only has that commercial cannabis permit.
But nonetheless, the Planning Commission or the authority vested within this ordinance allows individuals applying for the cannabis commercial activity license to undergo scrutiny via the checklist that your department provides, many of which, except for and but the Title 19 provisions that you codify in a conditional use permit process, many of them are similar, subtract that 19.
They are very similar, I think, and I wasn't there at the Planning Commission to hear all their discussion, but I think what they were suggesting is a business owner is going to make an investment in that business, and where they have a conditional use permit, they have something of value if they don't have a business license.
Well, that's where I'm going, Ms. City Manager, is this, to Mr. Mulvihill's point, I think a 36-month permitting process is overly extensive. I say line it up with the state regulations. It's a good check and balance. It keeps us on an annual permit basis, and it lines up congruent with our operations.
And it's consistent with other business. We have all sorts of businesses that choose
Sure.
to move into, but they don't necessarily have conditional use permits, but they've chosen to invest in a
Yeah,
particular.
I can support, I'd like to see that removed 36-month to 1 year, and I think we have some consensus. If there's no objection, I'd like to see that. That's 36 months is just, it's outlandish. Thank you.
And coming back to the city manager, I think we take each one of these
Right.
independently and listen to all the others. Councilman Nichol?
Yeah, well, I know for a fact when I've done my business registration, it wasn't subject to the discretion of the city manager whether or not to continue that business registration or not. So I think to some degree there are some apples and oranges here. I get the need for consistency, but I also get the need to ensure that there's some degree of reduction of risk to those that, there is an investment here. So I'm just, my concern is if it's up every 12 months and it's up to a discretionary process and we're limiting the number of permits, that's a huge potential risk that these business owners are taking. And my fear is that they will probably underinvest, or we may not get the revenue because the value of that permit has suddenly, it's really diminished because there's no value to doing business if you can't have some sense of sustainability of your operation.
I think one of the things that might help in terms of your discussion, maybe if Mr. Persico could walk through the renewal process, because the renewal process they did not make changes to, and that it has less, it's less discretionary.
Okay.
It's got, so maybe if Mark could walk through the renewal process, and that might help inform your discussion.
Okay.
So the renewal process, just for people who want to read it, starts on packet page 737, and it's section 510-130, and it does require a business owner apply within 60 days before their permit expires. There are very specific grounds why it would not be renewed. So a responsible operator who was complying with all of their permit requirements and was not causing problems from a public nuisance problems from the police department standpoint would be renewed.
But part of the problem is if you don't renew it, you may not know that they haven't been in compliance. They have been meeting those if you're not doing it every year. If you're not, right. Go ahead.
That was all really that I had to say on the renewal. So they are fairly pro forma for those people who are complying with all of their requirements.
You would only be renewing it every 36 months.
You would
based on changing this to 36 months.
If we changed it to 36 months, yes, but under the scheme, at least as proposed,
with the 12 months,
the renewal process becomes really much more
pretty routine.
I mean, unless someone, we find that we had to revoke. Certainly, if we had to take action to revoke it because we found that there were violations, or the state, they were unable to get a state license for some reason. So the grounds for not renewing that permit are fairly prescribed in those 6 subsections.
Which is giving, I think,
more
credence
certainty
to what you're talking about, wanting to not be. It's not
arbitrary,
flippant that they are going to not be given the license. So. Yes.
Yeah, so I guess the concern I have is on the previous page, packet page 736, under 5.10.090, section D, the city's reservation of rights. The city reserves the right to reject any or all applications. Now, when I read that statement, I would assume that would apply to renewal applications as well?
It does not apply. That section, 5.10.090, only relates to the initial application procedure.
Can we ensure that we use the term any or all initial applications, so there's no confusion with renewal applications?
Yes, we can certainly add that language.
Okay, because I think there needs to be some assurance that...
It is a separate heading, though.
I understand it is, but if I read that, I wouldn't know, because we're using the term applications and applicant elsewhere in here.
So is there general concurrence to add that language? It doesn't change the...
Right. Okay. And I'm willing to support the 12 months as long as we insert that language of initial applications under 5.10.090, section D.
Which it does clarify then.
Right.
It reduces the potential for misinterpretation. Okay.
So
is there consensus on that?
On the 1 year with that additional language?
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark, just for my clarification, because it's this is getting to be a little bit overwhelming and it's blurry, so I want to make sure I'm on track. The 36 months, was this recommended by the Planning Commission?
Yes, it was.
And what was the rationale for that?
Again, because the business owner is making a significant investment.
Investment, okay.
Correct.
I'd like to go with the marine with the state. I think that's more streamlined and, I mean, it's standard.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
And from an enforcement perspective, it does
It's much
make it
better.
easier and it's less fraught with error.
Right.
Councilman Badavia. I'm sorry, I think Councilman Barrios.
Thank you, Mayor. Just because we're on this section of, was it 510090, Section B, it says that they shall pay an application fee established by the resolution of us as a council. Do we have any idea what that fee is going to be?
We're working through that now. That will. This will come to you later.
So that's going to come to us
Yeah,
when?
this only gives us the authorization to bring a resolution before you establishing that fee. We're still working through that now, and we'll present that before this ordinance would become effective.
Okay, so that's kind of going to be one of the last things we do
Yep.
to finalize.
Yep.
Got it, thank you.
Councilmember, just one moment. I wanted to make note that on page 700, smoking cannabis in public places,
Packet page
bottom,
700.
the bottom of the page, packet page 700.
Oh, yes. Oh, you're going backwards. Okay.
The distance requirement there was just for correction.
Yes.
If you go to packet page 773, smoking distance required, 8.97.070A.
Uh-huh.
It's still showing 25 feet.
Yeah, that should be 50.
That should be 50.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
So that
we've tried to be internally consistent with the 90 pages, but you caught one of the things that we missed, so thank you for pointing that out. But yes, that should be 50.
You're welcome. Yeah. Councilman Mulvey. John was next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On packet page 741, since we're talking about the application process, packet page 741, line number 1 through 3, it says in section 5.10.180, section H, if the application is denied, a new application may not be filed for 1 year from the date of the denial. That, to me, I mean, I can interpret that. If I go the first part of that section, the sole discretion is laid with the city manager. She has ultimate authority on this. And then ultimately, your process could, for some reason, kick out one of the applicants because they failed to file a supplemental anything on the checklist. That is, to me, quite harsh. Can you explain the rationale as to why there needs to be this statement here, and how can it be more accommodating so that we can get true legal providers compliant with the law, compliant with the ordinance, and good actors performing to attempt to try to check these boxes off?
Sure.
But if I find that people are just indiscriminately, well, sorry, it's denied because the comma's not there, I mean, that's not fair to the applicant.
You are correct. It's not fair to the applicant. The ultimate discretion on permit approval is the council's. So if the council denies the permit, staff is making a recommendation. The city manager is making a recommendation on all of the permits. Say we get 37 applications. Staff would go through that review based upon the criteria. Out of that 37, 9 or 10 would be recommended to the council. The council would still see all of those applications.
all 37
All
or whatever.
37
That is
of
correct.
them. With kind of our thought process, why we didn't recommend to them, what we learned as we evaluated the application, what our inspections of the physical area that they were suggesting was, so you would see all that information before you make the decisions.
So then,
And the other thing about that I would just add, and maybe Mark can expand upon this, someone not giving all the information, we're really talking about, true, we did the analysis and we determined that there was something that would really cause you not to be eligible for a permit. If someone failed to provide something that, as part of our analysis, that's one of the things that you're asking us to do, is to gather all the information, conduct an assessment of them, go out and visit the sites that they're proposing, take a look at other operations they may have, walk through the various criteria that you're providing to us, and if they're missing something in that, we need more information on a site plan or something, we're going to request that.
so at whose discretion, when I read that section, if an application is denied, my question is by who? By you,
No,
or by the council?
By the council.
By the council. I would also add, Council Member Valdivia, that
About 35 years difference, but okay.
That requirement is...
I want to age like Mr. Mulder.
Mark lost his train of thought now.
And just as
Can we have a do-over? Do I get one do-over tonight?
All right, let's go.
You want that stricken from the record?
Please, thank you.
All right, it's stricken.
All right. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Valdivia, that 1-year time limit is in the development code currently, and it's very, very standard. It prevents people from reapplying the same application on the same site. So there is a way to do it where an application can be denied without prejudice, and the Planning Commission has done that on a few occasions. So without prejudice means that the applicant could come back within that 12-month time frame. But this is actually very standard and very defensible.
Thank you for the explanation.
The process of submitting an application before it was even brought forward to the council for ultimate disposition, you would be working with the applicant if there was something that was not included before submitting it, so that the comma that's missing or whatever application omission there was, you'd be sending it back to them to give them that opportunity to rectify whatever error there was in the application process.
Because remember, our role really is to vet the applications based on the criteria that you're providing and provide you with pictures and data and information and maps and what the distance between various schools or churches is to the proposed site. So again, our role really is investigative, to provide you with as much information as we possibly can so you can make the decision.
Councilman Mobile?
Can I move on to the third bullet, or we still want to stick with permits?
Let's move on to the third bullet.
Okay. Now, this verbiage must be from this applicable state law, because I don't see it here in the text itself.
If you look at the work permit requirements under packet page 734, again, what the council has is what the commission recommended. This section 510070 used to be titled Cannabis Employee Work Permit. It's been changed to requirements, so it puts the burden on the operator to make sure that they are fully compliant with state law and compliant with the code. And then the city would, as part of the renewal process, the police chief or the city manager would be able to say, we need to see your employee records to make sure that they're properly maintained. So it's shifting the burden from the city to the operator.
Okay. Now, I guess the question I have, I suspect that the operator and the owner will have a background check. Is that like a life scan, Mr. Persico? That's the life scan?
Yes, they would have to go. They would have to go through the background check.
Now, I guess I'm just concerned about who's the the operator and the owner aren't necessarily the same people, correct?
That is correct. You could have a property owner that would be leasing their building to a business operator that would then be going through the city's process to obtain the cannabis permit, operator's permit.
But you also may have a business owner that has several people managing different locations.
Exactly. And so, but the operator's name is going to be on the permit?
Absolutely, yes.
And if there's a change in the operator, then they have to come up with a
That is
different-
correct.
They have to
Yes,
notify.
they're non-transferable permits.
I got you. Thank you.
And there are requirements about the time frame at which they have to, so as soon as there's a
Yes.
change, they have to notify the city so we know who the operator is. So before we leave that one, again, we have implemented the recommendations of the Planning Commission, not necessarily to require the work permit process. So we've now made it requirements of the employees and basically gives us the discretion to, upon reasonable request, ask for that information, and they would be responsible for providing it to us, and then we can conduct any investigation that we need to.
All right, so we've gone through all the three bullets
On commercial cannabis. And
on
so,
commercial cannabis.
So
So
if there are other,
why don't we take each one of those?
yes.
The first one, which was the 600 feet, the only change there was the barrier, which would then not require it to be 600 feet.
That's right.
All
So
right.
they increased it to 600 feet and then identified that intervening physical barrier.
So do we have a motion to approve? We have a second? No. Oh, excuse me, you're right. Thank you. Thank you. Do we need to hear public comments before we make these, city
You can,
attorney?
as long as there's things that are consensus, we can take them down, but I would suggest that we finish the other two ordinances first, then take public comments, and then we can finish going through these items.
All right, thank you.
So if we could move then to the item smoking in public places, and that is, let me find the page, packet page.
Smoking in public places would be ordinance 1465, starting on page 764.
And the commission recommended no changes to this one?
That is correct.
So this is the ordinance that you saw previously?
Yeah.
Okay.
With the correction of the one typo that it be 50 feet in both places.
Yeah, including the one the mayor found.
Yep.
That's good. Then the third ordinance is related to personal cultivation.
And that starts on packet page 779. And again, there were no changes that were recommended either by the City Council or by the Planning Commission. The Council did ask the Commission to explore the topic of a permit. The Planning Commission was unanimously opposed to a permit or registration, which is the same recommendation that the CAC made back in late December.
And I would note the charts that we, just to make sure that we're being fair to the commission, we had not completed the charts and the analysis of the advantages and disadvantages and potential costs. We had not done that analysis. So we generally spoke about those things with them, but they did not have the more thorough look at that we just presented to you this evening.
So without the requirement for a permit, how is the homeowner informed of the requirements to meet building code regulations? And if they're not, how are you going to then ensure that they are in compliance?
Right. Similar to the process that we use on other permits, we get calls, dozens of calls every day from homeowners saying, do I need a permit for a yard sale? Do I need a permit to change out my water heater? So we would tell them if we got a call, do I need a permit for personal cultivation? We would tell them that, no, you don't need a permit. We would tell them where on the website, we could even email it to them, what the standards are. Again, largely what is coming out of state law. no more than 6 plants. Any physical alterations that are made to the property would need to be done under a permit, and they would get a building permit. Say they were building a new room inside their house, then you would need a permit for those physical changes to the property, but not for the personal cultivation. And then if people failed to abide by the standards, probably the biggest standard would be an odor complaint, because odors cannot be emitted from the structure to onto your neighbor's property. It would be referred to code enforcement if we got a call from somebody saying, you know, I smell marijuana coming from the property just west of me. That would be referred to code enforcement, and code enforcement would take appropriate action.
So we're requiring for commercial to permit it.
That is correct, yes.
And the purpose of that is to provide for the health, safety, and welfare of the community. And the neighbors who are subject then to someone that may not be in compliance, they're also then put at risk if a permit is not required. Because it's not necessarily that the one that wants to grow is going to find out what changes they may have to comply with. So there's a lower standard that's being applied to personal grows versus the business that's going to have to make sure that
Absolutely, which is very standard, I think. There are many more public health risks to large-scale operations, to dispensaries, to distribution or micro-businesses. We heard from Chief Muncie at the last meeting that from a fire standpoint, they didn't believe that there was a fire risk. So yes, you are correct, Mayor. It is a different standard, which is fairly common. Commercial businesses are always held to a much, much higher standard than what people are doing, because this is for your own personal use. It's very clear under state law, as it is under the city's code, that you can't gift it, you can't give it to your friends, you can't grow plants for your neighbor. This is to be grown and used by you on your property. But you are correct, it is a different standard.
So if you're trying to provide some ability for a landowner to make sure the tenant is in compliance,
yes,
the other provisions in here are such that the person has to get their permission.
That is correct.
But if they get their permission, what's the process for after that permission is provided?
Once they had approval from the landlord, they would just follow state law and the city's codes, and they would begin.
But there's no assurance that they're going to comply.
That is correct.
That's where a permit would help. It would give the landowner some ability to make sure that there's a requirement for that tenant to make sure that they are in compliance. Without it, you really don't have any way or any ability to monitor that process.
Although I would say that I would encourage all landlords to make sure that their leases include a provision that people have to comply with state laws and that, activities, they can ban certain activities on their properties if they choose to do that. But yes, by not having any permit registration requirement, even an online one, as was discussed at the last meeting, we would have no reason to know whether or not the property owner truly gave permission.
But that could be part of a permitting process.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Councilman Nichol.
So just to review, what would be the penalty if and when an individual was identified growing 7 plants as opposed to 6? What would happen to them?
They do have, again, with the change that is being suggested, that it would automatically be classified as a commercial cultivation operation if it had more than 6 plants. then they would be subject to all of the fines and penalties under Section 5, Chapter 510.
So what are those fines and penalties, just to review?
Which are much more severe. This is where I might actually have Stephen Graham kind of help me with that process, that differentiation, if you will.
So what is the fine or penalty for 7 plants?
Okay, I hope you don't mind me addressing you from the public podium, but I figured it was easier. The goal with the enforcement mechanisms in both the personal cultivation ordinance and in the commercial ordinance are to give the police department, code enforcement, and the city prosecutor a spectrum of enforcement abilities, depending on the situation. I don't think that if someone had 7 plants instead of 6, they'd be charged with a felony or anything like that. I think that would likely fall on the lower end of the spectrum. It's just important to get them to have a clear standard, and that 6-plant to 7-plant standard exists in state law, and so we want to make it very clear that personal cultivation in this city, under our code, is for 6 plants or less. I think that what you will typically find is that either people will be complying with the 6-plant limit, or it'll be a grow house. It's very unlikely that you're going to find anything in between. And I think that, at that point, that's when the police department will be looking at much stiffer criminal penalties and higher fines and potential referral to the DA's office, felony prosecution.
So it's pretty much up to the discretion of the enforcement officer what they encounter. It could be a range potentially.
No, they may make a recommendation, but ultimately the city prosecutor will make a determination.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, and the language you have in here allows the city attorney who's prosecuting it to charge it as a misdemeanor, to reduce that to an infraction, either on charging or after the case has gone on, and that's very helpful for them in gaining compliance.
I would like to make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the...
We're going to wait until we hear public comments, I think.
Okay. Are you accepting motions now, or...
We do need to take public comments first.
Yeah.
Before we take the motions,
Yes.
or before we vote on the motions?
Well, if you want to take it, we can, but I would suggest that you hear the comments before you actually give direction.
So we'll wait to do the motions. Okay, because I do have one more question. On packet page 773, so the prohibition of smoking and inhaling in unenclosed areas, so essentially outdoors. So the smoking and inhaling of cannabis products are prohibited in the unenclosed areas of the following places as defined in section 8.97030. B is public places. And when I look at 8.97030, let's see where that's at here.
The definition of public place?
Yes, the definition of public places.
771, line 9.
Okay, 771, line 9.
Yeah, is the definition.
There we go. Okay. So a public place means any place publicly or privately owned when being used for a public event, including but not limited to a farmer's market, a parade, a craft fair, a festival, or any other event open to the general public. I have received concerns about, we have these cannabis events in the city, and whether or not this provision would preclude any kind of consumption during those events. Would it or would it not preclude consumption during those types of events?
Cannabis events are actually commercial activities under 510, and there is, I will try to find quickly, so they would be required to get a development agreement.
Okay.
They can't consume on site, and then under the development agreement, I believe we had a little bit of the discussion on the 7. That would allow the city council ultimately, through the development agreement, which is an ordinance, to tailor the approvals or conditions based upon the issue that the council was trying to address.
Okay.
So smoking at events, or all of those cannabis special events, are commercial activities. They can only occur at the Orange Show, and they can only occur, at least as the code is currently written, subject to a development agreement.
Okay. So just to be clear, it would potentially be allowable at the Orange Show, subject to an agreement that's approved by the city council.
Correct.
Okay.
And remember, as part of those agreements, we will be recommending conditions that protect the public based on the circumstances.
All right. Thank you. Answers my question.
Councilor Walville.
With regard to we've been discussing the permitting process and whether it's online. Mayor Pro Tem Nichols has suggested that we simply go with what the Planning Commission. Later on, if we find that there's an issue, we can always change and make it more, because, I can't help but think that, and as the arguments that I've made before, that there's a lot of houses in San Bernardino that were built before 1950 that have inadequate wiring. I remember one case, I think about those two kids, the Suarez, over on Arrowhead, that the parents have a large extension cord connecting to the apartment next door. And those two little kids died in a fire that was caused by poor electrical. And so, from my point of view, it's going to happen. And I think we need to be realistic about it. And that if we do go with the suggestion that we don't have any permits, I'm thinking about an online permitting process, but what really good would that do necessarily? We could present them with what the requirements are for what housing standards happen to be, and go through the whole process of what Mark goes through with regard to building new houses and what the adequacy of circuitry happens to be. But what real good would that do necessarily? A person could ignore it and not necessarily have it. And if we had self-identification through that, I'm not so much concerned about personal privacy. I mean, we're dealing with an issue here that's new for the city, and there's a great deal of concern. And I want to make sure that the residents that will be growing cannabis on their own recognize what the regulations happen to be, that they will need a structure to put this stuff in and have the structure ventilated properly with carbon vents. And I'm sure we're going to be finding people ignoring that, and we're going to get complaints about that. And so I just suggest to you that we're going to be revisiting this, I'm sure. Thank you.
Any further comments? So we've covered all three ordinances, and you've made notes of the recommendations.
Of the
and
things
we'll
that were clearly
vote on those.
presented.
Before we go to public comments, I'd like to take a 5-minute break. Had a good, robust dialogue. I want to thank council for the input. I do believe, though, that the question related to permitting, one of the essence of that discussion is whether we're going to be proactive, recognizing that there is that likelihood, and try to prevent it by taking action because we know that there is that likelihood of something happening, or if we're just going to be reactive and wait until the accident happens. So, first speaker is Teague Licato.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It's Teague Licato, but I appreciate the effort. I'm the owner of Farm Fresh Medical Cannabis Delivery. I'm here to talk today. Actually, we'll start over by saying we're a California-compliant medical marijuana delivery company that focuses on bringing products to people that suffer with multiple sclerosis, ALS, AIDS, HIV, and we have created a product line that's specific for that. I'm a father, a grandfather, a business owner, a resident in Lake Arrowhead. I do all my business here in San Bernardino. I'm also a multiple sclerosis patient, and I have found through my life with multiple sclerosis that using this products that we provide help me get off of opioids and muscle relaxers and things that really make me struggle. Excuse me, as this is late at night, and as the day continues, I do struggle more, as I'm usually in bed by now. So I thank you for your patience. I'm getting old. But I'm here because I want to commend you all for taking the risk that you have and seeing the opportunity and providing opportunities for people like myself to get our products to people that need them. You have a lot of people in this city alone that suffer with diseases like mine that need a safe product, a product that's organic, that's pesticide-free. And I'm not interested in recreational. We're just interested in getting our products to people like myself who desperately need them in your city. Like I said, I'm a small business owner, and I am concerned about the opportunity that people like myself in this audience have in submitting their application when 17 or so or 20 will only be approved. So I ask that the council look at our type of business and give us an avenue, or create an avenue that gives us an equal playing field to get our application reviewed, considered, because we will be doing business in our own backyard. And people like myself who live, work, shop in the city are really going to look out for what's best for the city when we operate our businesses in the city, compared to people, that big corporations that are coming here just because you're issuing the permit. So that's all I have to say, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My general manager.
We need all of those who are going to speak on this to stand to be sworn in. Thank you. Frank Montes.
Well, the last speaker took a lot of the comments that I was going to say, but he hit the nail on the head. Small business, community first, local first. I have a question. I'd be interested to see when the zones you guys choose, when if the property was transferred, how soon after, if it was sold. because that's the problem that a lot of our members are calling me about, that the properties just triple in price, the lease is too much, they can't get in there and do their, try to put up a business. They just get frustrated and turn around. And all that's coming in to a lot of these cities are the Walmarts of cannabis. They don't care about the community. They don't care about these schools. They don't care the challenges that the chief is going to have. They're in it to make money. They're not in it, and that's fine. That's fine. It's a free market. But the thing is, as a city council, you need to look after your residents. You need to look after your city, first and foremost. I was disturbed when I found out that the first permit went to a business that sued the city and won, and he gets the first permit. How does that happen? How does that happen? You know, I said maybe I should go open up a strip club, sue the city, and then I'll get a permit. And that's what everybody's talking about. They're talking about the delay that this body finally took. You know, did it have to do with the elections? Were they stalling so they can get some contributions? That's what people are saying. I'm not saying it, but people are saying that. Makes you wonder why you guys drag your feet this long when all the other cities are way ahead of you. The other thing, what is the city doing to prepare the small businesses that are getting these licenses so they don't fail? You know, in Colorado, a lot of these businesses failed because they weren't ready. When they come out of the shadows, they need to be prepared. What is the city doing for that? If the city needs some help with that, we can assist. We are a small business organization, and we understand the challenges that small businesses have. We understand our communities, and we understand the need to empower our local communities, to assist them on getting into business. This is a legal business. You might not like it, but it's legal and it's a business. That's why we took it up, because it's a business issue. There's so many things that I'd like to talk about, but I know I don't want to be here all day. The other thing is these big corporations that are coming in here, a lot of them are funded by Big Tobacco. A lot of them are funded by Big Tobacco. And wait about 10 years, you're going to see Big Tobacco owning most of these. And that's going to get away from the community. I haven't heard much, as I've been sitting here, about our small businesses, how you can streamline it for them, how you can make it easier for them, how can they compete when you have millionaires coming in and driving the value up. And then this first zoning that you guys had, I never knew about it. A lot of people didn't know about it. But yet, all the buildings were leased, the properties were bought. How is that fair? How is that fair? How does somebody get inside information before our communities get it? You know, I know my eyesight is not that great, but I can see BS coming a mile away. Okay? And the more I sit here and listen to some of these members of the community, the more disturbed I am. I'm asking myself, what is City Council doing to truly understand their community and work for their community? They were elected to represent the community, not big corporation, not the guys coming with millions of dollars. The city needs to set something aside for local. Because if not, most of you won't be here next election. I can assure you that, because we need people that understand small businesses and support small businesses. We need people that truly know the challenges that our community is having. This should have been dealt with a long time ago. You guys are going to do some other zoning, am I correct? Where? When would that be out? Does somebody already know? Are they already buying the properties? Are they being leased? Is somebody buying it to sell it because they know it's going to double in price overnight? And the reason I'm saying it, because it happened. It happened. It priced everybody out. If I wanted to open up a dispensary, what would I have to go through? If I want to open up a grow, what would I have to go through? I would have to compete with the big boys. And we're tired of that. We're tired of that. Small business is the backbone of the economy. You need to continually support it because they support the community. They come out of the community, they hire in the community, and they invest their money in the community. I'd like to see how many people with the large corporations come and live in the community, or even understand our community, understand the challenges that this city has gone through, the terrorist attacks, to name just one. But the thing is, this city, mayor and city council, you guys got to bring it together. You guys got to bridge the gap between those big corporations that are winning to us, these people. This is who you represent. I don't know how many of you have $10 million in the bank, but I sure don't. I sure don't. It is not fair that our community is left out of this big, the next big boom. The next big boom. Your job is to advocate on the behalf of your residents, advocate on behalf of the small businesses that work and live in your community. So I hope that this body takes that into consideration and understands that there's a bigger picture out there. There's a bigger picture. And it's about the community and the future of this community. Because this only comes around once. This is only going to come around once. And if you don't get a piece of it now, forget it. Forget it. So it's up to you, City Council, Mayor, to cut those pieces. Give some of the pieces to your local community. And make it to where they don't have to jump through hoops and go against the people with millions of dollars. You know, these ordinances seem like I said, like they're geared to big business. Big business. I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't want no big conglomerate owning all the grow or the dispensaries, because that's what's coming down. It's like Adelanto. All the properties were sold. Somebody knew before that, but now the FBI is investigating because of insider information. How did they know before we knew? So I'm not saying that happened here, but it's funny that all the properties were sold and leased before our community knew. So, Mayor, City Council, get a hold of it. Do your job. I'm not asking you guys to do anything else than what you swore to do, that campaign promises that you guys made. What I would do, go back and listen to the speeches you gave when you were running for election. Our community, I care. From what I see here, no. You guys dragged your feet. You put a lot of people just said forget it and threw their hands up. So, like I said, do your job, represent the city, and if you do that, all these issues will disappear. And work together. Work together. You know, three votes is ridiculous. You know, I see, you guys have your own little cliques here. That's not the way to run a city. You know, we talk about the gangs.
Mr. Mayor, this is a hearing about cannabis regulations, and so we're taking public testimony, and all comments need to be directed to the mayor and city council.
From here.
Mr. Montes?
Yes.
Yeah. I'd like to ask the audience to please respect the speaker. Could you?
Thank you.
Could you wrap up?
Yes, definitely.
You repeated your issues multiple times. So.
Well, I want to make sure that they're heard. So thank you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
William Silsey?
I would just like to remind the audience. I would just like to remind. That's not your. You were both out of order.
Right here.
I would.
Stay.
I would admonish the audience, please, not to have conversations among yourselves when someone has the floor. It's inappropriate and you're out of order, and you could be removed from the room for continuing to do so. Also, I would remind all the speakers that we have a lot of speakers tonight. If you can refrain from being redundant and not say the same thing over and over and repeat yourself. I would also ask that you address the council and not the audience. It's the council you're addressing for purposes of this public hearing. And also, and you should refrain from asking the council questions or anyone questions. It's an opportunity for you to speak, not to engage in dialogue or ask questions of council. So if you can all remember those admonishments, that we can get through this, council can hear everybody fairly, and we can get council to make a decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you, City Manager. Mr. Josie?
I did like the previous speaker's comment about what if a person like myself wanted to engage in commercial cannabis activities? How many ways am I excluded? Regardless of how many years education and experience that I have in this field, right out the door, I have a financial barrier. Then I have the city against me, actually trying to limit my personal rights. And that's really what I wanted to come up and speak about, but that previous speaker struck a chord with me. I wanted to just mention that, because it does connect to what I'm about to say. When I chose to escape from pharmaceutical drugs and leave my friends and family in order to be protected by state law that has allowed medical marijuana in California, I had choices of cities to relocate into. After at least a year of research, I decided on San Bernardino for a variety of reasons, including the excitement of helping to rebuild an empty, bankrupt city. I thought that is a city of the future is going to start here, and if I'm going to move, let me be a part of that future. And then the second main thing was the city's position on allowing patients to cultivate personal medicine grown in accordance to state law, unhindered by any local extra restrictions. For over 20 years, patients with a wide range of diagnoses, including insomnia, depression, PTSD, multiple sclerosis, AIDS, and cancer, have been cultivating their state-authorized and doctor-approved medicine while the city focused on a commercial ban only. We heard earlier mention that Fire Chief says there's no extra risk in growing your own at home. If I'm not engaged in any commercial activity, what is really the problem? This is for 20 years people have allowed to be doing this. I myself, for the last 10 years, have been using the most economic and environmentally responsible manners available to grow for 10 years with no complaints from none of my neighbors. I walked my dog multiple times throughout my neighborhood, smoking a joint. No complaints. Matter of fact, people go out of their way to come out and say hello to me. They know I'm on watch for the neighborhood, that I'm not a criminal, that I'm not a bad guy. So, in fact, over the last few years, the city has had many legislative review committee meetings, mayor and common council meetings, the Cannabis Advisory Committee meetings, and other community meetings, all to address cannabis as an issue without any complaints about personal cultivation. This has been going on. If I'm not an outlaw or a criminal today, what is the sudden rush to go against the will of the majority, the voters, as well as your own Cannabis Advisory Committee, and turn me into one with the passage of this proposed ordinance? Why isn't state law good enough? There are those who will use their biased opinion to justify infringing upon my rights. Scent, for instance, is often used. But scent is subjective, and many people find the scent of cannabis to be very pleasant. And on the other hand, the Home and Gardens website has a list of known offensively smelling plants that are routinely used in private, residential, commercial, and government landscaping to deter insects, wildlife, and even the homeless. Can we have some consistency and ban these offensively smelling plants as well as all the tobacco that is growing around San Bernardino, as well as the hallucinogenic cacti that are growing in San Bernardino? Do you know of these things? I've mentioned them before. There are people in this city who already started spring planting. There are patients who pay to see a specialist to obtain a recommendation and then pay for a county ID card. There are people that can't obtain proper medicine when grown under artificial conditions. And there are people that can't afford to buy medical cannabis nor pay extra utilities or buy the equipment required to grow indoors. And these are the people that you are about to criminalize. President Nixon created the Controlled Substance Act of 1970 and scheduled marijuana as having no medicinal value against the then-known science and again against the advice of his commission, the National Commission on Marijuana and Drug Abuse. And he did this for the intended purpose of criminalizing his political opposition, the anti-war left, a.k.a. blacks, gays, and hippies. Is the Controlled Substance Act of 1970 unconstitutional? That question's about to get answered. A lawsuit has recently been brought against the DEA, the Department of Justice, and the Attorney General of the United States, Jeffrey Beauregard Sessions, by a 12-year-old girl, an ex-NFL player, and an Iraqi war veteran, among others, who use this as medicine. All government officials took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, not arbitrary codes, regulations, or statutes created to criminalize people based solely on their race, their gender, their sexual orientation, their religion, or their creed. The Supreme Court has already confirmed that cannabis used for religious use is protected by the First Amendment. And under due process laws, what goes for a Rastafarian also goes for a Gnostic, and even for an atheist, if all they do is believe that cannabis and or hemp is good for them and is good for society. So like, again, the previous speaker mentioned, who are you really protecting by dragging your feet and obstructing and criminalizing the sick and the poor? What is your real agenda? I ask that, among other things, you leave the patients out of this. You let them be. Let them just continue on, and you can ignore them like you have been for the last 20 years. If they haven't bothered you, don't bother them. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine Roman.
Hello, good evening. My questions and comments are on a two-part. I own a business here in San Bernardino. I do property management. I am also a landlord. And I'm also a parent. My concern comes if we don't build, or I guess if we don't have permits in place for residential or personal use, how are we protecting landlords? How are we, or myself as a property manager, how do I enforce a regulation? Yes, there's only 6 plants allowed, but what if the person doesn't know how to grow 6 plants? And I walk into a building or a house, and they have not the proper equipment for the 6 plants. Who's regulating that? How are we protecting the innocent bystander that isn't consuming? I'm not saying don't grow it, but a lot of these people need to learn how to grow it. They need a manual. That can only come in place if you submit a permit. That's comment number 1. Number 2, how are we setting up law enforcement to be successful in regulating anything if a permit isn't pulled? If they don't know where there's certain growers happening because now it's regulated on a different level. You're commercializing it, you're on task on that end, but where's the personal use? How are we protecting the common folks? On another level, how are we protecting our children? Half of our children are going to school high because of secondhand smoke. How are we allocating funds? How are we allocating funds to protect our children? What is being done to protect the children? We're hearing about permits, not having enough dispensaries, but I don't hear anything about the protection of the people that don't consume. That's about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Scott Olson.
You know, I'm watching this whole proceeding, and this is probably one of the best examples I've seen to show why in San Bernardino business doesn't want to be here. Like I've said before, when it comes to so many things in this city, look around you. Colton having the problems with marijuana we are. Rialto having the problems with marijuana we are. Highland having the problem with marijuana we are. Okay, Atlanto's having a problem, but anybody who knows the political landscape of Atlanto understands that that's what happens out in Atlanto. I mean, guys, Desert Hot Springs figured out how to make this legal, and they're already doing it and taking care of business. Desert Hot Springs, that's not exactly a political hotbed of innovative thinking. I don't smoke marijuana. I don't want to get involved in the whole marijuana business. It's not my thing. The city is my thing. And the simple reality is, whether you like marijuana or not, it is legal in the state of California because the voters made it so. Now, as far as our local Measure O versus Measure N, the city had an ordinance. Marijuana was illegal. You had the perfect opportunity to triumph that ordinance when we had the election process. Instead, the city made a choice to put this little thing called Measure P. Anybody who read it laughed at it. The problem with Measure P was this idea that we want to try to control marijuana and we want to try to limit marijuana, and this little game you guys are playing here with all of this. Your credibility went out the window. Mayor Davis, why didn't you veto Measure P? Why did you even let it get on the ballot? Your credibility for being against marijuana disappeared the moment you didn't speak out against P. The moment you did not defend our city's original ordinance. And let's go back to the original ordinance. 2013, we know the exact day when medical marijuana, illegal or whatever happened in this city, in violation of our city's actual real ordinance that we had. When we got rid of the enforcement aspect of that, we had 3.5 years of complete utter chaos. It was a free-for-all in the city. If you wanted to open a medical marijuana dispensary, more power to you. When Sands became city attorney, he sold his office. What happened with his office? It became a dispensary. When we tried to fix the problem with the fire department, there was no problem. We made one and then fixed it anyway. The Union Building in a residential neighborhood. Pictures are floating around online. It's now a medical dispensary. We used to have the Lawyers Association here in this city. They went to Riverside. People laugh and say, yeah, now it's a medical dispensary. The the McDonald's I went to as a kid. Okay, as a kid, one of my first McDonald's. Illegal. The more you sit and play around and you postpone and try to play these control games where you think you're going to limit everything to something that is, it's beyond your capability. You want to have a permit process for 6,000 to 10,000 residents, and you can't even handle 60 to 70 people who put big green crosses in front of their building and advertise that they sell it? And you're worried about 7 plants or 6 plants? Guys, the state of California, whether you like it or not, however you feel about it personally, your responsibility, elected officials, is not to put your personal politics and your personal desires to look good because it's an election year. It's to do what's best for the city. If you haven't noticed, you still have a revenue problem. You've had people who've been preaching a revenue solution to you for years. Do I agree with it? No. Did I want it to happen in the city of San Bernardino? But we dropped the ball in this city in 2016 when we had a chance to run an organized campaign, if that's what the residents wanted, against medical marijuana. Instead, the city put up Measure P. And the minute you did it, your credibility went out the window. And in Measure O, do we know that it was written to benefit a few people? It's not really all that hard to figure out. So, what am I asking you guys to do? Number one, you're not controlling anything with a permit process. You can't control illegal dispensaries. You're not going to control individual residents with a permit process. It's not going to happen. This city does not have the physical capability. It does not have the revenue capability. You're going to charge people $170 and you think they're going to say, oh yeah, I want to grow marijuana in my house, so I'm going to pay $175 to get an inspector in my house to tell everything. They're going to do what they've been doing for the last 10 years in this city. They're going to grow it and smoke it just the way they like to do it. You can either take and set things up like other cities and get it together in San Bernardino on at least one issue, or you can sit here being the laughingstock like we are all the time. And oh, by the way, public hearings are for listening to the public. That means you give the public the opportunity without trying to cut off public speaking. And guess what? If you vote before you hear the public, you think maybe the attorney's going to come knocking at your door and go to a court and tell you what he thinks of what you did? You're going to lose. See, the problem with marijuana is the city doesn't have the resources, legally or otherwise, to deal with those who are behind their resources. Why not work with them and start making some sense out of this stuff instead of playing your little personal politics?
Need to make a correction. The vote, as I recall, for Measure P was a 5-2. There was no option to be able to intervene in that issue. Robert Porter. Majid.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, thanks for being here this late. My daughter is 11. I tuck her in bed every night, and she texted me and said, "Where are you?" I said, "I'll tell you later." It's really hard to top off the last kind of 3 passionate speeches and discussions. But I'm a chemist and a pharmacist, and I like to kind of talk about a few things that are on the ordinance that perhaps we can see a robust discussion. But also what I listened to HDL's 5-hour presentation. I wasn't here, but I saw the entire video presentation. Their grid or their Excel spreadsheet that talked about taxation, and to kind of preface that, I was hoping that I would see the fee structure And the city taxation already presented in this ordinance, and it's not there. Also, the fee structure, the licensing fee is not also here. But the licensing fee is a one-time expense, but the city's revenue source from the taxation is a long-term commitment. But again, HDL's spreadsheet, which I looked at closely, it was a little bit cryptic and difficult to understand. So I kind of tried to understand that for myself to really put some number on collectively how much cannabis is taxed. First, there's a cultivation tax at $9.25 per ounce, and 1 pound equaling 16 ounces. That comes to about $148 per pound of cannabis. I'm not a cultivator, but I try to kind of make sense of these numbers. So if cannabis is $1,000 a pound, which has been kind of the number that's been discussed, $148 is about 15%, give or take, tax on cannabis. Right off the bat, the cultivators are paying 15% tax on cultivating cannabis. And that is, in itself, that percentage can go up and down. That's based on $1,000 is 14.8%. But what happens when cannabis drops to $800 a pound? That becomes an 18.5% tax. And if you look at extreme edge cases, what happens if cannabis drops to $148 a pound? That becomes 100% tax. That $148 does not go away. That 14.8% goes up and down. At $1,000 a pound, that's 14.8%. At $800 a pound, that becomes 18.5%. And as the price of cannabis decreases, that percentage continues to go up. At the very extreme edge case of $148 a pound, that becomes 100% tax on cultivation. Number two is the state generates revenue by yearly fees. And for a micro business, for example, is the case I looked at, it's anywhere between 1 to 2.5% tax on a business entity. Less than $500,000 is 1%, and between $500,000 and $1.5 million, it's between 1 and 2.5%. So on the average, about 2% goes to the state yearly. So we have about a 15% tax on cultivation.
Mr. Majid?
Yeah.
The ordinance isn't dealing with that at this stage.
Okay.
So this public hearing is related to the ordinances that are here.
Great. So yeah.
If you keep your comments.
So when this correct. So when this comes up on the when the tax structure is decided by the city, I think it will be much more appropriate. Okay. So which kind of goes to the heart of viability of businesses and small businesses. Regarding the ordinance, I like to point to page 28, which talks about security measures. So we're looking at 24-hour security surveillance by high-definition video surveillance stored for 120 days. We're looking at sensors. We're looking at panic buttons. And number 9, it talks about 24-hour security personnel shall be on site 24 hours a day, or alternative security as authorized by city manager. I kind of roughly looked it up. 24-hour security, on-site security runs anywhere between $160,000 to, in San Diego, is probably closer to double that. So I'd like to probably get a little bit more kind of granular when it comes to what alternative security measures mean, especially for a closed door or non-retail facility that has no exposure to the public. I think that 24-hour security, or even a fraction of that, considering that you have high-definition recording, sensor, panic buttons, and probably weapons inside, and all the security is going to do is probably call 911 anyway. So that is something that I'd probably like to see a little bit of robust discussion amongst the council that deals with 24-hour security, whether you're a retail operation or a closed-door facility. The next point is 600 feet buffer requirements for residentially zoned. There was discussion about residentially zoned and residentially used. There are a lot of commercial property that is zoned for commercial property, but within a couple of 100 feet, there's an empty plot of land with a tent or a shack that people are living in that does not qualify that particular property to be as a qualified entity for a cannabis operation. And it's kind of ironic we were talking about double standards, that residences can grow cannabis within commercial property, but commercial property cannot grow cannabis around residential properties. So I hope there was some robust discussion again about this residentially used non-conforming property, because they are really non-conforming to the zoning. But again, I'd like to talk a little bit about viability of businesses and what the city can attract, and the expenses that we're talking about that the Planning Commission was concerned about, the investment that's required. The Planning Commission also thought that the entire ordinance was restrictive, and they thought it should be ripped up and to start from scratch. There was no discussion about that, but they thought that it was too restrictive. They thought that the entire ordinance was too restrictive for small businesses and for overall health of organizations coming into San Bernardino. And I hope that these comments I made are relevant to this ordinance, and then I will discuss, as other parts of this ordinance is developed, I will make additional comments in the future. Thank you.
Good evening. I know that it's late and that, frankly, everyone would like to get home. I've been texting with my wife. We have a 6-month-old at home, and she's not happy that I'm still here, so I'll try to keep it quick. When I took a look at the proposed ordinances, and just so you know who I am, I'm sure that I will be yelled at for not being a San Bernardino resident. That is true, but I work here. And in fact, actually, I was one of the lawyers in the Measure O litigation dealing with Measure O. And I'm sure the city is also aware that yet another lawsuit has now been filed attempting to make Measure N enforceable, and that's an interesting legal question that your city attorney will advise you on, and I'm not talking about tonight other than to give a little history here. When I took a look at the proposed ordinance, I looked at it with a very cynical eye, and I admit that. And I looked at it with the eye of what would I do if I was a city that had done everything in its power, including spending huge amounts of money on outside law firms, to keep marijuana out of San Bernardino. And I looked at this ordinance, and I thought to myself, well, this is actually a very well-done ordinance in terms of one that could be done properly or could very easily be abused and turned into a ban. And I'm going to point out certain sections to the City Council so that hopefully they can take a look and say, is this actually what we want? Do we want to be able to backdoor in a ban using these sections? So if the City Council would look at 5.10.080, that is the section that limits the total number of licenses to one for every 12,500 citizens of the city of San Bernardino. Doing the math, here in San Bernardino, that would mean that it would be approximately 17 licenses. And that is across every category of licensure. It's not 17 per type, it's 17 total. Gesundheit. The problem here is that within Prop 64, there is an absolute prohibition against granting a monopoly on any license type within a municipality, which, by the way, is one of the reasons Measure O was invalidated by the court. We saw that even when there were 2 dispensaries, that was still considered a monopoly and in fact the 142 properties that were permitted or permittable for the other uses still fell within the problems within Measure O. So to limit it to 17, where odds are you're going to have at least one license type where there's only one license issued, you are running strictly against Prop 64, and we can pretty much call San Bernardino the perpetual lawyer employment city in terms of cannabis lawsuits. Because I'm just telling you up front, whether it be me or anybody else, somebody's going to file a suit on this one. The second issue is 5.10.100, subsection A4. And this deals with the issue that Mr. Montez was bringing up, which is the issue of making sure that we promote local businesses and that we promote people who are here in San Bernardino in this industry rather than only allowing in outside people. And the problem with A4, and I'm just going to read it, it's short, is included amongst the people who are banned are the applicant, permittee, employee, or the owner of the property upon which the proposed commercial cannabis activity is to occur have conducted commercial cannabis activity in the city of San Bernardino in violation of local and state law or failed to report income, and we don't need to go into the tax issue. The problem with that phrase is that that means that every single person who has operated in the city of San Bernardino, other than the Flesh Club, is now prohibited for all time from getting a permit in the city of San Bernardino. So what we end up with is the only people who can come in are, as Frank put it, the Walmarts of weed. And I'll be honest, having seen the level of how anti-cannabis San Bernardino has been, I was speaking to a real estate investor earlier today and asked, do you want to talk about any properties in San Bernardino? And they laughed. So what we would end up here in is not even the good Walmarts of weed, but the bad Walmarts of weed. Because everyone in this city who has been operating in this space is prohibited from doing so other than the Flesh Club. The third statute that I'd like you to look at is 5.10.130. This addresses an issue that was raised by Councilman Nickel regarding the renewal. And while the city put forward some protections during the discussion, if you actually read the section, it does not in any way provide that somebody who has been a good operator gets a renewal. All it says is they're not automatically disqualified from a renewal. And so therefore, you still are not going to bring in people who want to put in the right amount of investment, particularly if you're shortening it from 36 months to a year. These operations cost a lot of money to build the infrastructure for. Finally, and this is the part where I say this could very easily turn into a backdoor ban. And I'm not in any way suggesting that the city council people here are trying to pass something that they are planning to turn into a backdoor ban. But I'm saying that right now, the way it's written, it could very easily turn that way. And given the history here, I could see why the people of San Bernardino would be very suspicious regarding this phraseology. If you take a look at 5.10.180 subsection G, what that says is two things. Number one, it says that the mayor and the city council, in their sole discretion, can choose to reject every single permit application. And frankly, given the fact that, as we've seen, the city has expended huge amounts of time and resources blocking any application other than the Flesh Club, and we know the legal history with the Flesh Club might be the reason why they got their permit, we can see why people might think that there's going to be a rejection of every single application. There are applications that were rejected where the city said they didn't receive LiveScan, and the LiveScan was attached to the applications during Measure O. The city had to be sued to start accepting applications under Measure O. They settled that lawsuit and started accepting applications and then rejected everyone other than the Flesh Club. The second thing, though, within 5.10.180G is also the fact that the mayor and the city council, in their sole discretion, can cancel the entire program at will. They can say, you know what, yes, we have passed this regulatory framework, we've spent a lot of time and money doing so, this is something that we have passed in order to let people see that we're interested in regulation and taxation, and now we're just going to pull the carpet out and not do a thing, and there's no protection for anybody. So, while I say that this is not a law that this is a law that I think could work, given the history. Ronald Reagan said it best, trust but verify. When you look at this law, when you look at the history, there's so much opportunity for abuse and so many disqualifiers for the people of San Bernardino that it ends up being a very flawed law. And I'm not saying that you scrap the whole thing. I am saying that it's not a good one yet. It's something to build on. It's something to work with. But right now as it stands, what you've got here is a law that will either backfire spectacularly unintentionally or backfire spectacularly intentionally. And I don't think that the people of San Bernardino or the business people like myself will care whether it was intentional or unintentional. Thank you very much for your time.
Mark Estemeyer.
Mayor, council, staff, thank you again for allowing me to come up here and have another conversation about this interesting topic that we're facing here. And I'm just going to go straight to some clauses that are in here rather than trying to beat everything else up. But the recommendations actually from the Planning Commission were solid, and they did a very good job with it. I was concerned about the residential buffer, and increasing it from 300 to 600 really limited the amount of properties that would be available under any kind of ordinance. But at least they took a look at the barrier and decided that that was actually a smarter way to go. And again, I believe that this council eventually will start working on this ordinance to make it a little bit more refined, a little bit more friendly to the community and that kind of thing. But like Mr. Eilenberg had mentioned, is that there are some severe problems with it right now. And like you've heard me say on a number of occasions, and believe me, I'm not being the bully on this, because I don't believe in litigation. And yes, San Bernardino has become a feeding ground for every attorney that's available. And there are some pretty smart guys out there that are actually taking a look at this that could make this even more difficult for you guys. And believe me, I'm the first one that would not agree with any kind of litigation at all. But if you don't fix a couple of these things right now, you're going to be faced with it. And quite frankly, that's just another black eye, not just on you guys, but also on the industry. And I don't think it's good for the industry, but don't put the industry in that position where they have to take a swing, because they're going to land it. And that's the one thing that you all want to really avoid. But getting more specifically into a couple things, and Mr. Eilenberg had actually mentioned a couple of them, specifically 510-100, number 2 and 4, and he had actually mentioned a couple of other things about operators today. And we're talking about state-compliant operators. We're not talking about, the little shop that just opened up, down across the street from your grandmother's place or anything like that, that don't care about paying their taxes, that don't care about following state regulation under Prop 215, that there are actually operators that are out there doing recommendations, following everything that the state has actually set up. And they're doing it right. They're paying their taxes. They're doing exactly the way that they're supposed to be doing it. And with the way that this ordinance is written, that it is actually, preventing those operators, the good ones, from actually applying. Now, from a public safety standpoint, I understand the reason why you want it in there, okay? Don't get me wrong on this. I think that having some safeguards in place to ensure that you have good operators in there, but to throw in, anybody who has actually received a notice for doing something that was basically an infraction in the city. And I don't want to downplay the actual law or anything like that, but this is equivalent to a speeding ticket. And let's just say that I happen to be a tow truck company, wanting to come in here and open up a business. But I had a speeding ticket. And when I bring it in and I show you my package and everything, I said, well, you have a speeding ticket here. So the city of San Bernardino is saying that tow truck operator cannot do business in San Bernardino, even though he is a great tow truck operator and he knows exactly what he needs to do, but because he had a speeding ticket, that you're going to deny him a permit to operate his business. In essence, that's what you're saying here with this. In order to stay in compliance or to address the public safety issue, you could easily change that to a felon, somebody who has actually committed a felony that is a real criminal, because I don't want to be doing business with criminals. I really don't. If they've committed any kind of felony or anything like that, quite frankly, I don't want to have them around me, okay? And I can understand why the city would want the same thing. So I would encourage you to take a look at that. You know, if you feel like that you need to put something in there for public safety, use the felony part of it, okay? There's nothing wrong with that. The state actually is dealing with that issue themselves, but you can certainly throw it in there. Open up the door. Councilman Barrios even mentioned it publicly, that he would like to see, local operators, the good operators, to have a path and not to be closed out of this process or anything like that. So I'm encouraging you to take a look at that aspect of it, change it around, do with what you need to basically prevent any additional litigation that can come down because of that one issue. The other one deals with the number of permits. Councilman Valdivia, I've heard him say it at least a half a dozen times about wanting to use all 17 buckets. And the reality of it is that there's really 32 when you consider adult use and medical. Okay, so by saying that you're only going to allow 17 permits, and that's spread across the board, the city is actually underutilizing all of its assets. Okay, and you're missing the boat on with what really could happen. My recommendation is actually to keep those 17 permits to retail locations. Okay, that fits right along with it. With 12,500 residents, you've got 17 retail locations that would be located in the city. I'll tell you right now, as anybody that's operating any kind of business, and you said that there were 17 other businesses operating just like you, they'd be thrilled with it. Because right now those operators were competing with 100 of them, and most of them being just jokes. But the community doesn't understand it. They don't know. And what's comical to me is that you all know my story, closed down, not operating or anything like that, but we're still answering the phone. You would not believe the number of calls that we get of people wanting to know where they can go shop. And it's a complete embarrassment when I tell them, I said, well, go to the Flesh Club. They've got in the dispensary down there that they're operating legally. And the first thing I hear are laughs. They think it's a joke, which brings me back to Measure N. Okay, Measure N has no benefit to me whatsoever. I supported it, but it has no benefit to me whatsoever. But if you do not listen to what that group of people have to say, you're really that's a bad door to look at. It really is. And the Measure N actually helped you get to where you are right now. You guys did not like Measure O. Nobody liked Measure O. No, but it's not an issue about Measure M, but I'm bringing this up is that you do need to take a look at what they actually did for the city, is that they were able to file a lawsuit and get that thrown out. And to turn your back on a group, which is with what this here is talking about right here, is eliminating those business owners from being able to operate in the city under your ordinance, it's really best to take into consideration with what Measure N has to say. And I would encourage you to actually bring them to the table and see if there is a way that you can negotiate with them to eliminate the chance of any kind of litigation. Because I promise you, it will happen, and there's going to be another black eye somewhere. You know, and I don't want it to be on you guys. I really, really don't. I've really said far too much at this point. I'm really hoping like heck that this is the last time that I come up and talk to you about this topic. But the structure of this particular ordinance is sound. It's solid. With a couple of tweaks here and there, I think that you can really accomplish something that everybody's going to be happy with, that everybody's going to be able to walk away with and say, okay, we can go ahead and do this. There are so many obstacles for even applying for this, even at the state level, that there are going to be operators that are not going to be able to even accomplish it, whether it be financial or anything else, just don't have the skill set to do it. So just be sure and you open it up for everybody. You know, make sure that the locals have a way to get in here. We're not bad people. I don't consider myself a criminal. I'm just a guy that wants to provide a service to the community, and I want to do it really well. And you guys have the strings to make it happen. Last and final thing on here is that this here is an invitation. This ordinance is an invitation that you're sending out to other business owners, to other people throughout the state of California. And this would be, and I'm talking specifically about 510090. Okay, specifically D. And when you read that, it basically, you're sending out an invitation. Mr. Mayor, it'd be like you saying, I'm going to invite all of my closest friends over to my house for a dinner party. Okay? Here's this great invitation. We send it out. Come on over. And then all of a sudden, everybody shows up, and then you turn around and say, psych, I was kidding. There's no dinner party. You guys can go ahead and leave. That's exactly with what you're saying with some of this stuff in here. And I don't think that that's good for the community. I don't believe it's good for the city. And I don't believe that it's good for anything that's going on right now. So please, take consideration for everything that the people are saying. Listen to what they have to say. Okay? I think I've had enough to say. Thank you very much.
Glad I got my turn today, Mayor. I was praying back there. Anyways, Carmel Road, 41-year resident, local business owner, small business owner, 23-year business owner. I received an award from Mark Steinnorth for my 23-year real estate business, and I didn't receive anything from the city. And the problem I have with that goes to what everybody has said today, is that small businesses are overlooked here in this city. And small businesses have been the backbone of the city for quite some time. Small businesses, they employ people in our city. Have you driven through our city? Have you seen the amount of small businesses that have moved once the bus got here? Now, I am going to get on to the marijuana because marijuana is a small business. We have local business owners that have been treated unfairly. We have rules and regulations that actually I'm going to go ahead and I object. I believe in a court of law, you guys do not even have the right to be passing this or to be even discussing this because there is Measure O. And I would like everybody to just answer this question, which I know, Mayor, you said no questions, but Measure O is not actually invalid. And then after it's invalid, you have an appeal period, which means you can't have a final judgment until the end of the appeal. And the end of the appeal could take 2, 3, or 4 years. So then marijuana stalled for 2, 3, or 4 years. Okay, thanks to Measure P not doing its job. So I'm just wondering, what are we all doing here? Because we've had plenty of hearings, we've had plenty of years, and quite honestly, I don't think you can put this to the people when you lost your ability when you took it to a vote. The people shot down your ordinance. How can you put another one and force the people to accept it? I mean, nobody's answered me that. I've been waiting for that answer. I failed to receive that answer. And then if Measure O is invalid, then Measure N pops up. And then if Measure N pops up, then hey, everybody who was operating under Prop 215 has been legally operating. There's a lot of things that are missing here. Then we have a 700-some page agenda and keep this for the last thing. I mean, do we really want the community involved? Do we really want the input of our citizens? Do we really care? Because I could have swore that I've been standing up here since 2013. As a citizen, as a mother, as a business owner, as a homeowner, as a landlord, as a property manager. You name every single category that you've talked about in this room, I'm that person. And nobody's listened to me. I wrote an ordinance, I brought it to the city. Nothing that I've ever said is on there. When you talk about 600 feet, okay, so last time when we heard Mark Presico, he said 600 feet from all residential uses, conforming and non-conforming. And we got this map over here. And then he said, hey, maybe we shouldn't change it to 600 feet because then it might be a monopoly like Measure O. But then they want to change it to 600 feet. But my problem is if my phone wouldn't have died because I wasn't here, if you go on Mount Vernon, there's a commercial building here and a commercial building here and a house here. When you do not take out non-conforming residential uses, you take out the use of Mount Vernon, you take out the use of Highland Avenue, okay? You take out the use of some half of the side of East Street, okay? And all these are non-conforming uses. So you really put it here in this little bubble here that is really no better than Measure O. And then when you actually talk about criminalizing people for growing 6 plants in their own yard, you know, I've been harassed for my trash cans in front of my fence. I have been cited to death by code enforcement and chased around this city and had to file appeal after, and I've won, okay? But when you start that aspect on neighborhoods and people, I mean, what are we really doing to the city? What are we really doing to the neighborhoods? I don't find marijuana in my neighborhood. I don't find marijuana in downtown neighborhoods. I go everywhere in this city. I don't think it's that big of a deal. So please do not criminalize people who want to grow 6 plants in their backyard. Let them grow their 6 plants in their backyard. Think about the 600 feet, because the map's not there. I would like to see the map up there when you did 600 feet on non-conforming and conforming. Okay, I mean, let's see what's really the area where marijuana can be in this city. I mean, we either want it or we don't. We either want it or we don't. Seems to me that the people wanted it. Seems to me that some city officials don't want it. Seems to me that it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and costing this city more money and more money and more money and residents and time. And it doesn't really seem like anything is getting, I feel like we're the hamster in the ball. And we could have been already 5 years collecting tax money. We've been missing out tax money. Just tell me, what are we going to do for money since we gave away all of our property taxes? Where's the money coming from? The VLF fee, that ain't enough. That ain't enough. Where are we getting the money to fund after-school programs? I'd like to see a special tax. I don't even want to see a general tax. Let's put it to fix the roads, to the lights, to fund the police department. I mean, we really haven't gotten to we've gotten to 43, I printed this today, 43 pages for one darn ordinance. Seriously? 43 pages? Well, you know what? Let's regulate everybody like this. Then, let's regulate every business in the city by 43 pages, because we don't. And we all know politics around this. You know what I mean? When you put, hey, this person's in charge and this person's in charge, and hey, maybe you can donate to their campaign and maybe you can't. Seriously? Seriously? We don't need people bought and paid for by the marijuana industry. We need local community members and the city together as one, and something that's workable. What's the point of arguing? What is the point? It has been voted on twice for marijuana to be here. Why are we still arguing? Why can't we get a proper ordinance? Why can't we get something that works for everybody in this room and everybody sitting up here and everybody at home and every mother and every kid and Margaret Hill, okay? Why can't, and Damon and everybody on the commission, why can't we get something that works for everybody? Because this, to me, don't really even work for this much of somebody. So that's my time. I know everybody wants to go home. You know, I want to go home. I didn't get to kiss my kid either. My phone died. Couldn't even tell my kid goodnight. You know, but I really think that if we're going to keep continuing and continuing and continuing, and all of this is going to go on, let's just work together. Let's not stall this out. We know it's a stall out for election. We know. Let's just get along. Let's work it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Roy Murray.
Hello, everybody. It's been a long night. I know you want to go home. You guys have been arguing for an hour over 6 or 7 plants, whether we should bust somebody if they grow an extra plant. All I've heard is taxes, regulations. This is the safest, most therapeutic substance known to man. Marijuana has 5,000 years of proven medicinal value. It's only been a crime for 80 years because Harry Anslinger needed a job. The people at DuPont didn't want plastic made out of hemp. And William Randolph Hearst had a paper mill, so he didn't want newspaper printed on hemp. But hemp is fuel, food, and fiber. You can go to Clark's Nutritional Center at Loma Linda and buy hemp seeds. It's a nutritional substance. But they're shipped from Canada. Now, I don't know why. We could have a hemp industry here. It doesn't have to be marijuana. It can be. You can make hempcrete. You can make all kinds of textiles. You all know me. Many of you know me. I consider you friends, and I have a great deal of respect for you. What you don't know about me is I'm in a great deal of pain every waking moment. And I am also a cannabis patient. I became a cannabis patient after President Obama was elected because I thought that he would take cannabis off of Schedule 1. And that's what we've got to do. Everything we're talking about right now is a house of cards until cannabis is removed from Schedule 1. Because Jeff Sessions can just blow all of this away. And that scares me. That scares me more than President Trump. When I got my doctor's recommendation in 2009, I found it necessary to become an activist because all was not well in California. I've crisscrossed the state several times, going to the Capitol, talking to my congressmen and senators. About 5 years ago, on the way home from the Capitol, I found out that the Supreme Court had ruled that cities can ban dispensaries. On the way home from Sacramento, since I wasn't driving, I actually wrote a song about it. It's called Whiskey and Weed. I'd like to do it for you. I drove to my dispensary just to find that they've been closed. 100-mile round trip. I was really feeling hosed. The stress and all that traffic were driving me insane. So I picked up Jack Daniels and we rode the carpool lane.
Mr. Murray, please keep your comments to the ordinance.
I'm not a criminal. None of the people in this room are criminals. Now, if you want to send a code enforcement goon squad to every house in this city to see if they're growing more than 6 plants, I think it's a waste of time. I think it's a waste of resources. The people of California have spoken. Many states, including the District of Columbia, have legal cannabis. You don't see the politicians having any problems. They're not banning anything. They're not thwarting the will of the people. I've waited for 6 hours to have my say here. This is important to me. I'm tired of being treated like a criminal. I'm tired of being treated like a second-class citizen. How about you people? Huh?
Mr. Murray, please keep your comments to the council.
Okay, I'm done.
Keep them on.
I'm going home now.
Stephen Escalon.
Mayor, City Council members, I'm probably just repeating what a lot that's already been said, but one, I want to commend you and acknowledge you for even taking on cannabis. I know there's, there's a lot of challenges and things that have to be done, but I commend you for that. But I'm standing up here as a small business owner and really just addressing the difficulties it is for small businesses to try to break into this industry. Obviously, I can repeat everything that everybody said, but that really is what I'm here for, is just to share my thoughts on, the small businesses and how they're at such a disadvantage. And at this point, maybe just us, really looking and talking about solutions on how we can get the small businesses, like, and working into whether it's workshops or things like that, or just ways to help the small business along so they can also have a part of this growing industry. And I'm going to keep it short because I think we all want to go home, so thank you.
Thank you. James Penman.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is an ordinance that's written for a blue-collar community. San Bernardino is a blue-collar community. It has been for over 100 years, and it still is. You need only look at the people who live and work here to know that. This ordinance will work for those individuals. I want to take a moment to thank the three people who shook my hand in the hallway for standing up for the mayor and council, and for the lady who was kind enough to give me this note thanking me for the same. We sit here sometimes as elected officials and city officials and we take a lot of abuse, and sometimes we deserve it. I'm speaking myself in the past tense, you're in the present. But some things you don't deserve, and you don't deserve a lot of what you got tonight. This ordinance is not a bad ordinance. It might need a little bit of fine-tuning, but in my opinion, I've read it carefully, I think it will withstand legal challenge. There were a couple of areas that there were some concerns with. We discussed those at the Planning Commission last week, I think it was. City Attorney's Office looked at those. They made some changes, and I think it's a pretty good ordinance. As we go through this process, normally we're looking at a situation where we write an ordinance that elected officials and staff are comfortable with and works for them. This one may be a bit different. And it may be a bit different because this ordinance is a product of Measure O. Measure O is still the law in this city until we get that final signed decision. This ordinance can't take effect until that happens. So Measure O is a part of this ordinance. You can't really discuss this ordinance without discussing Measure O. And we heard several people comment on that. The mayor and council have public hearings and they take information. But sometimes that information is wrong. And I would not want the mayor and council to act on any wrong information. We've heard several references tonight to the people that have the first license under Measure O, which this ordinance is intended to replace. And the implication has been that you guys gave these folks who supposedly sued us and supposedly won a license. That isn't what happened. The facts are they didn't sue us, we sued them, and we won. The case went all the way to the California Supreme Court, and we won. We never paid the Flesh Club a dime. Also, as part of this ordinance, most of you know, but not everybody watching on TV and not everybody in the audience may know, that a handful of people hired some folks to write Measure O so their properties could be the only ones to get licenses. This ordinance fixes that problem. That's an important thing for you to be doing. The reason the city gave a license to the Flesh Club is because it was the Flesh Club's hired guns who wrote Measure O, and the city had no choice. That was and still is the law in this city. They had to give that license. They had no choice. Council didn't vote to pass Measure O or even put it on the ballot. This council has acted responsibly. This mayor has acted responsibly. We all have our political differences and we get into things, but you should be defended when you haven't done anything wrong. And sometimes maybe you need to be defended in kind of a loud voice. We recognize the right of everyone to come here and speak on this ordinance. Everyone has that right under the First Amendment. But please don't come in and portray yourself as a San Bernardinian criticizing our mayor and council, because you are our mayor and council. We, not Jim Penman, but me as part of all the voters, will decide whether you're here after the next election, not somebody from Colton or Fontana or somewhere else. And they have the right under the First Amendment, and I would defend their right to do that, to come in and speak. But the criticism is unfair, and when they make statements that are based in ignorance and in lack of knowledge, and then blame you because the property values, some have gone up and some have gone down because of Measure O, which you did everything you could to prevent, that's not right. A lot of us were not in favor of legalizing marijuana. I personally always thought it was right for medical reasons, but I had my concerns for other reasons. But, you know, it became the law of the state, and the voters in this city passed it, and I respect that. I respected it when they voted me out of office. I mean, that's their right. That is their absolute right. But now we've got a situation where this ordinance is going to be challenged, maybe in court. I'm not too worried about that, and I don't think you should be either. But more likely at the ballot box by another ordinance, seeking to do what Measure O did, maybe in a different way, maybe making it a little less vulnerable to attack legally. And I would really encourage you to put the ordinance that you ultimately pass on the ballot and get it passed by the voters. And I think you can do that. And I think this ordinance, maybe a little fine-tuning, could be the one that would do it. My understanding from the city clerk is that it's still possible to get it on for June. I think March 9th is the deadline. That's one more. I think your next meeting is March 7th. It'd be a real tight push to do it. But if you had this ordinance in place by the voters, and people were able to purchase their cannabis and sell it and grow it under a good ordinance like this, I think they'd have a hard time challenging it come November. But if you can't get it on in June, you ought to get it on for November so it's competing. This is much better than what you had before. It's a trial and error, method. Now, there's a couple things I would like to call to your attention that I think might be a little bit helpful. And one of them, I believe it's on, I've got the public hearing draft pages here. Let's check and see. Page 37, your packet, page 756. Promulgation of regulations, standards, and other legal duties. Now, I'm wearing my politician's hat right now. I wrote a lot of ordinances, and a lot of them went to the ballot. And I wrote a lot of charter amendments. A lot of them went to the ballot, and only a couple have failed. Almost all of them passed. And when you write a law for the voters to approve, you've got to look at it a little bit differently than when you write one for the mayor and council to approve. There's a section in here that concerns me because it can be misinterpreted by the people who already have given the city attorney an ordinance to put on the ballot probably in November. And if that passes, it'll wipe this one out, if this one passes. It's section 5.10370A, and it reads, in addition to any regulations adopted by the mayor and city council, the city manager or his/her designee is authorized to establish any additional rules, regulations, and standards governing the issuance, denial, or renewal of commercial cannabis business permits, the ongoing operation of commercial cannabis businesses and the city's oversight, or concerning any other subject determined to be necessary to carry out the purposes of this chapter. Now, if I wanted to attack this ordinance and get the voters to vote it down, or vote a new ordinance in that knocks this one out, I would focus on this, and I would say, with this language, the way it's written, the city manager can make any new regulations, in addition to any adopted by the mayor and city council. It says right here in black and white, additional rules, regulations, and standards governing the issuance, denial, or renewal of commercial cannabis business permits. Now, we know the way things work, and the city manager generally would be recommending to you to do it, but it doesn't say that in there. And you know how it is on a political campaign. You get just a blurb on the radio, a blurb on TV, a blurb in the mail. I would encourage you to add a few simple words in here where that the city manager, his or her designee, is authorized, subject to the approval of the mayor and common council. Just those few words. Subject to the approval of the mayor and common council. Then if somebody comes out and says, hey, the city manager, not elected, can change this whole thing just by writing some additional rules and regulations. And you then point and say, no, that isn't true. It says right here, subject to the approval of the mayor and common council. It's a small matter. But how many of us have seen elections turn on small matters where somebody grabs, something like that? And believe me, the people we're up against, and you've heard some comments about it, are no dummies. And they have the money to hire some really high-priced people. That's how they got Measure O passed. They put a lot of money into that. And we need to take a look at that. Now, another issue is on the length of the marijuana business license. And there seemed to be some confusion tonight. I heard people talking about, well, our normal business licenses are just 1 year. Well, let's back up a minute and look at that carefully. First of all, we no longer have business licenses. We have business registration certificates because the Supreme Court has ruled that you can't have business licenses that are regulatory, only revenue raising. So we have a business registration certificate. And a marijuana grow, marijuana farm, marijuana retail business should have a business registration certificate. The retail marijuana business that sells it should have a retail business registration certificate. And the ones that are growing should have a business registration agricultural type certificate. But the marijuana permit is more akin to the entertainment permit than it is to the business license, business registration certificate. And the entertainment permit is not up every year. You're comparing apples and oranges when you talk about the marijuana permit and the business registration certificate. Because the marijuana permit is for a very specific purpose, just like an entertainment permit is for a very specific purpose. Every restaurant has to have a business registration certificate as a restaurant. But only those restaurants that put on entertainment have to have an entertainment license or permit. And there's a whole separate process for that. And once you get one of those, the city clerk, after, I believe, consultation with the city attorney, it doesn't expire in a year. It's usually there unless there's some problems. Now, you have the means under this ordinance. There's some tough language in here. You can cancel these permits. If somebody's doing something they shouldn't be doing, you don't need to wait till the end of the 1 year or the 36 months. You can cancel that permit. But here's what I'm concerned about. And this isn't going to make a lot of the folks here happy, but I'm a realist. And the fact is, this ordinance, as some of them have noted, is going to cause a great deal of expense by a person who wants to operate a marijuana business in our city. One of the most expensive things is going to be the ventilation, recirculation, to make sure that the odor of marijuana does not permeate the walls and get out in the surrounding area. That is not going to be cheap. That is not going to be cheap. That's going to be expensive. And it's going to take a big investment of money, more than a lot of these folks who want to come in and open up a storefront and just like they've got illegal places, some of them, not all of them, out there, that's what they're interested in. That's not what the city needs. You want to be in on the ground floor of this business if you're going to be in it. And I didn't make that decision, and you didn't make the decision. That voters made that decision. You're going to be in it. And whether it's through your ordinance, this one, or one that's passed by the voters in November that will probably knock this one out if they can pull it off, you've got a problem that you need to address. You want the people who are going to come in and make the substantial investment in the community. You want a good, not only a good-looking building, but a safe building. You want the security guards. You don't want the odor of marijuana going outside. You want it well-regulated. But when you tell a potential investor that you only can, you have to get a business registration certificate for a year, but you also have to get a marijuana permit, and that's only for a year. Well, wait a minute. You want me to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars and do this the right way, and I'm only going to get a license for 12 months? I mean, if I do something wrong, there's plenty in here you guys can close me down on. The Planning Commission considered that. They asked a lot of questions about it, and they gave a lot of thought to it. And they came up with that idea of 36 months. Now, that doesn't mean that if somebody is doing something they shouldn't be doing, like selling to minors, that you've got to wait to the end of the 36 months to go and shut them down. You absolutely do not. You do not. But if you want people to invest in a brand-new industry in this city as compared to going somewhere else, you need to make it somewhat reasonable for them, for them to do it. And it's pretty scary the way the state laws change. And maybe somebody gets a license under this, and this passes, gets knocked out in a couple days, hopefully, when the judge signs the order, and this becomes the law. And then they got to invest money, and they maybe qualify in every way, and they get a permit, and then come November, something's on the ballot, and so a 1-year permit is kind of a scary thing for them, for a marijuana permit. And I agree with the mayor, his comment about, well, if we're not watching them every year, we don't check every year, how do you know what they're doing? But these facilities, first of all, there's only going to be, I think my calculation is the most you can issue is about 14 I did the math. I'm not sure exactly what the current city population is, but I tried to divide it by the number here, and that's what my little computer came out with. But it's not a whole lot. And you are going to be able to watch them, and you're going to generate money, and good money from them. And you're going to generate enough money to have the police officers, additional code enforcement officers to inspect them on a regular basis. And you can and should shut them down if that problem happens. But I ask you to really think, do you want the kind of guy who's, I get a marijuana permit for a year and, invest a few bucks, maybe a few $1,000s. You want people who are going to come in and invest hundreds of thousands of dollars and do it right. You don't want the smell emanating. You want the security guards. You want the security systems. You want it done right. And so the 36 months is not as bad as it often would seem. We had that problem when I was here, the entertainment permits. We'd have some new owner would come in, and maybe they get a new entertainment permit. They're supposed to if it's a new owner, but sometimes they sneak in the back door. We just start having problems with a place, and we had to go close it down. Then we did. We closed it down. Entertainment permit notwithstanding the fact that it wasn't renewed every year. So that is something you could do. Now I had when you're having a public hearing, all of you should receive all of your information so everybody hears it. And what I've just talked about, the investment of money and the 36-month permit, I had a sidebar with one of the council members who stepped out to go to the restroom during the hearing because he had made a comment about that, and I knew I was going to bring it up, and I wanted to mention it to him so he wasn't surprised when I brought it up. I'm putting that on the record because if I don't put it on the record, that's not right. Because all of you should hear everything that I said to one council member, every council member should hear it. And I'm doing that. And if there's anything that I said to that council member that I have not said right now, I'd like that council member to point that out and say what that was. I want to make sure that everything I said has now been heard by everybody that's here. I really encourage you to put in that language about subject to the approval of the mayor and council. I'm also going to throw one other thing in that you're not going to like, and I wouldn't have liked it when I was sitting here as city attorney years ago, is that 300 versus 600 foot distance. When we put something on the ballot, we try to identify people who might go against it. A number of years ago, we had a police tax, and the word got out that the car dealers in town were going to go against it. So we got together and we invited the car dealers in town to come in, and we in effect wrote them, we resolved their concerns in the way that ordinance was written. So they didn't oppose it, which they were planning to do. There are a lot of people on commercial strips along Highland Avenue, along 40th Street, along Baseline, along Waterman, probably along Mount Vernon, along our main commercial strips, who have businesses, and a lot of those are people who supported Measure M, who want to have a chance to get a business license. But some of them have a problem because a number of those businesses are located within 300 feet of a residential use, not a residential zone, but a residential use. A residential use in an area that isn't zoned for residences is called they're grandfathered. It's a prior non-conforming use. And there are a number of those behind some of those business corridors we have in our city. And 600 feet are going to knock some of those folks out. 300 feet probably would not. Now, is that a big deal? Yeah, maybe it's a small deal. It's a political deal. But here's the reality of it. First of all, if you make it 300 feet to residential use, you should keep it 300 feet from residential zone, because that's going to stay that way. Residential use is supposed to be phased out. You're supposed to slowly, over time, get rid of those non-conforming uses. But if you make it 300 feet, those businesses are still going to qualify. Well, that doesn't mean you have to give them a permit. That's up to you. That's your discretion. But if you put an ordinance on the ballot, or you pass an ordinance that prohibits those folks from ever having a shot at it, they may just decide to throw some money behind a campaign to put in an ordinance that'll override this one. So I would encourage you to give that some careful thought on that residential use versus residential zone. Our voters in San Bernardino are not dumb people. We have had in the past low voter turnouts. We'll have a little higher voter turnout now that our elections are going to be the same as the gubernatorial and presidential. But there's going to be a lot of drop-off on the ballot by the time you get down to vote on city matters. And the people who are going to vote those are mostly the better informed people in the city. And you can get the word out to them and explain to them what you're doing and why. Don't be afraid of your own public. You don't need to be. Most of the people we're hearing from on this marijuana issue are not residents of San Bernardino. Most of them are people who come here who want to make some money. And they talk about what you've got to do and what's good for the community and all that. You know, I'm sorry, I made a big mistake. I always do it when I can't up here. You just have to do it. You don't anymore. My address is 221 East Marshall Boulevard, San Bernardino. And I've been here since kindergarten at Roosevelt Elementary through Warm Springs and Highland Junior High and Pacific High School and Cal State San Bernardino. And I've got a son buried here. My folks and my brother are buried here. Judy and I have our plots over in Mountain View. We ain't going nowhere. This is our town. Not our town in sense of ownership, but this is our home. I want to congratulate the City Attorney's Office for the job they did on this. I think they've done a very good job. I really hope you'll consider that residential use versus residential zone. And I strongly encourage you, as one politician to another, even if I'm an ex-has-been recalled one, but I did win a lot of elections in my day, stick that language in there about subject to approval of mayor and common council. I think that'll be helpful to you down the road. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. I suspect there won't be. And the last thing I'll say is, we love to give them hell, Harry, and sometimes when you sit by and you see some stuff going on, in my opinion, and I'm from a blue-collar family, you stand up and you say what needs to be said and you take care of business. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you. Eli Cortez. Mr. Cortez, were you sworn in?
Yes, still. My name is Eli Cortez. I've presented before. I do technology for government and cities. We build technology programs to enable cities to become more effective. I wanted to share with you, Honorable Mayor, Council, and staff, that this ordinance is your opportunity to put your fingerprint on the blueprint for success for the cannabis ordinance for the city of San Bernardino. And it is unique in many ways. I've had the opportunity to read your ordinance, to look at many iterations, to actually compare other cities and what they're doing, and to work with labor unions to provide input and feedback to the city. And the key to success is really going to be a balanced ordinance which provides quality assurance and oversight and controls that are definitely needed. But furthermore, beyond the controls, you need a well-thought-out process to enable the licensees to have a streamlined and less red tape and to be successful in the delivery of the services that community is going to need. This ordinance as it stands seems unreasonable to some of the members, especially in my mind, a consideration for the medical needs of the community, from ADA compliance of these entities to the delivery and transportation of the services to the equity of where the services will be delivered. If you look at your map, it doesn't show the equity of where the services can deliver to the local residents who are in need of delivered cannabis, medical cannabis. The other issue is that the ordinance as it stands seems to be unreasonable to small local businesses. Usually in some bid processes, you can enable a program where you can say there are local business preferences. You can add to the metrics points where a small local business can benefit from providing the service locally. And really a challenge that the city that I haven't seen that needs to be faced is there are over 150 illicit entities already providing deliveries of cannabis in the city today. And to bring it down to 17 licensees is going to be a real tough challenge for the city from the policing perspective. They don't have a lot of the resources from the code enforcement perspective. And more importantly, from enabling the 17 licensees that are going to be able to be successful. So I know for a fact that HDL has worked with other cities, and they have a concept called the Cannabis Campus. And the campus concept works because it will allow licensees that can deliver services and will qualify and will be certified to deliver services, but also allows transition for the entities that really don't today have best practices but need to align themselves for future best practices. Illicit businesses that want to transition from the illicit to the legal delivery of these services, and who in the future might want to be another licensee as other opportunities might come up. It's important to note that I'm also here a member of the Greater Riverside Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. I belong to the Hispanic Inland Chamber of Commerce with the City of San Bernardino, and I'm also a member of the California State Chamber of Commerce. And we're here representing support of this ordinance, but support in a way where it can streamline yet give opportunities for small businesses, and also include a local hire component. The local hire component is critical in the sense that if you look at hemp or if you look at cannabis, there's going to be future career opportunities that are able to be created for the kids that are interested in the space. And so again, that component should be looked at and incorporated into your program. And I know there's a lot of details that you've yet to work out. I see that there are some best practices in other cities, right over the hill, Cathedral City, City of Long Beach, and they've actually input metrics from labor unions which have helped the city provide better control. So you have control by better training of your staff, by certification of the staff, and by the staff enabling not just themselves to have a better work environment, but to enable that business owner to follow the practices and the controls that the city expects. And so it's a balancing of this ordinance that I see that there's still more work to be done. The ordinance also seems to be unreasonable to the community since you have a cannabis commission that wasn't able to present publicly so that everybody who's here and or watching on TV can benefit from the fact that they actually did some best practices. They studied some best practices for the city of San Jose. They studied other best practices statewide, and they came up with some very good ideas that were not disclosed publicly. And the purpose of a council meeting is to have transparency. And that ability of that commission to come and present is very, very invaluable to your best practices. So I think that the ordinance seems unreasonable to citizens also that would like to be gainfully employed, that would like to have a safe experience in the access of these services. that would like to feel comfortable in that when they're going to get a prescription met, that they're going to be feeling safe, that it's a good, safe prescription that they're going to get either delivered to their home or they'll go to any of these entities that would be licensed. HDL has done great work, but I think there's more work to be done in the area of how can you in this city not just benefit as a city and the governance of it, but more importantly, how can it be successful so that you don't have the failures up front, so that you provide the employee training, so that you provide employee protection, and so that the businesses that become the licensees are held accountable to deliver quality services, yet also maintain a quality work environment. The San Bernardino community needs you to really take a little time, I think, to have better thought out plans. And there's a lot of questions about how does one become a licensee? How is it that when you have a background check and then once you get all that together, how is it that you're going to be successful in also procuring the right either lease and or purchase of a property in the city? And if you look at the maps, the distribution of the availability of real estate is very lean relative to how large the city is. So if you look at the northern part of the map, there's a lot of community needs in that area too. But you'd have to drive quite a bit or wait quite a bit of time to have your deliveries to your home. So the metrics to me for ensuring a safe and successful cannabis, which was provided to the city by the labor unions, are missing. We didn't see that in the final presentation that you have available on the website. And the labor unions actually have been very successful in the city of Long Beach to enable the metrics to hold the businesses accountable, the licensees accountable, to deliver the quality service that you have expectations of. And it takes a lot of pressure off the city, off of the policing piece of it, and it makes it a better way to operate based on training, based on requirements, and based on successful business practices of a small business and or a large business that might be a licensee. Furthermore, you still have time to hold more workshops. I think it's practical that you work out a couple of workshops that actually discuss how a licensee would go through the steps of being licensed. A licensee would have expectations of how a property should be maintained. A licensee will be shared and disclosed the expectations of state labor law. And there's a lot of overlays that you're going to be dealing with. And if you don't provide the disclosure and the information to these entities that are going to be your licensees, you will have failure. And the failure is not something that anybody can afford in this community. So again, the Planning Commission actually did a great job. They brought some very good ideas, and we were very pleasantly surprised that some of the thoughts they put up through your process came out very well. I feel that the Cannabis Commission could also do the same and add additional ideas and add additional clarity. I think right now a lot of the confusion is the lack of clarity. And if you add more clarity and take a little bit more time and have a couple more workshops before you formalize the decision, you're going to be better at the other end. And again, we're here from small businesses, representing minority businesses, representing multiple chambers of commerce. And I think one of the other concerns I had was some very racist comments that were made by Mr. Penman. And the reason why I say that is, if we don't
Mr. Cortez, please make your comments.
Sure, I will. I'll make it relevant.
Keep them
Let me make
relevant to the
I will.
audience.
And here's my concern. If you're going to police or have oversight of these programs, one of the biggest community concerns have been the impact of minorities and how the policing of cannabis will occur to the minority community. And so we have to be sensitive to that. And that's why I shared that. I think we need to not only look at the governance of this, but look at the best practices. Thank you.
Jim Montes. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, sir. I think I am the last one. I'm going to make it short. I think a little bit disorganized. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the ordinance. It was great. There was a typo, I think, on page 702 and 707, where you're talking about the buffers. I think that didn't get adjusted. I'd be happy to email that to you, so you could find that a little easier. I wanted to talk about the number of the licenses that are going to be issued. I know I've mentioned it before. The 1 to 10,000 ratio was really came up. That number or that calculation was done based on dispensaries. So if you look at the 17 different license types, you want to make them proportional to the industry as a whole. So we don't need 17 testing licenses. We don't need 17 distributors and so forth and so on. And you want to be able to have the dispensaries get their products local if they can. And you also want to look at percentages. Like right now, manufacturers, people that are doing edibles, topicals, things like that, not just oil, edibles, topicals, that's like the largest part of the market right now, even higher than flower. Right now, the state has already issued enough licenses to grow enough flower for everybody. And that's just in their temporary licenses. So if you did it proportionally, that would be great. Most cities are going to put a testing lab in first, so that's not the most important. But I think it is to look at the other way. Also on the outdoor, I know you guys said no on the outdoor. I just wanted to make a point that anybody that grows outdoor is not saying, hey, we're over here, look at us, can you smell us? I mean, I think that's kind of how people look at it. They don't want to be found, so they do cover up their things. They do, control them and everything. The only reason I'm mentioning that is because you guys, again, you guys wanted to think about qualifying for the Prop 64 monies. It's okay if you don't, I get it. But the thing that I'm concerned with is you guys have over 200 cultivators in the city right now. So when you crunch that down, you're going to have to get rid of those guys. You guys have a high utility tax. So you're also going to have all these empty buildings now, and you're going to have the loss of the utility tax. So I think that's something that should be taken into consideration, whether you do it in phases or whatever. I mean, if you get 10, you're still going to have to close all those. Where's the money going to come from? If you had Prop 64 grant money, you'd have that to help fund to get rid of the black market. But the pressure's going to be on because the people that are paying for their licenses now are going to say, we want these guys closed down. So I think that's something we should really look at. In there, I guess this is a medical and recreational ordinance. So my question is, if we're waiting to get rid of Measure O, which is a medical ordinance, why aren't we pushing through the recreational ordinance? Because we could push the recreational through, and then when all of the Measure O stuff was finalized, then we could figure out if we wanted to go with the medical, and I think that made a lot of sense. When you guys were when they were talking about the property grab, that happens everywhere. I mean, there's really nothing that you can do to really avoid that. The best way that we've seen things happen is we do need the big companies, because a lot of the big companies, and we've had a speaker here before, not every program is great, but there are big companies that do come in and support the smaller growers. And you need the expertise of some of those big companies. So while they do the real estate, they bring in the smaller growers. So I don't think that's a problem. I think for the people that have dispensaries or are working in the black market right now, they're just going to find somebody else to put the license name in. So I'm not really worried about that part of the ordinance. I mean, that's just a reality. They do it already. And if that was really a concern, what you could do is maybe do a phase-in, maybe like City Ballet is a little bit different. They have the people that were actually the pre-ICO. They go in the first phase, and the second phase they have a different set of licenses. And then the third set, they're going to be doing the social equity. So that's another thing we could be looking at that we don't have to build in now. But we could put like a a third phase, maybe for the people that are in the black market that are trying to be compliant, move into compliancy. So it's not really, a discipline thing, but it's kind of evening things out a little bit. So that might be something for consideration. There's never going to be a shortage of applicants. That's just not going to happen. So I think when we do look at these things, the 300-foot buffer, yes, I think we should have the 300-foot buffer. Because with only 17 licenses anyway, you guys have complete control. And it's written in there that you're going to take all things into consideration. So you guys still have ultimate control of that. And I think that's about it. Other than on the nursery, in one section you have that the nursery goes under your cultivation license. Nursery is completely different. It's retail, so it is considered a retail thing, so you guys will get the end user tax here. So you don't want to really lump it in. That's usually, the tax on that is usually a lot less, and the fees are a lot less. And then another portion, it says you can't flower. So usually nurseries are allowed to flower because they are testing their genetics and so forth. So you might want to look at that again. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes public speaking at this time, so let's go back to the ordinances. This is the first item. Commercial cannabis activity.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I think I was giving you a chance to find your place. We talked about the one-year permit. We were, before we started taking the speakers, we were beginning the discussion about the buffer zone. Remember, the Planning Commission had changed it to 600 feet and added the intervening physical barrier. Originally, when the council looked at it, it was 300 feet. So we need direction on that thing first.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and I would like to support the recommendation of the Planning Commission, but I did have a question about that issue of residential use versus zone. I think it is a relevant item for us to potentially consider. Maybe if staff could give your input, your thoughts on how we would address that potential issue.
Sure. What we looked at, and then certainly Mark can add to this, or Stephen may have some additional comments. We looked at the fact that we do have properties in the city that have been there for a very long time. They are non-conforming uses, but they are truly residential properties, both in the city and in our neighboring communities. And so we did feel that it was important that we protect those residences as well. So that would be one of the things that we would take into consideration, and certainly remember every single one of them comes to you with an analysis and an investigation, but we felt it was important to at least include those non-conforming uses as part of that residential buffer that we were establishing.
Okay. And I guess just to clarify, so again, to be clear, every single application will come back to us. But there will be certain recommendations to approve some and not approve some, and then there will be a reason why staff is recommending not to. Because I agree, I think there are some areas in here where obviously no ordinance is going to be perfect out of the gate. And so I want to thank the members of the community, the members of the industry that are at the table now. I think this is good. I think the conversation, the comments that were heard tonight were good comments, and I get it. There's areas where we're going to need to fine-tune this, but I want to make sure what I like about this ordinance is we still have enough flexibility and discretion that if we confront any one of these issues, we can potentially deal with it. So I just want to make sure that we aren't eliminating that ability to perhaps, make some adjustments in terms of the recommendation when it's brought back to us, to consider holistically all of the factors that may be involved that may affect the final
And we're going to
outcome.
give you the rationale for our recommendations, as well as supporting pictures, distance. When we go out and we measure the distances between uses and things, so you're going to get all that information with our recommendations, so that you have a chance to weigh all those same things that we did.
Okay, so I will make a motion to accept the recommendation as approved by the Planning Commission.
Which recommendation?
That is for the buffer zone, yeah, so the first item.
The first item?
Yeah.
Thank you. We have a recommendation. We have No motion.
Second.
We have a second? Any, this is on page 702.
This is the buffer.
The planning commission recommendation that was 600 feet with the provision that there are, if there's an intervening physical barrier.
And what is in the ordinance. Yes.
Right. So do we have a second?
Yes, second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any other questions? All right. So we need to take a vote on this motion?
No, ultimately,
You just want consensus?
I just want consensus, and then I will tell you if there's been change, if that would then change the recommended action.
All right, so that's item number one. Item
right.
number two was the 12 months versus the 36 months.
That's right, and
I think we were talking
the consensus
about, there was
was 1
consensus
year.
about leaving it at 12 months.
And then added the language related to new.
Yes.
The initial, yeah.
The initial application.
Yes.
And then the work permit, I don't know that we discussed the work permit.
We started to discuss it, and again, remember the thinking was that upon renewal or even upon request, if we had a concern, we could go in and ask for the employee records, and so we.
So taking the recommendation of the planning commission. Okay.
So
And
that means then.
That takes care of the commercial cannabis activity.
Yes, and then Jelena will give you a corrected motion. Do you want to do it now, or do you want to do all of them, or are you ready to do all of them? Okay. So smoking and cannabis.
No changes.
No changes recommended by the Planning Commission, so I just want to make sure there's no changes that the council would like us to make.
Not seeing any? Personal?
Go ahead.
If I could, on commercial. On 5.10.370, I do share some of that concern about the language in
Which page,
Section
Councilmember?
756, adding that language subject to approval of the council.
Yeah, that's fine.
Common council. I think that's good language, and I think it does mitigate a potential challenge.
It's it's on page 756, line 21.
20, yeah, I think 22, 23 on line, somewhere around there.
So it would be
We just
in
add that
addition.
language subject to the approval of
Yeah.
the.
Mayor and common council, authorized subject to mayor and common council to establish.
Is there consensus on making that change?
And I would just recommend that we use city council, not common council. Yep.
Okay. Any other changes for Councilman Barrios?
I know Mr. Montes mentioned that there's ways that they can help these businesses for the illicit market to transition. I don't know what that is. I'd like to know if we can look at that.
We would have to look at that. That would not be part of the ordinance. That would be, and realistically, we are looking at all of our business retention programs and ways that we can help our local businesses to be more successful. We've started a series of training programs for our local businesses that we're doing in concert with some of our community colleges. We can look at those kinds of programs as well.
Okay,
But that would not necessarily be codified.
And as far as for like safety for the people growing at home, if there's some kind of online curriculum that they can go through, so we can say, hey, you know what?
Try taking that class.
They went through a class. They know the safety precautions. They know the procedures, the proper procedures to grow.
Right.
And they could show some kind of certificate that they understand.
We'll look and see if there's some training programs that we can encourage them to participate in.
So, we've taken care of commercial cannabis. Any other questions on that? Smoking?
And again, this is the one that they made no recommendation.
changes?
No changes.
The only change on that is to clarify the 50-foot
That the mayor-
distance.
And again, we are still going to go through and make sure there may still be typos and things, so we will go through and make typos, things that are not substantive.
Last is the personal cultivation.
Yes.
Permitting versus not permitting registration. Councilman Lovio.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I project well. No, in a serious moment,
Ms. Romans, I think, hit on some good points that, Ms. Romans, are you still here? Thank you. Who's a property manager, among other things, and how is she going to be informed? The fact that, well, let me say it the other way around. I think that Mr. Olson made a good suggestion another way. We've got all these things about no open air grows, and it has to be enclosed, and you got to have filters for it. Many people are going to ignore that. They're going to ignore that. They're not going to read what the regulations are. And so, from my point of view, there has to be some sort of a registration process that these people understand if they're going to grow at home, they're going to have to do some work regarding it. The point is that we've got issues. I don't know if this is funny for some people, not for me. We've lost, I think about those two kids, those damn electrical extension wires from the next apartment house. And we're going to see that. So my point is that the permitting process, yeah, it's going to take some money. Well, we charge a fee to cover the costs. And there's consultants that we can hire, headhunters. We want more planners, we contract them. We can contract people to go out and for a short-term basis because I'm sure there's going to be a big wave initially. And so I'm not going to vote for no permits. I think that is something that is, from my point of view, is just anathema. That there has to be some sort of a way that we acquaint the people who are going to have home grows with what we expect them to have. And I'm not going to vote approval for having no permits at all because people are going to ignore it. And we will have to hire individuals extra as we hire consultants on contract. And the fees are going to be, we'll charge fees to cover it. That's why we charge fees. It's going to be a little bit tougher for, some people in management, but that's what we hire you for. I work weekends. I'm here, what can I say? But the point is that we need to have a process to guarantee that the people who are growing at home are not going to be interfering with what their neighbors are, or the smells. We talk about the ventilation process. If we don't require some sort of a permitting, it'll be ignored. You bet it's going to be ignored. So there has to be some sort of a permitting process.
Councilman.
Mr. Mulvihill, I hear your concern. The staff is providing 3 recommendations. Which one do you favor, option 1, 2, or 3? The option 2 is the happy medium, whereas the option 3 is full permitting required at the cost of almost $1 million or so. So
that you've got there.
Oh, yeah.
Where is that from?
It's in the PowerPoint presentation. So there's 3 options. It's option 1, 2, or 3. What is the solution here, sir?
Is this from last time?
No. It's just tonight, presented a few minutes ago. The happy medium, Jim, is 2.
It was actually yesterday when we discussed it, though. In fairness.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't part of the agenda meeting, so sorry.
No.
I wasn't invited.
Maybe I'll go through quickly. Based on the comments from the City Council at the earlier hearing, the February 3rd meeting, the Council said, there's really several options. One of them is no permit. And then there's certainly the very robust program where we're adding inspectors, we're requiring a permit, we're requiring an inspection as part of that, some certification that you're meeting these requirements. And then one of the things the council talked about was maybe there is some type of a self-certification online registration. So what we provided in the PowerPoint that Mark Persico went through at the beginning of this hearing was, here's some options and some potential costs associated with those.
I'd like to see what the, when this comes back to us, what the extent of the self-certification is going to imply.
And that's
Well, it's outlined already.
Yeah. What we suggested really was that we create an online program where we would capture the data. Someone would have the opportunity. We would certainly do public information saying people are required to have permits for personal cultivation, that you're required to register online, and that it's part of that online. And we would have to build that data system to be able to allow people to do that. We would collect a permit fee. We would have then a list of requirements, so the things that you've mentioned that certainly are concerns to us, the potential fire safety issues related to electrical issues.
You'd be providing them with information about what's required.
The ventilation, and they would check, do I comply with this, and how, so it would be kind of the form, and then at the end of it they would sign under penalty of perjury that they provided correct information to us. Under that scheme, we would have the ability to do random inspections. So if we received a complaint or we had concerns, we'd have the ability to do that. And
I think that this would be the very minimum.
Yeah,
Okay.
right. And that's
all right.
minimum.
So,
Wait a second, Councilmember. Let Melville finish.
No, that's fine.
well, I have the floor, sir. I mean, but
Go ahead.
thank you. So number 2 is the happy medium. So I'd like to. Why don't we just go with option 2? This is a staff recommendation. They gave us 3 options. It's in between the less restrictive, option 1, and the more costly and what could be interpreted as overreaching on the full permitting. So I'd like to move that to the floor if we could, to gain some traction, move this forward, is option 2.
And if I can just
Yeah,
clarify,
sure.
option 2 would add a subsection C to 8.99.040. Sorry, I don't have it.
8.99.
But I think maybe have her tell you, then I will find the section for
It's
you.
page 786.
So subsection C would be added to read, "It shall be unlawful for any person to engage in personal cultivation without registering with the City of San Bernardino. The registration shall require the person engaging in cultivation to provide their name, address, telephone number, and any other information determined necessary to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents and businesses of the city by the city manager or his or her designee. The registration may require the payment of a fee as set by resolution of the mayor and city council."
And it's because the ordinance that you currently have does not provide for any kind of a registration or a permit process for personal cultivation. So that's why we would recommend adding that subsection, because
Okay.
that would give you the authority to do that.
I think it's reasonable to add that. It allays fears and addresses the really important issue that Mr. Mulvihill is saying. So,
And then
I'd
what
like
I
to move
would
that.
recommend, you can still move forward with this, but
Okay.
we will come back with what that online system would look
Very
like, so
good.
that you know what
Good.
questions we're
Okay.
asking and what they're certifying that they're in compliance.
So, Mr. Persico, what do you see as the difference between these two in terms of the potential for being able to ensure compliance with building codes?
Well, the difference would be under a full permit, there would be an inspection. Under
Staff would be doing that.
option 2, the owner would certify that they're complying with all of the requirements. They would have to go through and physically check each of those requirements, and then under penalty of perjury, sign the electronic form saying that they've complied with all the requirements.
So included in that might be a requirement to provide some documentation?
Yes.
That, some pictures or something that would indicate that they have complied.
And that's where you can certainly still move forward with the ordinance, but we internally need to build the system so that we are asking for those kinds of things to really make sure that the system is robust enough, that we're getting enough information, that we have a sense that this person really did go through and not just check the boxes to say, I want to be done with the city, but really is providing us adequate information to be able to demonstrate that they really have made the modifications necessary.
So part of the benefit of this would be that, as we heard from Chief Muncy, the fire department really is not probably in a position to be able to inspect all of those, but then having the potential for some random inspection would give you the potential for some data that would allow you to come back potentially and say, well, we think that there's pretty good compliance or there isn't.
And it may very well be that, certainly this is all new to everyone. It may very well be that in a year we look at it and say, gosh, that doesn't work because we aren't getting enough information. Maybe we do need to look at some other system. But I think it's an opportunity for us to at least have some information to be able to start the process and have some indication that people are being mindful of the electrical codes and the fire safety issues that they need to address.
And there's a mechanism for getting out the requirements.
Yes.
So is there consensus to number 2? Councilmember Marquez.
Andrea, if a person has a business running out of their home, say, for example, selling Avon, they need a permit anyway.
Right.
So
some kind of they need some kind of
they need to be held accountable. So, and Jim, I understand where you're coming from. I remember the day that we got the call that those 2 children burned to death. It was horrible. There were squatters that had entered a building that they should have never gone into. The mother, ironically, was giving birth that day at the hospital, and when the baby died, the 2 babies died. So I hope we never get to see that again. That's kind of an extreme situation, but it can happen. I get it.
The other thing that staff would recommend with respect to this section, we want to make it very clear for our officers. And so while the state law does say 6 plants or less, we would like to just amend the section. And Jolena, if you want to talk about the amendments that we've proposed, cultivation of more than 6 plants. Again, we really want to make it very clear to someone so that when we send out the public information, that if you're doing less than 6, you're personal. But if you're doing more than that, you're really a commercial activity. So we have some language that I think Jolena has drafted or
Stephen
at all.
drafted. I don't want to take credit for it. But
Jolena,
I'd be happy to read it.
Okay. Perfect.
So we would amend 8.99.040A2, which is on page 785 of your packet, to state cultivation of more than 6 plants in any zoning district shall be considered commercial cannabis activity and not personal cultivation, and shall be subject to all the requirements for commercial cannabis activity within this code.
Any other questions, Council? We have consensus? I think we've completed.
Yes. So then this will slightly modify the recommended actions, and so I think it might be helpful, just in the interest of time, to have Jolena walk through what we recommend that the motion is, assuming that you want to do all the things we just talked about.
Okay. So the recommended motion would be to approve items 1, 2, and 3 with the following modifications. For item number 1, for 5.10.110, we're changing it to 1 year. And that would also change section 5.10.179F, going from 36 months to 12 months. Also, section 5.10.090D, we're adding initial before applications rather than just all applications. Section 5.10.370A, we're adding the language subject to approval of the mayor and city council. And then we're also having the buffer of 600 feet. For number 2, we're changing 8.97.070A to 50 feet to be consistent. And then for number 3, we are adding the language that I read as option 2 to amend 8.99040 to add that subsection C that I've already read. And we're also adding 8.99.040A2, which is the language I just read about more than 6 plants being commercial.
And when it comes back, could we have a red line version of those
Yes.
changes to make it easier to be
Yes.
able to?
Yes. So we will accept them, the Planning Commission, and then add these so that you see them in a red line.
All right, so Councilman Mulvihill, are you making that motion? All right, do we have a second? We have a second. Please cast your votes.
Okay, on item 26, the motion, as Ms. Greider read it, and it will be verified, was made by Mr. Mulvihill. It was seconded by Ms. Marquez. And we're going to do a voice vote because I understand some of you are no longer on. So, Ms. Marquez.
Yes.
Mr. Barrios?
See.
Mr. Valdivia?
Yes.
Mr. Nichol?
Yes.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
And Mr. Mulvihill? Yes. The item passes 6-0.
Thank you. We now go to public comments for items not on the agenda. We have a number of requests that were sent in. Patrick Raphael. Patrick Raphael. Is this the group that wants to speak? All right.
They have indicated that they will consolidate their comments. They asked if we'd be okay with that.
Oh, absolutely. We'll sign off.
You picked the wrong one.
I know, I told them that they might have.
Poor guy. Sorry.
If you'll please press the button.
Good evening. We are social work students from California State University, San Bernardino, who are looking to make a difference in San Bernardino community. After we conduct a survey with San Bernardino residents between the Rosa and Waterman Avenue, we find the majority of residents say that homeless is an issue in their community. Most of the residents state that they didn't feel comfortable walking around their community or local park because many of them had unpleasant experience with homeless individuals in the resident there.
One example would be that one woman almost had her belongings stolen by a homeless individual, which made her feel unsafe in the community. Another woman at the senior center at Paris Hill Park was headed to her car and thought a homeless man was going to attack her because he was circling around her car and yelling. But the issue was that he was struggling with mental illness. Homelessness can be caused by poverty, unemployment, lack of affordable housing, domestic violence, and poor physical or mental health.
Could you state your name?
Rosie.
My name is Jenna. Our goal is to fill 80 bags for the homeless with donations gathered from the community so that we can distribute them to the homeless in that area that we conducted the survey. We highly encourage City Council members to help collect donations for this project by March 2nd.
My name is Angelica, and we are recently contacting businesses, charities, churches, to be able, and the residents as well, to be willing to see if they would be willing to donate, being able due to our event, also to take time out of their day to volunteer. We are also submitting an article to a newspaper about our event. We have also decided that we would want to be able to post flyers around the community to involve the community as well.
Cheyenne Gibbons Doyle, and the purpose of this project is to empower the homeless and to empower the rest of the community. So we want to be able to bring unity in the community and be able to bring the homeless and the rest of the community together. And we want to help encourage the homeless to be able to feel like they are a part of the community and they are just like everybody else. So this project gives us a chance to show members that there's nothing to be afraid of and to really see how the homeless live in this community. So by the end of this project, we hope for those who have helped us volunteer that they will be willing to do this kind of thing on their own because it only takes one act of kindness to start a chain reaction.
Patrick Raffel. In conclusion, the reason why we've come before you, the Mayor and council members, is that we hope that you can support our efforts in whatever manner you can. One way is that we encourage you all to come out to our event on March 4th at Paris Hill Park in San Bernardino, where we'll be meeting at 1:30 p.m. From there, we will be leaving to help pass out the care packages. I believe it will be very encouraging to the members and an amazing experience for them to be able to partner with their respectable leaders in this act of compassion and love. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Olson.
You'll have to forgive me after tonight, and probably the rest of you, I'm a little bit numb. Okay, so I'm probably not going to do as well as I would have done had I, not been past my bedtime. But here's my feelings. I used to come and I used to speak out on a lot of issues in San Bernardino. I had a passion for this city. I didn't lose the passion. I came up to the realization that, quite honestly, the changes in San Bernardino over the last 10 years in our city government are very disappointing. Okay, I'm watching and I'm listening some of the stuff here, and there's one thing that's very apparent. We, the residents in this city, you don't want to listen to us. You really, honestly don't care about us. You've got your positions, you've got your elected situations. Now, there are a few exceptions, and you know who I'm talking about, same old people I work with. I listened to this whole thing as far as the Veterans Home. I listened to the whole thing as far as the commissions. Those commissions are about citizens' input. And when you start consolidating things, I'm active enough in the city. When it comes to the commissions, you know what the number one complaint I hear? Is the lack of individuals appointed to these commissions. One of the reasons you don't meet a quorum is because you don't appoint enough people to fill the commission. Case in point, one commission that's dear to me because it protects my property and my home, the Rent Control Board. I've been quietly going to Gigi, asking how many people are on that committee, and this and that, for years. 3 members of a 5-mission committee. Having 3 members on that committee virtually guarantees that committee will not be effective. I've watched where you've had things like the animal control. You haven't got a quorum for how long? I would think if the city wants to thrive and grow, and you as elected officials want to actually continue to be elected and continue to not have a room full of people who come in here and upset with you, you'd start actually wanting to listen to it. You know, one time I was referred by some people in the city as a watchdog. I don't take that as a compliment. Why? What is a watchdog? A watchdog is something that barks and makes a whole lot of noise when something is different that they don't like. So quite honestly, this individual, when they're saying we're looked at as a watchdog in the city, you're basically calling me a barking dog. And we all know in the middle of the night when you hear a barking dog how much it really matters to you. If you want the residents of this city to care about things and actually have a little bit of respect for this council and this government that runs the city, how about you have a little bit of respect for them and listen to them and quit trying to cut the citizens out of the process? Thank you.
Thank you. William Siosi.
I gotta say, I'm quite disappointed. I left everything I knew to come here. Started off here homeless. My first week here, I was stabbed in a hotel downtown, liberating an underage sex worker that was being pimped out by some Mississippi pimp and his wife. I've helped build playgrounds, read to children, go to every community event, do whatever beyond trying to be a good citizen. And I just watch all of you conspire to lie about me. If I grow my medicine in accordance with state law, you will lie and charge me with running an unlicensed business in order to put me back into slavery. That's all this is. This is peonage reimagined. After the Emancipation Proclamation, we came up with all these laws to round up those Negroes and bring them under submission. They're no longer slaves to the master. They're slaves to the state, working the chain gangs, building the highways. This is the hard labor. Now today we don't sell them like that. We sell them to the pharmaceutical industries or to the prison industries. We lock them up in their mines or in cages for not complying with what our Attorney General called the Anglo-American justice system. You don't give a damn about the people. If you're going to call me a criminal right now and have me arrested right now. Don't make me wait for the day that you're going to come knocking at my door with the goon squad. Do I got to hide like Anne Frank in my fucking attic so I could have a plant?
Mr. COC, please watch your language.
You watch your language. You're calling me a criminal. You want to lie about me, force me into chains, threaten me with fines and imprisonment for following a state law. I hope your God has a special place for you.
Robert Porter. Frank Montes. Gabriela Rubio. Sorry, I can't pronounce his name. Starts with Samat Shaduri.
Hi, my name is Sarabjit Gill, and today I'm here with my team from Social Work Program from Cal State San Bernardino. And our team has put together a project to clean up the Lake Park, and my team will explain more about this project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nani Sanchez. So, upon assessing a survey of community needs, we found that a safe, clean, and accessible park was of interest to all. Having a clean park enhances the quality of life for the community. Cleaning the park shows the community their needs and concerns matter. We are hearing them. Although our short-term goal is to clean the park, our long-term goal is to maintain a clean park.
Well, good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Sean Krukenberg. I've taken a couple of tours of Succumb Park, and it's really in a dilapidated shape. Definitely not a place where you'd want your children playing or to have a weekend barbecue. But one thing that I can't show you with the pictures is there are no streetlights there at night. It's pitch black. I couldn't show my team members around. There are people fishing in that lake that I showed you the pictures of with laundry detergent bottles and who knows what else. The bathrooms have been damaged to the point where they're locked, so the people that are residing in the park have no clean facilities to use. And what we're trying to do is get the community together to do something about this, because the park's not a lost cause until we all decide it is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samadrita Chaudhary. The reason this park appeals to us, or it appeals to me, is that I am a first-generation immigrant from a third-world country called Bangladesh. And when we came here, we struggled a lot. We didn't get to go to Disneyland. We didn't get to go to Knott's Berry Farm. But we did go to the park, especially this park. We called it Fifth Street Park. And we would make fishing poles out of sticks and just, try to see what we can do in that park. Back then, our parents would actually let us just run around. You could do that at that time. You can't do that now. So what we're trying to do is clean it up. I know it's not as big of a topic as many other things that we've heard tonight, but no action is not an option for us. So as of this moment, we are funding this. Many of you might remember, student life is broke life. So we are welcoming any kind of donations that we can get, whether that's your time, funds, supplies, food, water, anything like that. We do have a little jar that we have. You can give us your donations through that. If you have real estate to spare on your social media platforms, maybe you can share our information. We do have a GoFundMe page. We have flyers, so we would really appreciate any help you guys can give to us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Meg Jones. Surjit Gill? Okay. She's gone. So, Richard Gonzalez? Shirley Harlan? Barbara Babcock?
Hearing, I can't call them kids, but hearing those people made it worthwhile for me to be here tonight. We have some really good people in San Bernardino. Good news. I gave each one of you, or Ms. Hannah did, a brochure. I am beyond excited. I'm going to start being a little bit more positive nowadays because I'm working on a great project. Maybe I will. Okay. The number one problem is children who have no parents in the home but are incarcerated. The number one program in the country is called the U.S. Dream Academy, and it is designed for an after-school program. We're starting in August of this year. We're getting no money. We're asking for no money from the school board or from anybody. But Wintley Phipps founded the U.S. Dream Academy. Look it up. He's coming out for a free concert on Saturday, March 10. There is a free will offering taking. The next morning, for those that really want to support this program, by the way, we're going to start with 60 kids, grades 3 through 8, and they're going to be mentored by kids from San Bernardino High School. I am just ecstatic. Wintley Phipps is doing a free concert Saturday night the 10th. First come, first serve. Unless you come to the brunch Sunday morning, $250. Fabulous place in Redlands. Now, I told my friends, including Wintley Phipps, maybe people in Redlands and maybe people in Loma Linda can afford $250. Our peeps here in San Bernardino can't. So if you want to get $1,000, go together. 8 people can come. So that's like $125 a person. So anyway, we're real excited. We're going to make this thing happen. I wrote at about 12:05 on my Facebook account. It's 12:05 and I'm still here. I'm stubborn. And Margaret Hill liked that comment. I want to know, Dr. Hill, what are you doing up at this hour? Go to bed. Thanks.
Thank you. Any items to be referred to council committees? No. Any announcements from electeds? No. Yeah. Councilman Valdivia.
I just... Okay. Well, while we're waiting for the slip, happy birthday to my daughter, Abigail Grace Valdivia. February 15th, you were born in 2015, and happy birthday, sweetheart. Daddy loves you, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so when you see this and you're 18 years old, Daddy loves you, and I'm sorry I didn't read to you tonight, but I love you.
Excuse me before you start. Did you fill out a slip? Okay. Carmel, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a suggestion that maybe for these items that aren't on the agenda, maybe next time we put them before a public hearing, because I feel real bad that all these people had to stay out here until 1 o'clock in the morning just to tell us about their community service projects, because I'm wondering how many people, are still up paying attention. And I think that it would be, a little bit more beneficial if we were able to hear people when it's not 1 o'clock in the morning. So maybe we could take that into consideration. And I had a lot more to say, but I'm tired. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I got Girl Scout cookies for sale if anybody wants to buy them. Thanks.
I got some free ones in the kitchen. She brought me like an hour ago.
Would you like to come forward to the podium?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Griselda Andrade, and I am here today with my group, Jeanette, Wendy, Reina, Yulisa, and Bessie. And we are social work students from Cal State San Bernardino, and we're here to talk about our advocacy project for our Social Work 300 course. And my group will explain a little bit more about our project.
Hi, I'm Jeanette. Upon speaking to residents, we came to the conclusion that one of the biggest downfalls for this community was the large amount of potholes in our streets, creating hazards and making them unsafe to navigate. Hi, my name is Bessie. So as a group, we came to a conclusion of focusing on the safety of the roads by getting the community's input on what they believe is San Bernardino's weakest asset. Surveying residents was our first option. I'm Yulisa. After we surveyed the residents, we concluded that the pothole dilemma is the most important to the community. We then decided to form a petition and gathered signatures from the individuals who agree with this problem. Hi, I'm Wendy. We provided all members of City Council with folders including our surveys, petitions, and summaries to show the importance of our project for the community. I'm Reina Garcia, and as we do know that there is a department that is here to maintain our roads and lights and things like that, but because so many people have complained about damage to their cars, accidents, swerving, things like that, we just feel like the department should kind of step it up a little bit, I guess you could say. Maybe have more faster turnaround to get the roads fixed, or more drive around to see when the problems are to get them fixed faster, especially after things like extreme weather. When it rains, we know that those holes open up right away again. We just want to bring it to your attention that it is an important issue, and we do want to try to assist our residents. I'm a resident 12 years here, and yeah, I've gotten flat tires and other things, so I know personally that it is an issue. So thank you for hearing us tonight, and have a good night. Good morning. Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other Cal State students? That was last. Thank you. Sorry for the lateness in the hour. Councilman Nickel.
Well, I simply wanted to, and I think I speak for the rest of the council here as well, but wanted to express my condolences to you and your family for your loss. And I would like to request unanimous consent to adjourn this evening's meeting in memory of your mother.
Thank you.
So, thank you, ma'am.
Appreciate the endurance of the staff and city attorney. Appreciate your counsel, and do appreciate the opportunity to adjourn this meeting in memory of my mother, who passed away on Monday. And this meeting's adjourned until Wednesday, March 7th, 2018. Thank you. Drive safe.